8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. We have got a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're rolling. And we thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot happening if you're listening live. We're going to try to make this as fun zone as possible for a Friday. We'll just have to see how that rolls out. I tell you what we can't do is look at the news if we're going to do that. But we'll try. We'll try. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. If you ever want to chime in, jump in the conversation. It'll be unscreened phone calls, but that's there for you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. So it's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. To my left, Greg Burgess. And to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What
up, boys?
Gentlemen. How are y'all?
Great. Have y'all ever done something and felt like a loser after you've done it?
No,
like,
never have.
Huh?
Hey, daily.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I have a story from my yesterday. I feel like a loser moment. I told you guys briefly about something that I was going through with my dogs, 2 dogs.
Yeah.
We've got
what about the dogs?
A little pet stop, underground fence, just because when we had it at the other place, and it was really more because there was a lot of woods and stuff. They just take off into the woods, and you don't want that. And you're running after them and all that.
That's been a game changer for us, by the way.
Yeah, that's no way to have enjoy a dog, especially if you don't want a fence, right?
Right.
And you don't want that dog that's, running out in the road and all that, because then it'll get hit. Now, Greg, he lives more out in rural America where he has pastures and all this kind of stuff. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's
he don't go the road a lot.
Yeah, be free. But when you are in a sidewalk community, it's a little different. You got people walking up and down the sidewalks and all this kind of stuff.
Them.
Yeah, you don't want that. So anyway, at our house, we have a little underground fence, and day before yesterday, we were out late afternoon, and I noticed that one of the dogs was past where the underground fence is, and normally
ventured on out.
Normally about 2 to 3, maybe about 2 yards away from where the underground portion of the fence is, it'll hear like a beep beep. And you train the dogs, and when that dog hears the beep, it knows, hey, I'm getting close. Doesn't get shocked or anything. It just knows I'm at the perimeter, turns around, comes back, or just doesn't go any further. And I noticed Leo, the wild card of the 2 dogs, he was just running around. He was just running all around, just having a good old time. He wasn't going far away, but he was too far.
He was past the barrier. Yeah.
And I went, well, that's weird. Terry looked at me and said, well, what's up with that? And I'm like, well, I don't know.
So
I take the collar off. And I go and I hold it and I go close to where the fence is, and I don't hear any beeping at all. I went, huh. So then I go into the garage where the transmitter unit is, the base unit, and I see that there's no warning on it. Or normally, if like the cable was cut or something like that underground, it would give you actually a loud beep.
Correct. Yeah.
And let you know something has been. Yeah.
We're getting no connection.
There's an interference of some kind. None of that was taking place.
Interesting.
So I was like, man, what's going on? So I put a big note on the door, hey, just don't let the dogs out front. Anybody that's coming in and out of the house, just monitor the dogs. I've got the collars. I'm taking them to work. And I email the company and go, hey, we got a problem. Can I come by? And, they do meetings and stuff. And they're like, yeah, we can see you after lunch or something. So, I mean, here I go. I mean, I'm going out of the way. You know what I mean? And they're going they squeezed me in. Like, yeah, you bring the collars up here, and so there's nothing wrong with the base unit. No, okay. So I get there and meet with them, and they're like, hey, well, go ahead and give me the collars and all that, and we'll look into it. So they take the collars, and I'm sitting out in the lobby, and it's been about 10 minutes, and I'm like, man, I bet you the collars are bad. I need new collars. Matter of fact, JC got into some speech and said, Dad, 10 years ago you got these collars, and you think you might want to get some new collars. I mean, he's even giving me a speech,
Sure.
Yeah. And they come out, and they go, well, the batteries were dead. And I said, the batteries were dead? That's the problem? The batteries were dead?
You didn't think check that?
And I said, but there's normally a red indicator light on the collar, and it blinks when they're going down.
What kind of batteries?
And you know, I don't even know. It's a little
put it
short
in a
one.
Charging station. Do you put yours in a charging
Well,
station?
I don't have the rechargeable ones because I guess that's the new setup. I'm still old school.
Okay.
Because those work with the app and all that that they have.
Yes.
But these don't. But they give you an indication that the batteries are going down. Probably got a few days. Go ahead and get you some more.
Okay.
And a lot of times you can swing by and get some. You can order some. They mail them to you and all this kind of stuff. The secret is to have backups, and you actually keep them in the refrigerator. You know, it just helps them stay fresh and all that. Goodness. And I didn't have any backups because I had really just bought them. And you know how time flies, right? You think I had just done something.
Sure.
They come out and they go, well, let's look in the system because I could have sworn I just bought some. And he goes, well, actually, it was February you bought them. And I'm like, really? Because I feel like that was yesterday.
Yeah.
But here's the loser moment. So I just had bad batteries, and I have a scheduled meeting. They block off 30 minutes for me.
Well, why did the light not come on?
I don't know, and that's what I said. I said, it's between the boys, Terry, myself, somebody always says, hey, Dad.
Heads up.
It's blinking red. He said every now and then it'll go from I'm fine to I'm dead. And you don't see the blink. And he goes, this happens all the time. It's okay. Yeah. And I'm like, well, but you moved things around and got me in for dead batteries. And I just felt like such a good one as I drove off.
You know what they should have done? Made you put the collar on and run through the fence.
Yeah,
let it shock
you know.
That's punishment.
Good night alive. Actually, I have held one of them before accidentally. You know,
what kind of pop is it?
It's about it. He didn't even like that little tennis racket. Remember that?
Oh yeah, no, you'd cry probably.
Would I?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I tell you, I know it'll get your attention.
I don't like electricity.
It'll get your attention.
Speedy peed all over himself, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. So I go home, get inside, the perimeter, and have the collars in my hand. And I walk up to the unit, and sure enough, beep 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 beep, and I go to a couple of the perimeters around the yard. Beep, 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 beep. I'm like, it was the batteries. I'm such a good one. But to my defense, y'all, I felt like I just got them. It was February. And I had no indication at all that they were going down because that warning light normally gives you a heads up and you go get some.
So is it about 3 or 4 months where you have to change them out?
Yeah, I guess so. And he said what you don't realize is they're probably testing the fence more than you think. And you just don't know it.
Point. Yeah.
And it's just that this bunch just wore down and you didn't see it.
Huh.
So
hey, that rechargeable deal is awesome.
You
just take the collar off, you put it on a charging station, and we charge it like every third day. Okay. So we don't have to charge it every day.
Yeah.
Hey, it's worth it.
Yeah, Greg's on point with that because he tried to say that you can do rechargeables, and I'm like, well, these collars kind of work. You know what I mean? Except in this case when I'm coming to run to you. But next time I'll know. I just never thought, hey, it's the batteries because I never got an indication that they were low.
Just go ahead and bite the bullet and get them.
It is
well,
nice.
The way I felt
yesterday. Batteries
then you got place in your refrigerator and freezer instead of putting batteries in there.
Yeah, not the freezer. But
well, whatever. I forgot which one you said.
But you know how I hate socially awkward moments?
Yeah,
after he came out and said it was just the batteries, I was like, could I just
say it like that?
Could I just disappear? Hey, these batteries are dead as a wedge.
You can count on CarShield helping you to save you from expensive car repairs with protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. You choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. And every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control. Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
This summer, enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout line with HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring farm-fresh produce directly to your front door. With over 55 options each week, you'll never get bored. Plus, you can customize meals by swapping your proteins and sides. Sign up during the Memorial Day flash sale for $125 off with the code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/Bubba125. That's code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/Bubba125.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by Appy and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. A couple of updates for you guys. You know, the Tulsa shooting at the hospital on campus there. We now know what the guy was doing. Apparently, his target was his surgeon. He had ongoing back pain after recent back surgery. Bought an AR-style rifle hours before opening fire at the Tulsa medical office. The victims, the doctor he was going after, Dr. Phillips, who's an orthopedic surgeon, another doctor who is a sports and internal medicine specialist, and then the receptionist that was, I guess, up front. Yeah. And then the other victim was someone that was just there with the patient that was trying to stop him from getting to the doctors.
Good night.
So those are your four victims, but that's what he was there for.
So he had back surgery and he was still in pain.
Yeah,
is what I saw.
yeah.
So,
and
maybe there's other routes you could take.
Yeah,
besides that.
Yeah, I think so.
But
that'll kind of let you know. But those are the four that he killed before apparently turning the gun on himself. Today, if you are a college baseball fan, which I am, the regionals start today. And there's a lot of Rick and Bubba markets that are hosting regionals, and they start as early as 9 a.m., Helmsy, on ESPN Plus and all of the ESPN family. You got ESPNU, ESPN2, and it just depends. Longhorn Network, a number of other, even the major channel, ESPN, the main one. You'll see a slew of college baseball games. Yesterday, I had to run an errand, and I walked into a sports store, a big one that you make fun of the name of, Greg. And I was like, "Is that Beth Mowins? Am I hearing things?" And they had it piped through the entire system, the softball, the NCAA softball regionals and all that's going on now too, and supers. I think, I don't know if they're into the World Series now. I don't know. I just know that I think Northwestern was playing Oklahoma maybe. I think I have that right. And there was Beth Mowins just piped through
she started her broadcast.
Yeah, but hey, she was piped through the whole thing, and all I could hear was Rick the entire time.
Yeah.
And she was, foul ball, and doing all.
She's in her element.
Yeah.
She's still doing I think she's still doing the Orioles too.
Is she really?
That?
Yeah.
I was watching highlights the other day on SportsCenter, and they were showing, and she was the announcer.
Speaking of baseball and announcers, Twins commentator Jim Catt. Now Jim's 82.
I like this guy, by the way.
Okay,
he's a good one.
Well, he's in trouble again.
Sure,
because he'll make statements.
Yes, he's 82. He doesn't care.
I know. And he was describing Yankees pitcher Nestor Cortez who has an incredible start. Anyway, he gave him the nickname Nestor the Molester.
Oh, good night.
Said he, and they were like, "Nah, probably not.
Yeah,
maybe you don't need to call him Nestor the Molester."
Is he saying that he destroys the ball, or
he just said all the angles and different speeds? He said, he
destroys the hitters.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah.
Probably not a great choice of words because
I know
the first time back in 21, he had to apologize to say he said there was a player, Yohan Makata. He said they need to get a 40-acre field full of players who look like him.
Okay,
and he's Cuban. That didn't go over well.
He
had to apologize for that.
In his defense, we have a gentleman that calls in every other day. His name is Chester, and every time he says "I'm Chester," that's the first thing I think of.
I know.
I want to laugh.
I do too,
and I want to call him that so bad.
But don't you know?
Well, that's the boy in me.
Yeah, sure.
Well, anyway, so
so he's in trouble.
Yeah, he had to apologize again. But he's 82.
Did he constantly repeat that, or was it just one time? I don't think
it didn't say. It just said that he was just describing the pitcher, excuse me, and he dubbed him Nestor the Molester.
Yeah, probably not. I
don't his guy with him was like, "Come on, you done got in trouble back in 21."
Yeah, probably not. Let's not.
But anyway, he's a former player for the Washington Senators.
Okay,
that's how old he's. 82.
Back when World War I was going on.
Yeah. When people weren't quite as sensitive as they are now.
Right.
He's a man. This world we live in now, he's not a part of.
Yeah, 88. 82. You're really
maybe. I don't know if he should still be calling ball at 83.
Right.
But maybe
I'd like to hear some of his games.
Yeah. I'd like to hear him refer to the pitchers.
Me too. Yeah, I would too.
Is there audio? Is there audio of that we can play in the break?
No,
surely
I don't
we can
think
find
so.
it.
There's got to be some out there. You're right, but not with the story. But anyway,
he's in trouble though. Huh?
Yeah.
Again. Well, we've had something. It's not on the line. It's not one of the big three. Let's just say that. But we did have did y'all know the spelling bee's going on again?
Good. No. It seems like it's always going on.
I know it does. Would we get in trouble if we play audio with Adler not here?
I don't know.
Think? Is that copyrighted?
Probably so.
Well, daggum it.
Yeah, they'll put that on ESPN. I mean, sometimes.
Yeah, I don't
know who's got it now, but yeah.
Well, apparently,
I heard you playing in the break. It's impressive what they're doing.
It's a
spell off.
It's no, Greg. It's a historic spell off.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that like their overtime or something? Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty much. They're tied. And
sudden death.
Hey, how about this? It had a 14 and a 12-year-old in it. They each got 90 seconds to spell as many words as they could, and one of them, I think it here is the 12-year-old, got 15 out of 19. But the 14-year-old who ended up winning it got 21 of 26 to win it.
How about that?
And y'all, they're running through these words.
Yeah, I can't say half of them, much less.
Hey, and they're just
That's
I mean,
crazy.
going through them. but the spell off was due to neither one being able to correctly spell 2 words in a row from rounds 13 through 18 or something. So they ended, I guess, the normal rounds tied, and so they went to a 90-second spell off. I wish we could play somebody. I just don't want to take the chance and get pulled off YouTube or something today. But when Adler gets here for the main show, if the guys want to do that, we've got the audio of them flying through some of these words in 90 seconds.
Have y'all ever seen? And I'm not.
Here we go.
Telling anybody to watch it. Okay, you're grown. Figure the movies out because the language is horrible. Have you seen with Jason Bateman the movie when he goes back and finds a loophole and gets to compete in the spelling bee as an adult?
No,
but I love Jason Bateman.
I think it's called Words. I can't remember. That may be wrong. Now it's rough, the language, but he found a loophole.
This is a recent movie?
Nah, it's not recent.
What do you mean he found a loophole?
Where he could actually be in the contest as an adult with the kids.
With the kids,
yes.
He's up there.
Yes, and you know how he is.
Yeah.
But now the language is really bad.
Mm-hmm.
But it's if you like Jason Bateman, it's funny.
I do like Jason Bateman.
I don't know.
I'd like to hang out with Jason.
I don't remember
Bateman.
what it's called.
Yeah,
but he gets
funny.
up there and he'll talk trash to the other competitors before they go up to mess them up and stuff. It's pretty good.
There's a lot of things I don't do well. Spelling is one of my worst things.
Oh, I thought I could spell till now I can't. Like when I'm typing up stuff in their screening calls, I don't know how to spell anything.
Yeah, that's a mess. All right, we'll take a break. 29 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba join us about 30 minutes from now, right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. It's the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In life, you can count on 3 things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first 2. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they will not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, and you get all this for about half the price of other premium audio brands. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. Want to see it for yourself? Find out what the hype's all about right now. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but today is National Donut Day.
Donut Day?
Donut Day. Raise your hands if you like a donut.
I love a donut.
Just throw them up.
Try to stay
Who
away
don't
from
love a
those
donut?
days. You know, it is weird that yesterday was National Bubba Day and today's Donut Day.
I know. Isn't that weird?
That is.
We can credit donuts to
Mr. Cream.
No, I was
Captain
reading this earlier.
Hanson Crockett Gregory for that.
Okay.
He is. Let's see. He's out of Maine, and he is the one that I guess invented donuts. Right?
Yes.
The donut.
Basically, he was on a ship. It's when he was a teenager, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And they would cook these. They said they'd fry them, and they called them oily cakes. But in the middle, the dough, it would be, didn't get cooked good.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be kind of slimy and all. So he'd come up and with a way to cut the center out so it would cook it all the way around. And there you go, donuts.
Wow.
How about that?
Yep. It says
now,
here.
I probably, left out a lot.
Yeah. Well, but that's good. I love
but
how
the
you do
donut
it.
turns 175, which, sounds kind of like the Queen. With
Right.
It
does. It
Donut does sound much better than Oli cakes.
Yeah, right.
Because
right.
the middle of them are kind of oily, I guess.
We celebrate it on the first Friday of June. Today it's June the 3rd if you're listening live. It's in honor of the Salvation Army members who fed the deep-fried rings of fried dough to American soldiers in Europe during World War I. And so that's why we celebrate National Donut Day on the first Friday of June. But so
Captain Hanson Gregory.
That's it. Boy, I love a good donut. I
Oh,
try
good.
not to
If
eat
it's
them
hot
because
right out of
if I get in there on them, then it's just I don't know when to stop. So if I don't know when
If
to
they're
stop,
hot, I can't quit it.
no. So I don't have one is what because I know if I go in and have one,
I'll
then
just
it's
eat
over.
That's
wrong
me.
with that?
I
National
hadn't had a
Donut
donut
Day.
in a long time.
I love a good donut.
Yeah.
And I don't eat them all the time, but I do love a good donut. I like just the plain glazed.
All right, so
right out of the oven.
0 to 100. Give me somewhere. What percentage does it say? Number of Americans that say they enjoy donuts. What percent?
62.
83.
You're a little closer, Greg. 96% of Americans say they enjoy donuts.
That pretty much means everybody loves a good donut, except a few weirdos.
Yep. U.S. consumers eat more than 10 billion donuts per year. 10 billion.
4% of the population.
Yeah, they're a little weird. You can't tell me you can't bite that donut and say it's not good.
Right.
What do you like, the cake donuts?
You know,
I like them. I like the cake with a little chocolate on it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go, I like the chocolate on the cake better than I do the glaze. But then I like just the glaze by itself.
Yeah. Give me just the chocolate glazed. I mean, that's my go-to. All right. Second would be just the regular glazed. All right.
Yeah.
Third, then I get off into cakes and.
Well, y'all
and
know
all
how I
that.
feel about crullers.
Yes,
I
you
love
love
a good
those.
cruller.
Yeah.
And what about
yeah.
you buy the bag of the mini crullers?
Do you want to know what you know? I had that weird thing,
Love a
and
cruller.
you did too. And Helmsy, I don't know if you've spoke on it before. I missed it. But when I was a kid, I was a picky eater.
Oh,
and
me too.
We talked about the two of
Most
us.
kids are. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
was
know,
ridiculous.
some branch out a little bit, but I mean, my food couldn't touch and all that. Now I just throw everything.
Yeah,
on top
I grew
of
up
it,
on
yeah.
Campbell's soup because I wouldn't eat anything that they were making.
So
She'd just make me Campbell's
So
soup.
on the cream-filled donuts, I never went there because I was so picky. But as an adult, I'm like, I'll go there, and I kind of feel like I missed out on a lot.
You know, I'll tell you this
Tell
way
me
I feel about the cream filled.
Yeah.
I don't. Even as an adult, they're not my first go-to because
Right.
they're just too much. There's so much happening. It makes my forehead tingle when you eat it. You know what I'm talking about? You're like, it's a lot of sweetness going on here.
Right.
It's good, but it's not my. It's my last. It's like third string. I bring it in after I've had a cruller and a regular.
Yeah.
And it has to be the cream. I don't like the custard in them.
I actually bit into one, and I didn't know it was cream. And it had chocolate glazed on the top, and I bit into it, and I was like, "Well, hello!" Made the top of my head tingle, and I was like, "I kind of like."
Let me
this.
tell you the perfect.
Do you like donuts? Adler's coming in; he's creeping in. Do you like donuts?
Yeah.
It's National Donut Day. Sorry.
I think they were limited time. They may still be there, but if you've seen the cream field that are round though, that have the hole in the middle, they have your regular glaze and they put cream inside it.
Really?
But it's still round. They had the chocolate flavored cream and then regular cream. I think they were for limited time, but those were good because it wasn't quite as rich. You get a cream filled with chocolate on top of it. Ooh, that's a lot to do.
You know,
I'm absolutely starving.
I'm going to propose something on your tombstone, Greg. It's going to say something, okay, whatever that is, and your wife and everybody's figured that out.
Right.
But I want there to be an ellipsis, the ... and he liked a good cruller.
I loved a good cruller.
That's what I want. That's what I want on your casket. I mean, not the casket.
Crullers
but your
actually moved
tombstone.
to the forefront of my donut.
Well, I know
choice.
you talk about a cruller a lot.
Well, it looks like a mud tire. And you gotta love that.
Anytime that there's a box that shows up here, you bring up cruller.
And I'll be honest, I've gotten better about not eating so many sweets, but that's my kryptonite. If I'm in the store and I see that bag of mini crullers, God, it's hard to stay away from it. Big old glass of milk.
On Captain Gregory's tombstone, you want to know what it says?
I made donuts.
It simply reads, Captain Hanson Gregory, recognized by the National Bakers Association as the inventor of the donut.
How about that?
It says it really goes largely unrecognized. He does. It's like a lot of people
I'd
don't
never
realize.
heard of him. I thought some chef made it.
How many donut holes do you think you could eat in one sitting?
Donut holes? Not a fan of those, by the way.
You're not?
I mean, I don't hate them, but they're not my first choice. But I could probably eat 27.
27. Okay, went 27.
If you said, Greg, eat as many as you can.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't recommend that.
Yeah.
For some reason, if somebody brought us donuts, I would be like, nah. But then if somebody brought us donut holes, I'd be like, all right, give me about 8 of those.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, maybe there's more crispiness on the outside or something. I don't know.
You know, people don't know when to stop when it comes to stuff like this. How about I'm putting bacon on there and I'm doing all that?
You can overdo it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
That's like them cupcakes that are really amazing, but they're so big. You know, them custom cupcakes, you can't bite them.
Right.
That's kind of hard to eat them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to breakfast food in general, I'd rather probably go with like bacon versus a donut.
Well,
if I had
donut
to
falls
choose.
under continental breakfast. You know.
Continental. Okay.
Do you go cinnamon roll or a donut?
Cinnamon roll.
Ooh, that's a tough fight. Depends on what mood I'm in, because I
Look,
like a good cinnamon roll.
I love a good cinnamon roll.
But it has to. There's some cinnamon rolls that are too bready. I don't like. I like the ones that are kind of.
I would think if you're
kind of dense.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ones that are too bready, I don't like.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to think of your favorite cinnamon roll. It's hot too, and your favorite donut, and it's fresh. which one you go to. They're both sitting there beside each other.
If it's the cinnamon roll that I like, the ones I'm talking about,
Yeah.
that are twirled tight,
Yeah,
I'll probably
real
go
dense, real
But
dense.
here, guess who else just showed up to the party y'all didn't know about who tempts me? Oh, it's apple fritter.
Oh, hello.
When here comes apple fritter into
Oh,
the
yeah.
picture, look out. Now I really
Yeah.
got a decision. I don't know where to go.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I love a good apple fritter.
What do you think about it, Bubba?
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
What about
Great
them?
point.
What
Great
about those?
point.
What about those?
I'm
Huh?
gonna let Bubba have me.
Yeah, that's a snack favorite. You know, we can't forget about those.
You can't forget.
I need
about
that
those.
as much as you can give it to me.
Well, there you go. National Donut Day. Who's hungry? I am so
man.
hungry right now.
I want a cruller, I want a fritter, and I want a cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat all of it.
But I know where you're at, Helmsy. Greg seems to have, and Adler, I think he tries. Greg just goes, well, who cares? I'm eating it. I know you're a lot like me. You don't want to
Nah, I
start
can't
because
get
you know
into
if you start,
Well, just eat
Then-
one.
See, I can't though, Greg.
And
That's
then
the
you
whole
won't eat
point.
another one for
good.
another month.
I'll
That's the
think
whole
about it
point.
for
I
2
can't.
hours
and it
after I
ruins
eat
my entire day. As
I'm
far as
gonna
what
tell
I'm
you.
trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing this show
Because
has,
I can't
has
just eat
failed
one.
at. When we worried about what we ate, I think we lost part of our appeal.
Okay.
I
You
think
know
we're
what?
all just trying to live.
Yeah,
we're
but
getting a
you
little
know,
old.
come
Well,
on,
some
now
of us.
we're getting crazy. Man.
Yeah. I will give you that, Greg, a little bit.
Yeah, come on, we used to be the show to eat anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all.
All right, so if a box is brought to us today, which those of you listening or watching, don't feel obligated.
But it's going to happen.
Will you go in?
Yes.
How many?
I'm not going to overdo it by no means.
I think if
I
I
don't know,
went
depends on
in
what
and
they
I said,
are.
all right,
If
I
they're
want.
crullers, you
Depends
get
on if it's
multiples.
crullers. I mean, I got to eat 4 because that's how many wheels are on a mud truck.
That's right. I think my standard sitting of I'm having some donuts is 3.
3. That's a good number.
I normally go 3,
heavy.
and then I think
You
about it.
should stop at 2, but
Yeah.
you go 3.
That's
I
heavy.
go. You want to know what this? I go 3, and then I think about it, and I come back and I get a 4th about 30 minutes
Do
later.
you really?
Yeah, because that's all I can think
So
about.
I normally don't go 4. 3 will top me.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Golly.
You are that now. I have seen you in action. If
Yeah.
you ever get sweets going, you have a mental problem about it.
I do.
I've seen you go off. I mean, just off the deep end.
Can you get that mouth open, squeeze it on the side, and just throw that whole thing in there? Huh?
And you have this look
The
on your
entire
face when
donut?
you're doing it.
I know.
It's like you've checked out.
I know.
It's like you're in the zone.
You could say speedy, and I wouldn't even.
You wouldn't even hear it.
No.
Your eyes start rolling back.
Right. Man, I got a busy day too, and Helmsy, I don't need to eat any this morning because I'll feel sluggish for the rest of the day.
That's the point.
I got a remote today. I got to save room for the Papa Murphy's pizza.
Who, by the way, just opened up in Helena.
That's right. They've been saying that you were going to be down there handing out pizza.
Oh, come on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You ever make a change and then think, why didn't I do this years ago? Well, that's how people feel about switching to Medishare for their health care, especially now with inflation the way it is. People are very happy with the savings. Most families save about $500 a month when they switch. It's a huge help when prices are going up so fast in so many other areas. And Medishare's customer satisfaction rate is double that of health insurance. It's just a different experience, and people really like that. Medishare is an alternative to health insurance. It's a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills, and it's been going strong for over 25 years. It really is the gold standard, the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. Find out why people love it, find out why they rave about the customer service, and find out how good it feels to save some money right now. They're super easy to talk to. Here's the number. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
You can unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
Carla's retiring early next month. We're all going to have to learn to pick up the slack.
The dessert-making role at Sawyer's Restaurant, deserted.
Tom, if you can handle beignets.
They need a new pastry chef who can souffle like it's a piece of cake.
Come on, guys, we got a line out the door. How much longer for those croissants?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for quality gifts and personalized services. Gifts range from American-made and handcrafted cowboy boots to durable suede jackets, iconic Western shirts, and heavy-duty jeans. We provide same-day gift delivery with gift wrapping and a card included. And when you visit us in store, our team of experts can help guide you as you shop. Boot Barn for Father's Day. Unwrap the West.
Blue Star medicated ointment works fast to relieve the pain and itch of almost any skin irritation.
It's amazing. It's like as soon as you put it on, you can feel it working. We've had Blue Star in the family for years. It works on everything.
I love the cooling sensation on my athlete's foot.
What a relief for my eczema.
Nothing worked on my dry, cracked skin until I tried Blue Star.
Blue Star is great for scalp itch.
Look for the white box with the Blue Star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
9 minutes in front of the top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in on the Rick and Bubba Show, Friday edition. We got ReliefFactor.com right now bringing you the show. How many years do you think we've been talking about Relief Factor? Would I be exaggerating if I said 8 or 9?
Oh, more than that.
Yeah, we doubled it.
I've been here 15. I say 13 years.
I was going to say,
okay, 13.
It wasn't long after I started that we started doing that.
I like how you're being very specific on your numbers today.
12 or 13.
Really
yeah,
give
sure.
good answers.
Well, this portion of the show brought to you by them right now, and that 3-week quick start pack is still available for just $19.95. You know, if you're one of those that suffer from aches, pains, inflammation from time to time, and you're taking the popular over-the-counter painkillers, and it's just every day, multiple times a day, could be harming your body. Instead, try Relief Factor. It has worked for so many of us. It's all natural, contains just 4 ingredients. So get that 3-week start pack, just $19.95 for those aches, pains, or inflammation. Check them out, ReliefFactor.com. Go there today, ReliefFactor.com. Go for the $19.95 quick start package, so 3-week supply. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button.
How about that?
Come on with it.
Come on with it.
I got a little bit. I got a little bit. What do y'all think about this?
Oh,
Take
this.
a
We ain't done this in a
We
while.
pick it up, we brought it in. I felt something. I thought it was a heat pad. I was just like telling my son, come. I was screaming, come. It's morning. I need to call the guy.
All right, I need that again.
I
want
have
to
no
try to
earthly
figure this
idea.
out.
He said, come.
First of all, where are we at?
India, maybe?
That had a little India sound in it.
We pick it up, we brought it in. I felt something I thought was...
Stop it there. We picked it up and we brought it in.
I wish you would say, here's your room key, then I would know if he's from India.
We picked it up and we brought it in. Now go.
It was a heat pad. I was just like telling my son, come. I was screaming, come. It's money. I need to call the guy.
I need to call the guy.
They say it's money?
Mm-hmm. It's money. I need to call the guy.
I don't know what happened.
All right, this happened in to a, believe it or not, California woman.
Well, she's not.
Is that a woman?
That's a great point. I don't think that's a woman.
Right?
Come, quick.
Are they talking about
money?
Something
we pick it up, we brought it in. I felt something. I thought it was a heat pad.
That's not a
I was
woman.
just like telling my son, come. I was screaming, come. It's money. I need to call the guy.
I need to call the guy.
You ready for this?
Somebody left some money in there. No, it was a winning lottery ticket.
All right, she found $36,000 inside a free couch from Craigslist.
Well, what was all that about?
She found the original owner
Is that a woman
and returned
talking?
the money. Yes, what they did is they got the couch and then she's saying, "Look, we found cash. Come. Look, son, we got
Who
the couch."
got?
And-
Well, I tell you, you're doing okay if you didn't even notice you were missing $36,000 that you.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know I left that in the couch.
I mean, I've heard people hiding cash. $36,000. Good night alive.
Come.
Finds the owner, okay, of the couch, and
Well, that's nice.
to return the money, which is very nice.
Could have kept it.
And the original owners agreed to pay for her new $2,200 refrigerator as a thank you.
Do you return the money? Go.
Well, I tell you what.
I see. You had to think.
I try to figure out. All right, do I know who?
So if
put
you
this
don't
in
know
here?
them, you're going to steal their money.
I think I try to. Don't you?
Steal it?
No. Try to find out
Yes,
wose
you
this
try to
is.
find out.
Yeah.
I know how
mean,
cheap you are. I thought you would.
What?
I'm not a
You
would
crook.
return 35.
There's a difference between being frugal and cheap and a crook.
Well,
Yeah.
well, that's what he gave
And
him 35,000
big
back and
difference.
claim. I don't know where the rest.
And I
is.
guess technically you're not a crook. I guess if
I
you
see,
got
I don't
this,
think- I don't think
But I
you
do
are.
think you're
No,
good.
you
You're a
have to
good
try to
person.
find
You're
who
a
knows
decent human being
Yeah.
if you try to find
I agree.
the person.
I think you. Well, now how did they purchase it again?
It was off Craigslist.
See, boy, sketchy. Probably some drug money
Yeah, that's
in there
irresponsible.
somewhere.
Drug. You got them with
Well,
drug money.
I mean,
I heard they shot him.
laundering.
It's Southern California. It says it's a Southern California
I
woman.
don't get what that was all about.
I don't get
said-
that it's
I think-
a woman.
I think she's saying she found
Yeah.
the cash and told her son or whoever, come over here.
Come,
and
come,
look
quick.
at this. We got cash. in
Call
here."
the guy.
Okay. All right.
Um,
But that, I'm like him. That doesn't sound like a woman to me.
She may identify as a woman.
She may, yeah.
Or he may identify as a woman.
There you go.
So she said she
Now we
never
got him a trans.
even attempted to keep the money she found. She instead immediately gave the money back to the family
We
that gave her
kid,
the
but
furniture.
I would definitely try to find the people.
God has been kind to me and my children. They're all alive and well, and I have three beautiful
come.
grandchildren. So what can I ever ask from God?
Well, how
and
about
she
that?
said, so I had to give this back.
did
and
the
the
right
family
thing.
said, hey, I tell you what, this was very kind
I'll
of you.
be honest.
How about a new refrigerator?
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I had a little hesitation on the question, would I keep the money? If I'm just
for a
honest.
second.
Just for a second, I hesitated.
Because you didn't
with
go
my
steal
answer.
it from nobody.
Yeah.
Right.
Matter of fact, I probably would have had to call you guys and ask, what should I do?
You would say, hey, that's on them.
I know. I would have tried to get you two to talk me into keeping it. And you wouldn't have.
No.
And then I would have gave it back. Or I'd at least asked the guy I bought it from.
Now,
hey, by the way, is there any here's probably how I would have approached it. Is there any way that you might have left something in the cash? I mean in the couch cushions. And if they said no, then hey, it's ours.
Hams, that's pretty vague. But then you go, well,
Vague?
maybe it wasn't theirs. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe when they
That's
got the
what I'm
couch, it was
saying.
in there and they never knew it.
Well, all right.
Now
so,
I'm really
all right,
justified.
here we
See?
go.
That's
All
what
right, I
I'm
got more
saying. I'm
information.
pulling y'all in.
I know y'all want more
Now, if you
information.
give Speedy a
about this.
cut, he would have said, like a finder's fee.
So the lady said she started looking online for some furniture for her new home.
Boy, she got some.
And she scrolled down and saw free items. So she clicked on it. First thing that came up was this sofa from this family and everything in their room, like a bedroom set as well. It said maybe it's a gimmick or whatever, but so she called them. And the family was giving away the furniture and explained that a loved one had recently passed away and they were liquidating everything
They
on the
didn't know
property.
the money was
That's
there.
it, yeah.
So she said that with the two sofas and chair, they gave her it fit perfectly in her new home. So she said, I just moved in. I didn't have anything in my house. I was so excited. So we picked it up and brought it in. She said when we got it into the house and started examining the sofa more closely, she discovered something strange, like an unknown item inside the cushions, like where you can unzip the cushions. She said, I thought it was like a heating pad or something. It was weird. She said, so I immediately discounted it of that theory that maybe it was an electrical cord or a heating pad in there, and she didn't really unzip it or anything. But she finally did. Wow. And she unzipped the cushions and looked inside, and that's when she discovered several envelopes filled with thousands of dollars in cash. So she was
now the fact that you know that the people that you got it from would have never missed it. Now how you feel about it?
And so that's when she said, I was telling my son, come. I was screaming, this is money. And I need to call the guy. And so that's how all that happened. And so she said that she returned the money.
They had no idea.
The family told her they had actually discovered other cash hidden throughout the rest of the house, but only a few $100s. They were not sure why the deceased man was hiding his money inside the couch.
Makes me wonder how many times I've missed out on something like this when I've bought something off not Craigslist.
Remember we went and helped you pick that stuff up that day?
Y'all picked that couch up.
They
By the
might
way,
have been $5.
that's the worst couch on the planet, and we still got it.
You still got it?
Yes. But it makes me want to go home and look in it.
Well, I'll tell you this: we have a friend of the show, won't name him, old school, way on back, and unfortunately, their father passed away and was suffering from dementia as he was getting older, and started hiding cash around the house. Wow. And they did not realize until he had passed away, and they were cleaning up. They found cash all over them. And please understand. I mean, we're talking about like this kind of cash.
And they could have gave something away with it and not known it.
And we're talking about cookie jars under mattresses, in the back of the drawer, and all this kind of stuff everywhere, all over the house. So I guess it happens, but it's a pretty good story. Come.
We got cash in here.
Rick and Bubba.
We got another break coming up. We got to do another diabetes commercial.
I know, but
I haven't seen him. Somebody hooked the satellite up.
I haven't seen
Wilfred on that horse.
He is alive and well.
We're going live.
83. Man.
I love Wilfred Brimley.
And he is on a horse in the commercial.
Rick, I love him. I don't know anything.
You need to apologize.
I don't know anything about him.
Today.
I don't know anything about him. He may be a raging goofy lib. I don't know.
Look at Bubba.
But when I see Wilfred Brimley in any movie, I'm gonna sit down a minute and I'm gonna listen to him. I love that man right there, and I wish I was on a horse next to him.
Rick, when he played the great Pop Fisher in The Natural,
oh my God,
you don't get no better than that.
You know, my mom always wanted me to be a farmer.
Oh yeah.
My daddy wanted me to be a baseball player.
I should have been a farmer. Suit up.
Oh my goodness!
I bet Wilford would love Shooter McGee.
There you go, Bubba.
Oh yeah.
This is you, Bubsy.
I wish I was out on Wilfred
Bubba at the farm.
I wish I was out.
There's Bubba.
Well, you know it wouldn't be me because I wouldn't be on the horse.
A few simple things now. I'm not perfect, but I try and watch my diet and exercise, and I check my blood sugar. And I get all my diabetic testing supplies from Liberty Medical. If you're 65 or over and on Medicare, call Liberty. They can help you live a better life. Hundreds of thousands of people trust Liberty. They're the nation's leader in home delivery of diabetic testing.
You know what? I check my diabetes. I ain't never even had it because I love him.
Fill out your insurance forms, even bill Medicare or your insurance company, and you pay no money up front. Oh, and they carry all the brands.
Sure they do.
If you have diabetes, you check your blood sugar and you check it off, and there's no reason not to. And call Liberty.
Oh, we got to split.
They can help you live a better life.
For more information,
I love how he rides off. He's in water.
I don't look like
Adler, where's that cowboy hat at?
I don't look like Wilford Brimley. Good
Rick,
night.
well, just your outfit.
You get a mustache.
Well, he has a blue vest on mine.
Yeah, but the same style. Let me tell you something. And he's worn that one before too. Rick, you get a white mustache, you get a cowboy hat on. We got something.
But you're right. He's the best spokesman in the world.
I love him.
Rick, he could talk me into one of them reverse mortgages once I get on set. I guarantee you could.
You know what? I can't tell Dave Ramsey. He made me buy whole life insurance.
Tagovailoa trying to make up for it. Fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Alabama wins
sí despertó el público. Tagovailoa con el pase largo, tiene a su hombre. ¡Touchdown! ¡Alabama es el campeón!
3 receivers right, 1 to the left, straight back to pass, going deep, throwing it down the far sideline, and it is caught for a touchdown! DeVonta Smith wins the national championship down the left sideline and wide open behind the defense. One true freshman to another.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! DeVonta Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! And the Crimson Tide has once again ascended to the top of the college football mountain.
16 yards, second 26 on the 41, they say. Tagovailoa going downfield. He's got a man open. Oh, my God. Touchdown. Alabama has won it.
We just lost him in the secondary, too deep. Got behind our quarterback, and the Crimson Tide. Sweet jubilation for them as the dogs are heartbroken.
Это, кстати, не первый раз, да? Я думаю, что он Таговailoa избавился от этого уже. Так, опять большой пас.
Зачетную зону, тачдаун.
Вот это да. Потрясающе. Вот что творится, а? Алабама Crimson Tide, чемпион сезона 2017 года. Да.
Georgia's going to play coverage and rush 4. Oh my gosh, that did not just happen. They did it. Second and 26.
Same coverage right here. This may end the national championship game right here.
Oh, no.
He's got him.
Oh, my Lord.
How do you do
that?
Wow.
Ran right by him.
How do you do that?
Have coverage and the safety didn't get off the hash?
Yeah, people off the field.
There it is. The Alabama Crimson Tide has done it again. 5 out of the last 9 national championships go to the Tide.
And you heard national championship in about, 6, 7 different languages?
Yeah.
I think Russian was my favorite.
The Russians didn't seem fired up about it at all. You get out to the Alabama Crimson Tide. And I thought Deportes might have done the best.
Oh, boy.
They get excited.
They do, buddy.
Well,
the Latin people are very
a lot
fiery.
of passionate.
A lot of fire.
And Rick, let's be honest. If you've had to sit through a lot of soccer games, that was exciting.
Well, it was. Well
just
said.
be honest.
And once again, Bubba and I said, when you listen to the Alabama radio network with Eli Gold and you go back to the miracle kick and all this, color guys, and when they see it happening, they can't be quiet.
No, they can't.
They'll jump the play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
Touchdown! They blocked it, Eli!
You're all over that.
And Eli's done all this training. He's like, thanks, buddy, for taking away the national championship game-winning pass from me.
Right. Georgia radio didn't have any of that, though.
No, they didn't.
They were like, wow. So that just
The
happened.
Georgia one was pretty.
It was real is what it was.
It was so real.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a great way to put it. So real.
The last one was the coach's film room that was on
Coach's
ESPN.
film room, then the SEC network.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour, and we are thankful that you are here. We start this hour, as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11. We start this hour with the national anthem. minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour. Thanks for being here. Much to do as we unpack another one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. They've already given you a kickoff hour, and if you caught that, welcome to all of you. If you are starting the show for the first time today, we're thankful that you are here. However, you're getting the program on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, on the TuneIn app, iHeartRadio app, podcast archives, live on YouTube, archived on YouTube. However you're getting the show, we are glad that you are here. And hello to the tubers that watch live on YouTube every day. A group of some of our most loyal supporters from time to time will make their way to the studio. They're in the parking lot today, some of them enjoying themselves, and it's fun to always have them outside checking things out and supporting the program to the point that if we had to, we would sick them on you. You don't want that. You can take the tubers and sick them on somebody if we have to. Don't make us do that. Adler settles in at his YouTube chair. There he is, ready to go. Content just flowing out of him. Ready to go for another day. Let's bring him in, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those who are tailgating in the parking lot.
There they are.
Good morning and welcome to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yep. For those of you that are not watching on YouTube, this song just keeps being stuck in my mind these days. I feel like that we're all aboard and we're rolling down the track. Crazy, but that's how it goes. Grab a seat. Everybody, come on. Let's go with it. Everybody, let's go. Everybody, climb up. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. That's what it feels like, doesn't it?
Boy, doesn't it?
I'm just rolling down the track on this crazy train, baby. Good gracious.
Clickety-clack.
Clickety-clack. We will unpack it. I understand that over on the political side, that the leader of the free world, he lectured us last night on guns.
Yep.
I didn't see any of it because I know what he would say. And somebody said, I just, these are emailers, so I don't know, so know that I don't know this, that there were a lot of references to God last night. I'm not sure what God he's talking about, but I know we have some of that today. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll look into it. I didn't hear it either. I was busy doing some other things, and I did hear a little clip of Jim Jordan, him speaking in, I guess it was Congress yesterday. I don't know if he did the rebuttal to it. So he's always interesting in some of the points that he will make. Mm-hmm. Rick, it is National Donut Day today.
Is it really?
Which
there's a silver lining.
And I think Speedy had pointed out during the kickoff hour the irony that we had National Bubba Day yesterday. We really didn't make a big deal out of it because it's kind of Bubba Day every day here.
It really is.
But to put Bubba Day and Donut Day back to back, I think that says a lot right there.
Yeah. When I think
it wasn't, you didn't have Bubba Day and then Brussels sprouts Day.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, and you shouldn't. And you should. No, you make a great point. I mean, for us to celebrate Bubba's Day is like for all the husbands here to celebrate Wife Day.
Right.
I mean, every day's Wife Day.
Right.
And every day here is Bubba Day. We're in Bubba's world. We're just revolving around him as he sits there in the position of the sun. But anyway, so
look, I'm a star. And I'm orbiting.
Right. But anyway, so belated happy Bubba Day to you, Bubba. But so Bubba Day right into Donut Day. I don't know if you've noticed this, speaking of Donut Day, and it happened yesterday. You know, we all love to talk about life and the things that go on in our lives. And,
the whole husband-wife dynamic is one of God's greatest blessings and really one of his greatest, reveals on his sense of humor. But so yesterday, and I don't know if y'all have ever had this happen. Do you ever have this thing where sometimes your wife says, what I'm asking right now makes no sense, but I just want you to go with me because I just want you to. You're not needed. You know what I mean?
And, you mean like to go somewhere?
To go somewhere.
Oh,
yeah. And you start asking, why do you want me to go? And then they pull the cards that you have nowhere to go. Well, I just want you to go with me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't get that as much as I used to.
Yeah, right.
I do. Yeah.
So yesterday I'm sitting there and
there's some places I just won't go.
Right.
If it has to do with curtains or something like that, I just can't go.
I'd gone through a little bit of a dramatic situation I shared with Bubba before the show concerning our air conditioning.
Hey, how about that?
Oh, drama. And so anyway, you ever gone from good news to bad news just real quick?
Mm-hmm.
And but anyway, so I'm a little shell shocked from because Sherry was in the mode of she was studying and she was writing and she was preparing for something. I try, because I know I appreciate this. We all do. Mm-hmm. When somebody is I know they're doing something, I try to do my job to shield them from anything that would disrupt what they're trying to get accomplished.
Right. And that's wise.
Yeah. And so I was taking on. We had a couple of service situations at the house yesterday, which I was trying to head up and keep off of her so she could get done what she was doing. And so I'd been through a dramatic situation with that. And so she comes out. I tell her what happened, show her the damage of all that, and. So anyway, so I'm downstairs and I'm thinking, okay, so the day's kind of over, and believe it or not, I'm gonna get the donut day on this. And so she comes by, and I see her. She said, "Well, I need to go to the grocery store." I said, oh, "Okay." I don't know why. I just want you to go with me. And I'm like, wow. And of course, in a mistake, my first reaction was too honest. That's a hard pass on that. and she says, no, I'm not really. I want you to go with me.
Yeah.
Oh, then at this point you're reaching for your shoes. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I just want you to go with me. I hadn't seen you today. You came in and I was working, and this is the first time I've seen you today.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So I get my shoes, and it's one of those kind where you're really defeated. I mean, you're even riding shotgun. You ain't even driving.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just riding with her to the store. Because she just wants you to.
Yeah.
And then you have to try to find silver lining. Mm-hmm. And my first thought is, what things do I need to get here that I wouldn't have gotten if I hadn't ended up in a grocery store?
Well, you got to get things that she approves of you getting.
Yeah. Well,
it's like you're not going to get peanut M&Ms.
Right, well, that's that thing.
Not right in front of her.
That's that thing, and you've done it. I know you have, and I may have learned it from you. This is where you sneak stuff into the buggy, and by the time they get to the cashier, it's too late.
Yeah.
You know it.
Right.
Where is this? Well, I thought you were okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want.
You didn't want cashews.
People are behind you in line. Well, I can't. Don't make me go back to the shelf.
Yeah.
And so anyway, and all of a sudden, I'll look and I go down the aisle, and there was just something happy about Krispy Kreme. Just has a display in the grocery store with their logo on it. It's like a little.
Did you get Krispy Kreme?
It's just, how you just see it right there, and it's got that little logo and
right there by the checkout.
And this one's out back. This one in this particular store was back there by like where they have the milk and all this kind of stuff. It's sitting back there.
All right.
And it's just its own little table. I even took a picture of it, but I mean, because there was just something about it. You know how you and I are logo sensitive anyway, Bubba. There's just something. I really didn't want to be doing what I was doing, but I was doing it because, that's part of marriage is you do things you don't always want to do because you do it for the other person. Mm-hmm. I remember. I can't remember the movie, but when the guy said that his wife got on a health kick, and he was trying to explain to this person that was about to get married. He said, well, this is the marriage thing. There's part of it. He goes, I'm eating a cheesecake right now that's made completely out of tofu. Mm. And he says, and I don't like it. And then he looks and he goes, but I'm eating it.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's I don't know what it was for Donut Day. I'm just talking about the joy. I just went over and looked at it. You know how we used to look at birthday cakes at Baskin Robbins?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Stare into the cooler.
Yeah, while I was eating ice cream.
So I just stood there after what I'd been through with the attempt to repair the air condition, and now I'm at the grocery store, and I just stood there and looked at it, and as I found, all of a sudden I was okay. I just said, I just want to thank you, Krispy Kreme display, for giving me a little bit of joy right now.
Yeah. I think we're conditioned for that.
Remember when I told us to invest in it? This is a perfect example because no matter how my day had gone, guess what I was still willing to do?
Buy donuts.
Buy donuts.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to go back and see what it was that day versus what it is now. How many times it's split.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we got a bunch of them.
I hate to say it, I kind of want to hear some of that again. We may have to hear that again later.
It was a game for the ages. If you're people who have to get up at the time we get up, you kept waiting for the tide to go away so you could go to bed.
Right.
You kept waiting for the, and I said this earlier, and I know I've already told all the guys, so they're gonna have to hear it again. I've always been very impressed with Coach Saban because I think he anybody that thinks if he's not the best college football coach so far, at least you put him up there with the best, no doubt with that. The move last night, because even though the quarterback for Alabama, Hurts, is a phenomenal player, an incredible athlete, and seems to be a fine young man, he, in the games that Alabama has lost with him at quarterback, and there had only been 2. Mm-hmm. Think about that.
Out of, 27?
Right. It looked just like that game last night. Auburn was able to do it, and Clemson last year was able to do it to a degree. To say he was able to go down and score everybody forgets Hurts did score what should have been the national championship winning touchdown, but he did it with his legs, and said when he throws the ball, he struggled, being accurate, and he also, if he doesn't see anybody downfield, and you get him going toward the sideline and kind of corral him, he either runs out of bounds or throws it away. Well, that was happening again. It looked just like the game they lost in the Iron Bowl. And Nick Saban said, it is not going to happen again. Now, we may lose anyway, but we're not going to lose this way.
Right.
And so he made a change and put somebody in there. He said, if we can't throw the ball down the field, we're going to lose.
Yeah.
And so he puts a
freshman in.
And there were 2 plays, one being the one right before he threw the touchdown pass, and then, of course, the interception, where you thought, okay, Saban, you brought the freshman in to get the drive you needed. Right. Now get him back out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because he looked like a freshman on that particular play.
But I think Saban thought, and looks like correctly, our offense in this particular game against this defense, I know how this ends because I saw it in the Iron Bowl, and I saw it to a degree against Clemson last year. It's not going to happen again. If we lose, we're going to lose a different way. And there's a lot of coaches that would not have made that move.
Yeah,
they would have stayed with what they've been winning with, and they would have lost the same way they lost the game before.
What would they say, Rick? We're going to stay with the one that brought us to the dance,
right?
But sometimes that gets your foot stepped on. It was an incredible call. I mean, I'm thinking too. I thought if Hurts comes out in the second half and does not move the team, that he might put him in. But to come right out and say, hey, we're making a change, enough of this, and even with his mistakes, to do that. And I thought the guys calling the game, he's played some this year, but it's been meaningless snaps. It wasn't when the game was on the line. So, props to him, man.
And can you be any more impressed with him just as a human being and the way he handled himself all the way around? Hurts handled himself with class, even though you could still tell because he's a competitor, it was tearing him apart.
Yep.
Somewhere there's an Alabama kicker that's like, wow. I mean, and I had twofold on that.
Who didn't get to start?
I was screaming at the TV for 2 reasons. I was saying, if you want Alabama to win, and I really, honestly, with not trying to do anything, not trying to do any proper marketing, whatever, I really didn't care who won the game. I'm not some rabid fan for either team. I love great football, and it was a great football game. So I was in a great situation. I could actually enjoy the game.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But then I started thinking about the Czar Trophy.
Yeah.
And I started thinking, right now, the Czar Trophy is going to be won by Adler, Bubba, or me.
Yeah.
And so for me to win it, Alabama needed to say our kicker's terrible and go ahead and punch it in.
Mm-hmm.
If they had gone ahead and scored in regulation, I would have won the trophy.
Yeah.
If the kid doesn't throw the touchdown pass, Adler wins it with the exact score, 23-20 Georgia. Mm-hmm. And then the fact he threw a touchdown, Bubba got it within 1 point. Yeah. So Bubba is he will continue to be the czar. But there at the end, there was like three plays that were going to decide who won the trophy of 3 of us that were still in the game.
Yeah.
I know.
So it was, it's weird when you think about the Czar Trophy and you find yourself transitioning to that at the end going, all right, I think I'm just going to try to win the trophy now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You start thinking about that late in the game. Hey, how close am I?
And when the kicker missed it, I said, y'all should have go ahead and tried to punch it in. I would have won the Czar Trophy and you would have won the regulation.
I think Coach Saban's style works so well for the college athlete. Not sure it works for kickers.
Yeah, but
he needs like a Latino kicker that doesn't understand English.
Rick and Bubba.
Breaking down the national championship game last night. What a game. Georgia and Alabama. And Saban even said that after. I love his first line. Was that a game or what?
You know, he said, I'm asking you a question.
Was that a game? And it was an incredible game, and it'll be one that'll last, and we'll always remember it and refer back to it. And 23 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we thank you guys for being with us today. Hey, are all the tubers out there? So we missing one. I mean,
I hadn't seen Tracy yet out there.
Where's Tracy? Is she dragging behind? I thought tubers had to be set up and ready when the show started. I didn't think tubers could drag. This is not the commitment we usually get from her.
We got a bunch of dedicated folks out.
Yeah. Did she oversleep or something?
I think two snoozes.
Yeah, I mean she's lost her best spot. You know it.
You have to sit behind Coop now.
Yeah, now you're gonna be behind Coop. So.
I got good news for Bubba though. Penny Miller is headed this way with some sausage balls.
All right, sausage
Penny Miller, won't you walk on by? All right, so so that's sausages. So we got that. By the way, when are the World Games starting?
July 7th through 17th.
Okay,
that's right.
So random.
Well, no, listen, it really isn't. This is what's weird. Penny, the song we sing, is a Lionel Richie song.
That's right.
So when I sang that, it reminded me of Lionel Richie, and Lionel Richie is headlining the Hey, Rick.
Headlining.
Wow. Somebody get me a sausage ball. Headlining the closing ceremonies or one of the ceremonies.
Yes. Closing.
Is it closing?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if it was opening or closing.
One of them.
At the World Games, and by the way, they got a huge lineup for that.
Yeah.
So Lionel is going to be doing a concert, so it reminded me of that concert, which reminded me of the World Games. So see, it wasn't as random as it seemed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, to get there.
Yeah.
And sausage ball had you totally distracted.
It really did.
I understand that.
Sure. It was.
But made him think of Penny, which made him think of Lionel, which made him think of World Games.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I see the path.
Yeah. It all came together.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got a couple of things I am going to mention, but I need to push them a little bit later.
Okay.
So we've done National Donut Day. We've got the tubers set up. I feel I've got that Friday feeling, and I see a lot of heavy out there, and so I know the heavy is not to be ignored. But I don't know if I look. That's what I stood and stared at in the store yesterday.
Nice. So you never would have saw that, Rick, if you hadn't gone.
Did you eat any of them or just stare?
I just stared at them.
Come on, get the cruller.
Yeah, I just stood there and stared at him. I actually had somebody says because I'm trying to do better, but somebody said here's an emailer says staring at donuts. When I was at UAB and not able to eat wheat, I used to go by the bake shop and stare at cookies and cakes, then walk away. It's a version. Gosh, and I can't tell you this. It's a version of the sniff dot.
Right. Yeah.
And now this is what's hilarious. So and this is this is a shout out we need to do that. I'm gonna push it to later. And I've got another one that's gonna be funny. I'll tie to it. So let's not do it right here because I'm trying to let them know when we would do it, and I've kind of given an idea. So Ryan Greenwood, which is going to lead to a shout out coming here in a minute. Big honor for his family. So you remember he would sniff the food.
Test.
Yeah. And he
throw
said
in the trash.
when he was dieting and put it in the trash.
Yeah.
So Sherry
weird but effective.
So Sherry heard the Best of show on Friday.
Okay.
And somebody mentioned it in some bit you were playing.
Okay.
And so, I mean, just as serious as you can be, she goes, I want to ask you something.
Oh, no.
Now, what is the sniff dot? Like that. And I said, what'd you say? Well, I was listening to the show today, and I'd never even heard of this dot. What's the strategy? It's called a sniffler or I said, are you talking about the sniff dot? And she goes, yeah, that's it. I said, baby, that's not a real dot. I said that was Ryan sniffing food
when he couldn't eat food, and he said it would help him to be strong.
It was more like a cry for help.
Right, yeah. And she looked at me. I said, "This is not a real diet."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Instead of eat it, he would sniff it.
He would sniff it
and throw it away.
And then throw it away.
So he wouldn't take the calories, but he would get the pleasure of smelling it and some kind of maybe a little bit of a taste.
And I know some people that have taken it a step further where they'll take a bite out of something, chew it, enjoy the taste, and then spit it in the trash can.
Oh, that's gross.
Wow.
What do you call that diet? The
gross
diet?
The gross diet. Yeah, I'm not willing to do that. But
the sniff diet was not. It was not really socially friendly either because Ryan used to really sniff it hard and close. It was a little disturbing.
Well, what I do is when I'm I have a bad food playoff, and in my world, no disrespect to Donut Day. If I'm going to go off the rails and go over here and have food that's not that great for me, but I just enjoy it, I'm going to go sausage ball today, not donut.
Yeah.
See, sausage ball,
Smart.
yeah, that's just I like it better than donuts.
Well, let me ask you this.
So if I have to pick one or the other, because I don't need to eat both today, I'm going sausage ball.
Can I ask you this? To me, it just seems that I just don't see how a donut can be that bad.
So much air.
It's air.
Yeah.
It's so much air.
really
a sausage ball is heavy and thick and got a lot
you
in
see
it.
where it's got problems.
Yeah, you would see. You go, well, yeah, there's a lot there.
It's not a cloud though.
Yeah.
It's pretty detailed in there. A
I
lot
know.
of stuff going on.
But
it
feels like though.
Yeah, I mean it's like cotton candy.
Yeah,
you
good as gold.
You eat it and it disappears.
Yeah,
You're
good
like,
as
well,
gold.
that couldn't have been bad for me. It just disappeared.
I don't know.
even think I swallowed.
I'd like to see
where'd it
somebody
go?
study cotton candy. I don't know how that hurts us at all. I mean,
Rick, it just disintegrates.
Except the fact that what's disintegrating is all sugar.
Yes, right. Let's start there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
But again,
That's it.
But again, it's got a lot of air in it. You
Right.
know? I mean, how much cotton candy do you need to make like one sugar cube? You know,
I think it's one of those things where people come away for vitamins to absorb better. Sugar absorbs better probably into your blood through cotton candy than anything. We'll be right
that's
back.
why it makes me happy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alabama again dominating this era of college football, taking 5 of 9 possible championships. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Really and so great game last night. Here's Coach Saban right after the ball game. Here we go.
Was that a good game or what? The resiliency of our team to come back in the second half. Tua did a great job, gave us a little spark. Defense picked it up to overcome the adversity of missing a field goal in regular and then go and win the game in overtime. It's a great football game. You got to give Georgia a lot of credit. They really played well in the game. But I'm so proud of our players for the way they come back in the game after the first half we played was not very good.
Yeah, and I love watching football with my wife. I truly do. We have a blast with it. Now she's strictly big games only.
Right.
And so we're sitting there and
Betty didn't even know it was on.
Really, and Sherry said, she goes, Coach Saban he looks miserable all the time. She goes, is he enjoying any of this success? And I said, well, that's probably what makes him successful. He never thinks it's the way it needs to be.
Yeah.
Right.
And she was so happy to hear him say he was happy after the game.
Right.
Because she's like, I just want him to be able to enjoy this little. He looks like he's just fighting the whole time.
You're right.
And I said, because he is.
I think that is his happy place, though, fighting all the time. I think people don't realize that.
You're right.
That is his happy place.
Right.
Yeah.
Is when he's fighting. He's down in the weeds getting after it.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something.
And I think he hates losing more than he loves winning.
Well, right.
that-
It may be. First time he looked a little, because I'm going to tell you what, that move to go to the backup quarterback. I think Dickie Dymire said it best last hour.
Yes, he did.
I totally agree.
And I'm going to tell you what.
Because you easily could have a backup freshman go in and be just a little antsy, and throw a pick or throw a pick six and the game's over. You know, it was amazing.
Well, and I even, because I'm not to the level, Coach Saban is great, and I am not when it comes to coaching football. But I even, as just the typical fan, I thought absolutely the right thing to do, because I'd heard, I didn't know, I'd never seen this young man play, but all my Bama fan friends says he's a very accurate, very good passer.
Right.
And I'd heard all that. I didn't think he should be playing ahead of Hurts. Don't misunderstand me. But I'd heard about. And so he said, we got to be able to throw the ball if we're even going to run the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I thought, well, you did what you needed to do. At times he looked a little freshman-like, but he got you down the field. freshman to freshman, by the way. 11 was a freshman, too, on that first drive.
Well, the whole end of the game seemed like everybody was a freshman.
So Alabama goes down the field and scores. And then there was that side of me, because you want to get back to your safety place. And I was hollering at the TV, all right, now take him out and put Hurts back in. Don't just leave him in there. Right. You know what I mean? There's the spark you needed.
You got the mo back on your side.
And Saban was like, no, I think this is where we need to be the whole – even when he threw the interception, I thought, well, that'll do it.
Yeah, two was out.
Because that's an interception he threw, God love him. That was a freshman dude. I don't know where he was throwing it.
No,
was he trying to throw it out of bounds?
I don't know. The receivers were blocking, and I told JC, was that his attempt to throw it away, and he just didn't
That's
get it
what
high
I thought
enough?
at one time.
I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, he made and for him to get sacked in overtime, when he got sacked in overtime, I thought, okay, there it is. We have a sports czar again. Adler has done it again with the exact score, 23-20, Georgia. And that dang son of a gun goes in there playing high school ball last year and lines up, looks off the safety as beautiful as you've ever looked off the safety. Of course, otherwise Georgia in cover 2. But I mean, he looks that safety off as smooth. He looked it off like he'd been playing in a big time game. This is like his 10th big time game. How it looked.
Right.
He looked that safety off so smooth and threw that pass like he was trying to throw it in a barrel. Mm-hmm. I mean, for 6 to another freshman.
Right.
And, keep in mind, too, Alabama doesn't have, Cotton's not playing their great guard. They got a guy having to fill in there. You get your tackle hurt, you got to bring in a freshman to fill in for him. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I mean, there was all kinds of things in that game. It was an uphill climb because you get to this point of the season and both teams are banged up and they got people, whatever. But
well, you just, Rick, but, on that one play, I mean – playing defense, whether you've played it in the yard or whether you played it in NFL, you can't let a guy run by you like that. That can't happen.
Well, he's supposed to have the safety over the top.
Yeah.
And the safety balked when a freshman looked you off. He looked him off. You realize he didn't go back to the left till the very last minute.
Right.
I know. When you see that camera angle behind him, you realize how good he sold that.
Yeah.
So he knows where his guy's going to be. But
so the cornerback is really saying, I'm good because we're in cover 2, but cover 2 falls flat if the safety leaves.
Yeah.
But the safety cannot let a guy get loose.
No.
I mean, the middle is his second coverage. You cannot let that guy run.
I don't
Rick,
over
he ran by that cornerback like he was sitting still.
Freshman, by the way.
Oh, I know. Sure.
Well,
but like Rick's saying, that cornerback's letting him run by because he thinks he's got a safety over the.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we are back, and we're thankful that you are with us. The real Greg Burgess. I don't even have to ask, Greg. I know you slept well last night, buddy.
That's right.
HelixSleep.com.
Like a baby.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They're continuing. It started on Monday and over the past weekend, the Memorial Day bed sale, still rolling. One way, always, because we want to be productive. I got to be productive. And if you don't get a good night's sleep, well, hey, that's an uphill climb. And a lot of the problem may surround the mattress. You may be sleeping on some kind of keeb. So why don't you go to helix.com/Bubba right now, and they're going to ask you some questions. And let me tell you what we're going to save you right now with the Memorial Day sale. Check this number out, Bubba. How about $350 off?
Watch out.
$350.
Hey, now look, that's some pocket money.
That's
a pretty good
buddy.
bite right there.
Yep.
So $350 off your new mattress. So don't put this off any longer. You want to go right now during this sale. It'll be the best mattress that you're going to find. It's affordable, and it's going to be designed the way you like to sleep. Not the way maybe even people prefer that you sleep, but the way you sleep. They're going to ask you some questions. Do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach? And hey, they're not going to preach to you. Well, you need to be trying to sleep on your back. No, hey, just the way you sleep. We'll make the mattress the way you want it. And you like medium? You want firm? You want soft? Then they send it right to the door.
Your choice.
And Greg, were you a little shocked by the box when it gets to the door?
Yeah, you say no way a king size mattress is in that box.
And then what'd you do? Just open it and set it up?
And let's go.
Yeah.
And then let's go. 100 nights you get to sleep
just
on.
fills up with air.
Yeah. If you don't like it after 100 nights, full refund. It takes about 2 minutes online to get the information so they can customize it for you. If Greg was willing to go through it, you certainly can. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Let's save you $350. Y'all ready? HelixSleep.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. A quick look at what's going on in America. Bubba, we go to one of our states that believes that we all should have access to illegal drugs.
Oh, yeah. Oregon has had a new program that they have rolled out. They're very proud of. They were going to decriminalize a lot of the drugs.
Yep.
It was a pioneering program. And sadly, Rick, people who are running it are saying it's not going as they planned.
Well,
there's a shocker.
There's a shocker.
Under the plan that was rolled out in 2021, a person found with personal amounts of heroin, cocaine, meth, and other drugs receive a mere citation like a traffic ticket with a maximum fine of $100, which will be waived if they will call a health assessment hotline. Yet, of the 1,885 people who received tickets for personal possession in the first year, only 91 of those people called the hotline. The experiment was given $300 million to use. They have only spent $40 million of it, and critics of the program saying they squandered that. Now, get this. Drug use in Oregon, where this program is being used, is up over 700%.
Say that number again.
700%. Yeah. This is overdoses and other problems they've had with the program. You've just squandered millions of dollars, haven't even used the money that's actually for the program, and none of the addicts are actually taking advantage of the health programs you tried to tie to this. So once again, it's a total failure.
Yep.
Total failure. And it's so bad that even the people running it are going, we've made some mistakes.
So let's go back to the intention, and then let's go back to the result. What was the unicorn world that they thought was going to come from this?
Well, I think at the heart of it is they want to try to keep less people out of prison. So they decriminalize a lot of these things that they consider minor for people going in, having personal amounts of drugs and all this kind of stuff. And we're still going to cite you for it, but if you will just call a health hotline where they're going to check on you and be sure you're not ODing, we'll waive that. It was a way to kind of bring casual drug use into the mainstream, Rick.
Okay.
And encourage that, apparently. But didn't quite work.
Wait a minute. Oh, no.
Wait just a doggone minute. Are you trying to tell me that if I decriminalize drugs and offer a helpline that the drug addicts just use more drugs?
That's kind of what we're saying.
How'd that happen?
So,
working good for you, Oregon.
I mean, but back to confused American. How could you really dream another result?
Rick, according to the nonprofit operator, get this name, Lines for Life.
Lines for Life.
Yes. They admit the scheme they have underestimated
there you go.
how this program would work. So they're even having problems handing out the money, spending it in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, what would it go to? Because I'll tell you what. What
are you going to do? Print T-shirts?
Listen, I don't know who needs. I tell you who doesn't need any more budget is the help hotline bunch.
Yeah,
because
they're sitting around 91 calls. 91 calls.
They just sitting around with nothing to do.
Out of we'll round it off. Say 2,000 citations, and they've had 91 calls.
Yeah, because really,
that's good.
In the real world, people who are addicted to drugs, and if you have any extended family or extended friend base or involved in even your local church, you realize that drug abuse is unfortunately. Have you ever dealt with drug addicts? They have a real tough time shaking it, and usually, if you tell them we just lowered the fees to practically nothing,
we're giving you a green light to be an addict,
right? the addict simply says, so my drugs are now easier to get and people aren't as upset about me having them. Well, that ought to work because the craving and the addiction of the drugs is driving it. They're not thinking clearly. There's no, oh, wow, I guess I could call the helpline, and that way I don't have to pay anything. But if you call the helpline, guess what the helpline's going to start saying? You need to get off these drugs. And, if
it's any kind of decent helpline.
Right. I don't know if you've ever dealt with a drug addict. They rarely call anybody to give you an update on how the drugs are affecting them.
Yeah, and you usually don't like to be told you need to get rid of it.
No,
that's why they get away from their family.
They want the easiest path to get the drug they're addicted to.
Right.
That is killing them.
Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Period. And so what you try to do is and until they're done with it, there's nothing you really can do about it. All this has done is said, oh, so getting my drugs now is not as twisted and dark as what I had to do before because you made that easier, and I just appreciate that. Now my crack house maybe has a nicer sofa. I mean, it's not. I mean,
they're piling up on the street,
right? Yeah,
they're really not concerned about their surroundings.
Right?
They don't usually worry about gardening and things.
This is the most grotesque misunderstanding of drug addicts I've ever seen. The drug addict or the alcoholic. The drive that they have, and of course, alcohol is just another drug, so I could really just say drug addicts and still include alcohol. The drive for them to get it is all that rules their life. Unfortunately, it's a sad, sad thing because they're addicted to it.
That's kind of the definition of addiction.
Right. The way you feel about donuts today and these sausage balls is the way the drug addict feels about the drugs.
Yep.
And
sadly.
Yeah, and they're going to do whatever they got to do to get it. And all this has done is made that easier. If you want to understand addiction, just think about things in your life that you have a hard time shaking that aren't good for you. It's the same thing.
The only thing stranger,
well, except maybe even stronger
and sadder, I think, than the actual addiction of the addicts is the people who keep putting these programs on thinking they're a good idea.
Yeah. Well, it's just what a squandering of the people's money. I mean, what?
And we got so much to squander, Rick.
Here's the thing, and rightfully so. How about this? I'm going to say rightfully so. If you are a member of a local church, okay, and the church took your tithe and they were being this irresponsible with it, you'd lose your mind, and rightfully so.
Right.
Why don't we have the same feeling about our tax dollars being done that way? Because it was still our money that was taken supposedly to provide the things that we all need and to help people. And then you look and it's squandered. I mean,
we were just told.
And then we're going to hear her crying that there's not enough money.
Yeah, well, we were just told we don't have money to put guards in schools and harden those targets
there you
up.
Go.
So
there's an example right there.
But I feel like we're getting a great return on this investment.
Yeah, maybe how much is left? They spent $40 million. They had $300 million.
Oh, yeah, they got $260 million left.
$260 million left. What about there? There's some guards, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get you a guard or two.
I mean, it'd be money better spent.
Speaking of guarding the schools, we had the presidential address last night. You want to hear a little bit of that?
I guess. Are the sausage balls here yet? It's
anxiously watching for the sausage balls
because I know this is going to upset me next. I think I'm just going to be all right. I'm not going to let this drag me in.
But it's donut day, shouldn't we be getting donuts?
Yeah,
too?
You're right. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
And he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't.
That's why his hands were in the air when he caught it. He's like, "What?"
Matter of fact, we can all say this because we're not out there, but there is a mentality that everybody knows. Okay, at this point after the big sack, the only way we lose right now is to let somebody get behind us.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask this too? Because the freshman thing, number 6, did he play a lot throughout the year?
I don't know.
And here's the reason I ask: is this one of those things too? The reason this happened is because them two were partnered up every single day at practice, and they knew how to do this.
You talking about he works with that same quarterback?
Right.
Possible.
I mean, I don't know.
I want you to think about it. I want to really get in your mind now. You're a true freshman. Now, he really was. Now, the kid for Georgia's played 15 games.
Yes.
But this kid has not played in a meaningful situation yet. He's gotten sacked and just gets up and does that?
Yeah,
unreal.
Like nothing.
Rick and Bubba.
I didn't hear that.
I had a question. Do you ever figure out what number 48's problem was last night on our on our team, Alabama? I mean,
he wasn't happy.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I think
I mean,
he's going to be in a lot of trouble when Saban goes back and watches the broadcast because, in the heat of the battle, obviously Saban wasn't getting all the information. But, he punches the guy on the field, and the way they didn't catch that really, I didn't see what that was tied to. I just saw the punch. And then he goes over on the sideline when everybody's getting on him about doing something bonehead, and then he gets to want to fight one of the assistant coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he got back in the game. I believe he made a tackle on one of the kickoffs.
He did. The next
yeah,
time
and he was grinning from ear to ear, and I was just.
Well,
if you guys had any idea what in the world he had done.
Well, if you're going to punch somebody on a football field, you need to be in a pile to do it. That was pretty stupid.
And plus, if you're wearing a helmet and pads, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's right.
You're going to get a penalty, and don't forget it's legal to hit people.
Yeah, you can go back the next play and decleat them.
Yeah, it used to drive our dad up the wall why anyone would fight with football pads on. It just in a game that allows contact. It just was weird. But the thing he's going to get in trouble about that was bonehead on the field is he got on the sideline, and when everybody started trying to get on him about it, he didn't want to hear it, and it escalated, and he got madder and madder, and then he ended up trying to fight on the sideline. Now he's gonna have a meeting at Saban's office over that, and we'll see where it lands.
He was huffing and puffing and walking. Finally, I think he just walked back to the back and sat down, and then somebody was trying to calm him down. He was still fussing.
Because Saban got on him right at the beginning of all that.
Yeah, and then Saban walked away, and then he didn't know what happened after he left, involving the assistant and some of the other players.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that little melee that almost broke out.
Does anybody know what happened to the Alabama player that passed out on the sideline?
Yeah, what was that deal?
Greg was trying to find out earlier.
They just said it's that he's okay, and it was not football related. That's all.
So he's sick. Maybe he was sick or something. Maybe
he had the flu
that's
and
going
got
around.
dehydrated.
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you, the flu's just we got one at home with it, and we're all on Tamiflu. So if I start hallucinating, everybody be ready. Let's go to John Ozark. John, go right ahead. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. How about y'all?
Great.
I wanted to comment on number 6, Devonta Smith, or Devonta, whichever. He actually made the game-winning catch against Mississippi State in the final seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So see,
thanks for that memory.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here looking at his stats, and he's had like one catch a game, and they've all been for massive yards.
Okay, and so
he's a speedster. He can fly.
Well, I think Greg was talking about it in the break too, and I think a lot of people. I think you realize though, if we want to get real here, and there's no doubt it's still impressive when freshmen make plays. And here's Alabama playing 3 freshman receivers, and they put freshmen in the game in the national championship game, bringing a freshman in to play tackle, and then Georgia has freshmen at quarterback and freshmen all over the field. I think you got to understand we're living in a different time. Coaches don't look at freshmen the way they once did because they're not going to keep them very long. Yeah. A lot of times, freshmen used to have to wait to get on the field because some guy played 4 years. Now guys playing 2 years. And he's gone, and they know these freshmen, if they're as good as their build, they're not going to be there very long. So there's really no need to waste playing time because you're not going to have them for 4 years. Right. I think it's a different mentality with freshmen now.
Rick, do you remember when we were growing up, you could not play on the varsity team when you were a freshman? They had a freshman team.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they played about 4 games a year, maybe 5.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's
Hams is too young. He doesn't ever remember that.
And
we just hadn't have enough kids. Everybody had to play.
Do you remember
some of the smaller schools? You just don't.
No, he's talking about college.
I'm talking about college.
College.
Okay.
Yeah, freshman.
I'm
we're
sorry.
talking college. It used to be freshman college teams.
Yeah.
And they'd play each other.
Well, he said when we used to play, and I thought we were talking about when we all used to play. I didn't realize you were talking about college.
Yeah. When we were
Same here.
When we were kids.
When we were kids, they had the freshmen weren't allowed to play.
And like the off week of your team, they would actually broadcast the freshman team.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. All right, so let's jump into it. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of wicked, evil people that are bent on shooting up different places, killing people. Now, we probably should talk about all of it, not just select examples of this. Like I say, the numbers out of Chicago with handguns over Memorial Day weekend, I think it was over 50 people shot, 9 people killed. And that's a pretty run-of-the-mill weekend in Chicago. Can't quite get the administration to talk about that, but that's all right. The focus is, of course, what they keep calling assault rifles, which, of course,
Bubba, you keep correcting that really isn't an accurate description of this. AR does not stand for assault rifle, but anyway, we have the president now. Look, we're all going to get now. You're going to hear this is where you got to really pay attention. We tried to level head talk about this yesterday, and that is that this constitutional right and why we are given the right to bear arms. Which you're going to hear the politicians are getting more emboldened to say, well, you can have your, and we'll give you an example of that today. Also, remember the great quote from Dallas Willard, and this is after watching highlights of The View. Your feelings and emotions are great servants, but they are disastrous masters.
Yep.
Okay, and everybody I'd write that down, and I'd hang on to it and learn that about the human nature. Feelings are
Put
great.
it on a donut and eat it.
Hey, feelings are great servants.
Yes.
But they're disastrous masters. So here we go. The president's going to start out. He's going to call for Congress to reinstate a ban on assault-style weapons, and we'll try to hear this here in his own words. Here we go.
How much more carnage are we willing to accept? How many more innocent American lives must be taken before we say enough, enough? I know that we can't prevent every tragedy, but here's what I believe we have to do. Here's what the overwhelming majority of American people believe we must do. Here's what the families in Buffalo and Uvalde in Texas told us we must do. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And if we can't ban assault weapons, then we should raise the age to purchase them from 18 to 21. Strengthen background checks. Enact safe storage law and red flag laws. Repeal the immunity that protects gun manufacturers from liability. Address the mental health crisis, deepening the trauma of gun violence and as a consequence of that violence. These are rational, common sense measures.
Not all of them.
Yeah, no, that's so that's kind of you kind of see the way it's going to go. Now we're going to flashback.
Look, can I just point out one thing too to this? And we all want something done. We have said all along, comprehensive. Let's look at the whole picture, and we'll talk about all this too. But here's the problem. You heard him say they want to revoke the protection for the gun manufacturers. So how does that play out? The gun manufacturers are covered up with lawsuits. They're all put out of business, which is what they would like. But then here's the problem. Where do we buy guns for our law enforcement? Where do we buy guns for our military? Do we have to go to China? Do we have to go to Germany to get those?
Right.
I mean, do you see how crazy that is?
Back to the Dallas Willard quote.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's okay to care, and it's okay to be upset, and it's okay to be distraught by the fact that we live in a society that does this. But be real careful about letting that be the master that makes the decisions. It can't be.
We've just been through this with supply chain stuff with chips. Remember all the cars that we couldn't get on the road because we didn't have chips for them? And guess what that caused prices to go up? Everything they do is the wrong choice when it comes to the economy. It's amazing. You think just by dumb luck they'd get one right every now and then.
Spin a wheel of it or something.
Yeah, something.
And
but the same thing. So now we want to take out of our country the ability to manufacture these weapons, which is what would happen if you revoke that. And now we'll have to go overseas to have the very guns for police officers and military. That is so wise. That's genius. That is genius.
Yeah, let them control it. The red flag thing sounds good on paper, and we all agree the obvious red flags, but who gets to decide what's a red flag?
And
that's the problem.
That's the problem.
And you know where that'll hit.
Oh,
because if let's just say the ladies on The View are in charge, any of us who are Christians, we're red flag.
That's my point.
By the way,
that's it.
And see that shows that's why we won't budge on some of this, because you have idiots that won't use common sense on your side. You're calling for common sense stuff. You're the one that's got the people that won't do common sense.
Now a flashback to 2019. Listen to what Joe Biden says when he's asked this question by Anderson Cooper. Listen to this.
To gun owners out there who say, well, a Biden administration means they're going to come for my guns.
Bingo.
I mean, that's not a sidestep. Now he might have just screamed bingo, thinking that he was actually playing bingo, but we
don't really know.
You're right.
He really think he won something.
Yeah.
What do I win?
Yeah.
But
he followed it up with bingo. If you own an assault weapon or something, he went on a little bit further than that.
Yeah,
but
meaning they'll come for them.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's when things are really going to go bad. We cannot play this clip, the audio, but I want you to know who it is because this is important. All this is important. Rhode Island Democrat Representative David, I don't know how to say his name, Celine or something. Anyway, he says to you and me, American citizens who live in a constitutional republic that features the Second Amendment, he says, spare me the BS, but he says the word about constitutional rights.
Yep.
Now, listen, you need to underline that 3 times. He's saying, when you say, well, now, wait a minute, the Constitution, he says, you can spare me all the BS about this Constitution and your constitutional rights. This is a person serving the state of Rhode Island, okay? And that's somebody that is in the government that wants you to know, because he's mad. Back to he should listen to Dallas Willard. He's angry and he's mad. And, of course, I wish we could get him upset about the other forms of carnage we have in our country, and let's have a real comprehensive conversation. Not going to happen. But he's telling you he don't want to hear you talk about what rights the Constitution gives you. And this is the way they always work. They love to have all this tragedy and scare you and all this and say, for the good of the children in schools, we've got to give up certain rights. And you better be careful with that.
It is funny to me that someone sitting in Congress, by the way, a decade ago, no one could have made it to Congress saying this.
No.
Even the most liberal members. The very document that even gives him authority to be there, he's saying BS to. Is that not hilarious? On some kind of comedic level?
It's unbelievable. But that's why you got to have a level head and clarity of thought and be listening, because what they're doing is not subtle, and it's really not even that difficult to catch on to. But you got to be paying attention because, you get upset. We all do.
We got a clip from Jim Jordan coming back that addresses some of that.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The response is coming in, and Bubba, I mean, this is common sense stuff. I mean, when we were approached by real estate agents, itrust.com, and said, hey, do you want us to, we got a network we'll put together, we'll vet out real estate agents in all the different markets where you guys are on, and that way you guys, if somebody, is trying to sell their home or buy a home in one of your markets, no matter where that may be, we will have the real estate agents that they can trust. Isn't that just kind of common sense for you to go, well, I'm so glad this service is available. This really helps.
Everybody wants a heads up.
Yeah. Anytime you're calling to figure something out, isn't it a great feeling when you actually get somebody on the phone that's kind of in the know? And somebody says, look, let me tell you right now what you need to do right here. Let me tell you who you need to talk to. That's exactly what this is. It's really, and the
it's better than a blind guess, Rick.
It really is. You do not want to spin the wheel of real estate agents. Trust me on that one. So go to realestateagentsitrust.com. No part-time people will be there. I got my real estate license, but I got 2 other jobs. I've got 3 different business cards. None of that. You'll be dealing with pros that do this full-time, and they also are the best in their field, in their markets. They're part of the audience. They share the values that we do here. It's the kind of people that we would suggest for you in whatever market you may be. And I think we have them in just about every market. So if you'd like to find out more, here's what we'll do. Go to realestateagentsitrust.com, get some basic info to us, and then our team's going to contact you and make the introduction to our preferred agent in your town. Here it is again. So doesn't this make you feel better already? realestateagentsitrust.com.
Baby, whatever. I remember they used to refer to him as the baby this or the baby that.
Yeah, something like that. I remember that. So, and then remember Notre Dame used to have a rule that freshmen could never play. They still have that? But you couldn't
redshirt them.
Oh, that was it. It's different. You couldn't redshirt them. You couldn't redshirt a freshman. That's right. I knew they had some freshmen.
Yeah, whether play or not, you couldn't be redshirt.
Is that still the?
I don't know. Surely they've changed that.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Austin and Prattville. Austin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
Hey, I was just wondering, how come Alabama and Georgia even played in this so-called national championship game? I thought UCF already won it.
You're right. Well, look, UCF, they can definitely have fun. With the undefeated season, it's great. But they did a great job, and they deserve all their props. And they were a legitimately good team, and they proved that to some degree against Auburn in the Peach Bowl. But the body of work, and there's nothing they can do about it. They got to play the schedule they've been given. But they didn't even play a team that was in the top 20 until their conference championship, and that team was number 20, and that was Memphis. Now, so when they got to the Peach Bowl, they had one win over a top 20 team, and it was the number 20 team. And Memphis was pretty good.
Hey, they lined up and beat Auburn.
But they beat Auburn straight up.
I give you props for that.
But Auburn also had lost 2 games. So, I mean, it's not like they didn't line up and beat Georgia or Alabama.
And while the Auburn win was impressive, come back the next week and play the Alabamas, the LSUs, the Mississippi States, the Texas A&Ms. It's a little different. It's a little different deal. Because a lot of your good players are not there because they're hurt.
Yeah, and
wore down.
And I've noticed, because I've been through all this, where teams somehow don't get to do something they think they should have gotten to do.
Right.
They just declare that they would have won those games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, well, we would have rolled through the SEC. Well, that's easy to say if you don't have to.
Yeah.
Now, this year, was probably, if you were ever going to try to get through the SEC, this was the year to do it until you ran into, Georgia and Alabama. But it's
or maybe try this one, Rick. Play Georgia twice.
Right, yeah, and that's and Auburn showed that was tough. And if you
what a schedule, all of them, man. It's just a grinder in the SEC.
I really keep saying this for Alabama. It's such a weird place. I think Auburn was very beneficial to Alabama because you're sitting there watching this Georgia game. First of all, Alabama still got to go to the national championship because of their body of work and the way that Auburn and Georgia played out, which I don't have a problem with that. I think they should have gone, but then. They also, in this game, the game started looking just like the Iron Bowl, and with Jalen Hurts, almost identical. And Saban said, "I've already seen how this turns out, and it ain't gonna happen again."
Mm-hmm. Well, what you're saying too is, what if these two teams had played in the SEC championship game? Would it have been the same? Where was Alabama? Where were they injury wise?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah. And but I mean, if you look at the body of work though too, because I know
you got to be good and lucky.
I know how this gets on rivalries. Alabama beat LSU, Auburn didn't. Alabama beat Clemson, Auburn didn't.
Right.
So you got to factor all that in. If you're gonna tell the story, you got to tell the whole story.
Yeah, absolutely.
866 We Be Big. So it's not like they were just kind of falling into it, with no resume that had anything on it.
No, I'm just saying it felt good for them because I think that week off helped them to get some
I'm talking
players
to
back.
some of the other things I've gotten in email and stuff like that where somehow. You
Oh
know,
no!
you got to tell the whole story.
Guys, Auburn does. They can't stand this. And why would you like it?
No,
okay?
you shouldn't.
You
It's
shouldn't
not
like
a rival
it.
if you like it.
But hey, some of you just hush. Let them have. I mean,
Let me tell you
sound
something.
silly at some point when you bring these kind of things.
Let me
up.
tell you something. I laughed my head off, and I forgot who put it out. And was it one of y'all that sent it to me yesterday? When there was an Auburn fan, and it would apply to any in-state rival.
Yeah.
But it was hilarious. It said, saying you're pulling for Alabama because they're in the state of Alabama is like saying you're pulling for the devil because he's in the Bible too.
Yes.
I said, now that's a rival. Now
that's funny.
That's honest.
That's funny.
That's an honest statement. Was that you, Adler, that said that? Were you Auburn? I don't.
Said it's great to be an Auburn Tiger.
You run. How about this? Auburn won the Iron Bowl. That's a fact too.
You state champ.
You know what I mean? That's a fact.
Yeah. Couldn't get by UCF.
Yeah, right. Now
I didn't know Adler.
If you'd have waxed UCF, that probably would have. And that would have been great. Sleepwalking in that one was not good.
Could have made a better argument about being there.
Really could. Yeah.
Gus needed another bowl win. The one over Memphis is the only one he's got on the shelf. He needs another.
We'll be back. We'll take more of your phone calls coming up. Alabama, the national champion again. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. And we are thrilled that you've decided to be with us. Things that you need to know coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Mike Pereira, he'll be with us this weekend, our new buddy. And he said, when will I be called an old friend? And we said, after we actually have a meal together. So enjoy that conversation this weekend about the USFL and just about officiating in general and how we can make the game better all the way around, no matter what league.
And a suggested rule change we gave.
Yeah, Bubba gives a suggested rule change. Mike Pereira told Bubba to quit while he was ahead.
He kind of liked it, didn't he?
He did. And they may call it the Rick and Bubba rule because we asked for a shout-out. So, Bubba, we talked last hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here this hour. We talked last hour. This is the grab ground by the left. The end of time has come again, and no one is excited about people being killed in cold blood by whatever they're killed by, whether that be guns, whether that be a bomb, whether that be a knife, whether that be a vehicle, whether that would be maybe while they're a few weeks from being born. Whatever the case may be, this is something that we as human beings should be concerned about. But unfortunately, these things get politicized, and there's a grabbing of ground by those that love tyrannical governments and by the way, foolishly believe the government is the answer. So Biden gave a speech. We played some of that, and you said, Bubba, we have Jim Jordan coming up.
Jim Jordan was speaking, and it was actually yesterday before the speech last night, but he lays out some pretty good points on this too.
All right, so here's Jim Jordan in response.
And the worst of it is, this bill would not address the tragedies we have seen unfold around the country in the last couple weeks. Would not stop the terrible events that we saw. Wouldn't harden schools. In fact, the spokesperson for the president just said last week, hardening schools is not something President Biden wants to happen. Not something he believes in. I find that astonishing, but that's what she said. This bill would not stop the terrible events. It wouldn't harden schools, but it will sure take away the rights of the American people who follow the law. That's what this is all about. And it's just so wrong. But it is part of the pattern we have seen. And again, as Mr. Bishop pointed out a few minutes ago, this is the Judiciary Committee. You would think there would be the proper respect for the Constitution and for decisions reached by our circuit courts. Nope. We are so focused on taking away people's liberty. It's frightening to me when you put it all in context and you think about what the Democrats are trying to do to First Amendment liberties, now to Second Amendment liberties. This is what frightens the American people, and that's why we should vote this bill down, and we should come together as a bipartisan in a bipartisan way to figure out what we can do to help make schools safe, make sure that people are properly trained there, make sure the facility is the way it needs to be. We're all for that, but we're not for taking away this. We're not for taking away Second Amendment liberties, not for ending the Second Amendment like they want to do.
So there you go. And to give you an example of what he's talking about, Peter Ducey is going to talk to Corinne Jean-Pierre about gun control, and he's going to try to bring up what we were talking about things like Chicago, which you can't ever get them to talk about. And you'll watch this interaction, which is really what Jordan is referencing. So here it is.
But, okay, you got Chicago, for example. They already have plenty of very strict gun laws, some of the strictest in the country. 47 people shot there over the Memorial Day weekend. 9 of them died. So which law would have prevented any of that?
All right, well...
Do we think that all these people in Chicago who are shooting each other are legally buying their guns?
So here's a couple of examples for you. I was just talking about the red flags law.
Yeah, she didn't even answer the question.
No, she rambles on.
She rambles on back to red flag again. But that is the question. It's what we keep saying. And by the way, after Ducey asked this question, the number actually went up to 51. Yeah. There were actually 51 people shot at the time. They didn't have all the numbers in. At 47 is what we thought the number was for Memorial Day. It actually went up to 51. And then the 9 dead has, unfortunately, that is confirmed. But
we had an
she didn't answer the
emailer.
question.
No, she didn't. We had an emailer yesterday. I had mentioned and answered in an email about Chicago as an example of restrictive gun laws, and they came back and said, well, I've called up here and I've asked, and I don't understand how they're restrictive. And I went to a website, and it's actually a liberal website where they're preaching, look at what happens in the states where they don't have a lot of restrictions. And they still ranked Illinois in the top, I think it was the top 15 for as restrictive laws. But it's the one that has all these murders.
Right.
And all the shootings every weekend.
Right.
Every weekend there's a massacre in Chicago.
Right.
Coming up. We're going to have it this weekend.
Right.
So why is that happening? If you pass 21-year-olds can only buy guns, which I'm saying that, look, we can talk about that, okay? If you say red flag laws, high-capacity clips, third-party ghost buys, does that stop any of that? Does the ghost buys? Maybe. I don't know. And, that's a problem we probably need to look at. But the thing is, if you ever – and this is why people are unwilling to negotiate on it.
Right.
Because if you ever talk about those things and say, okay, we'll put these on the table and look at it, then you have the bunch that wants to completely ban it. Go, okay, now we got momentum. Here we go. We're just going to destroy this, take the right away. And again, guns is part of the problem. It is just part of it. And until you address the heart of civilization and our country right now, you're not going to solve any of this, because they'll just move from guns to pressure cookers or fertilizer or whatever they need to do to be violent. We've got to get rid of that violent part of it, and then all of it together can work. But just isolating this will not work.
Right. It really what the Democrats are talking about right now, and I think Jim Jordan and we agree, there's an agenda there that I don't think is exaggerated. But what they're talking about and what Bubba's talking about, of all the things this country is doing and what we've done as a society and the things we're embracing, perpetuating, celebrating, it would be like you going out and say, Rick, the pasture's on fire. And I'll walk out there and I start stomping on it, but over here, Bubba's pouring gasoline on it while I stomp. I mean, it's...
Well, at least maybe kerosene, because the gasoline would blow me up too. But,
you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Any fuel for the fire.
Yes.
You're over there throwing fuel in the fire while I stomp it with my foot. Now, which one do you think is going to win that? My stomping is not going to get it done. And we had a listener, and he's 100% right. He said, I know you guys were speaking quickly. He said, talking about the representative that told us not to give us the BS. He said the word about our constitutional rights. He said the Constitution doesn't give us our rights, and he's right about that. He said, I know y'all were talking on the fly.
Right. We have the rights, yeah.
He said that's God-given, as our founding fathers said. The Constitution protects the rights. And
limits the government.
Yeah, and it's intended to protect you and me from the government. Right. So when the government says take away the protection that the Constitution gives you from me, we should always be suspect. Mm-hmm. I mean, always be suspect. Hey, we want you to take away the protection that the Constitution gives you from us. We're the ones that want – you're being protected from us, and we're asking you to remove your protection from us.
No thank you.
Pass. That's a hard pass.
Hard pass.
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
Inflation. The show. Just to make sure, because of the way these tickets are now, just to make sure that there wasn't any confusion and he was good to go and understood everything. And that's when he let me know that he couldn't get away, and he made a good deal with a friend of his that could go, but his friend was set up and ready for the day.
Yeah, I want to know what his definition is.
See, I just want to play this promotion out and see if it was worth doing. Was it good? What did everybody? Are they happy?
I'm sure his
about
friend had a blast.
Because right before kickoff, those tickets were still sitting there at a pretty good price.
Yes, they were.
About $3,000.
I know
$9.
I know 9 other people probably interested too.
Right. So, but we looked at the giveaway that way based on the value of the tickets. We were going to send you to that game, or are you about to make, several $1,000s?
Either way, it's a win for
you.
Either
way, it's a great prize to win.
Win-win.
Yeah. And so we'll try to find him today, but we do know that he did not go, and he did sell him.
Ricky,
do
you want to talk to him, or just
if you can find him? Yeah,
Ricky,
I'm
give
texting
us
with
a
him
call.
Now. Tell him to call us, or you can call him if you want to. Let's go to Justin
Ricky.
in South Carolina. Justin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, Green Acres, guys.
Glad you're working. And a road tide to you.
Hey, yeah, I was going to say you guys might have touched on this, but Bo Scarborough screaming out, F Trump. What was that all about?
Greg had to inform me about that. I did not know about that. I saw your call on the board, and Greg said they've addressed it, and that Scarborough is trying to claim he was saying F Georgia. But
Rick Trump and Georgia sound a lot
alike. They clearly sound the same.
So does he?
Yeah, I mean, that's a common
Greg seems to think that Scarborough is not telling the truth. He absolutely said F Trump, right?
One of two things is happening. He either doesn't like Trump, or he was saying this like, get him off the field, let's play ball. Like that kind of mentality.
Well,
one of the two.
Well, was I think before the game, or I didn't see the
Yeah, they were
clip.
coming out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Walking out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And he didn't know there was a microphone.
So I didn't see it either. But
Shocking.
But I think I can answer your motivation. If you were saying, let's get on with the game, I think that would be just my answer.
Right.
The fact that I'm trying to say I was saying Georgia means I probably meant the other.
Probably. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he could have explained it like I did just then.
He could have.
Yeah.
And people would have said, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's just a guy fired ready
He
to
won't play. Get him off the field.
I got to tell you.
He really is just saying F the president. You know what I mean? Get him off the field.
I got to tell you.
But
there's absolutely.
I tell you what Scarborough should have worried about is maybe that freshman taking his job.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah.
22 was running hard.
We've got these.
Like somebody let a horse loose.
Yeah. We've got
They've been right in the pasture.
They've been stung by a bee.
I'm telling you.
we played the censored version in the kickoff hour, but
yeah, and let's stick with that.
I just listened to the uncensored version.
Oh, you did? Okay.
And there's no way he said Georgia.
Okay, so
I mean,
now he's a liar too.
I'm listening to. I mean, you can clearly.
So
hear
you
what
heard
he
it
said.
clear as a bell.
Now the edited version here with the big
Yeah, you can't tell nothing.
with the big bleep in it. You can't really tell, but.
A couple times. Is that you playing it over and over again?
That's me.
One time. Okay.
Yeah.
I hear nothing resembles Georgia.
I hear nothing with two syllables.
Georgia's even more difficult to say after that.
Yeah,
You know
let's
what I mean?
come up with something that rhymes with Trump.
Yeah, Trump really flows quite well with it, but I mean Georgia really doesn't. You know
I
what I mean?
said jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's come up with that.
Tired of this jump.
No, I said
The Georgia was talking.
let's jump on them. That's what I said.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, if he's coming out of the tunnel going, hey, let's get this thing going. President's holding everything up. Blank Trump. Let's go. That would be one thing.
Or just do what Helmsy did. Hey guys, I was ready to play.
Yeah,
I knew
that's
all
what
this
I'm saying.
all this pregame stuff had us all antsy, ready to go. And somebody said we can't go out there yet. Trump's on the field, and I just screamed out, "F Trump, let's play."
Yeah.
Not right, but that would make sense. I do too.
That's probably what happened.
But
I don't know.
No,
Probably not.
Probably not.
Well, we also have seen
don't
that.
know.
We've also seen that pretty loud and clear.
Sure. Seen signs.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, there was somebody told me there was supposed to be some sort of Trump protest.
Oh yeah,
They were
going to dress
outside.
in white and
We just
wave
didn't know Bo
flags.
Scarborough was part of
Well,
it.
he was dressed in white. They didn't know why.
You're right, Rick.
But
There's one group took a knee.
Bo was
outside.
leading it.
it is funny to watch because you would think the typical Alabama fan. I'm not meaning everybody. I'm talking about the typical.
Yeah.
Is probably a huge Trump fan, huge, and they're cheering for probably a team that's probably highest percentage of them hate Trump.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's but once that uniform's on,
Braden
all
came
that
in
goes
last
out.
night and he goes, I can't believe there's not any boos. I said, buddy, this is SEC country.
Mhm.
Trump knew what he was doing
There
when
were
he walked in the stadium.
There were some mixed in, but it just turned into noise. Really,
Yeah.
you couldn't hear a defined boo.
It was, Bubba, you kind of touched on this. I thought it was unprecedented for a president just walking on the field during the
I thought it was pretty cool.
I thought it
All right, let's get to the phones. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Here we go. The lines are available for you, and there's room for you to get in. So, and if you move right now, you'll make it. 866 We Be Big. We'll go through them 30 seconds a pop. Get a lot of them in. I want you to listen to the outrageous statement from Sonny on The View. Remember the Dallas Willard quote again all day long. Remember that when you hear all this radical emotion. Who would have thought giving a bunch of women their own TV show and put them on and get a hot mic and get them mad that they would just start shouting all kinds of things. But anyway, this is outrageous. Here's what I say, just being, I believe that Sonny should be able to say what she's about to say, okay? It's irresponsible. But here's the problem. If somebody on the right got on their talk show and said the same thing about something outrageous like this against all Democrats, okay, and saying they're the party of whatever,
you would have been called in the office. People would demand you be taken off your show. All this kind of stuff.
Canceled 3 times.
If somebody on the right had said something similar, I think she ought to have the right to say it, and then I have the right to say, well, that's just ridiculous.
I agree.
But anyway, so here she is. She wants you to know, if you are a Republican or you're part of the Republican Party, Sonny says this is who you are. Here we go.
Republicans get in lockstep against gun safety because all they care about is power. That's right. And so I do not think that you can, and all everyone's talking about, even with red flag laws, is about temporarily taking guns away. It's a minor solution. The solution here is, as Whoopi has said all week,
Not a minor solution.
Get the AR-15s off the planet, really, in my view. Right. And it just
the planet.
And just get rid of bump stocks, get rid of these weapons of war, and it's not going to happen with Republicans in power. So I'm now with you, Joy. Get rid of Republicans, get rid of the party as it stands now, because it's the party of white supremacy, it's the party of insurrectionists, it's the party of massacres at this point. It's the party that you can't trust.
So the Republican Party is the party of white supremacy, insurrection, and massacres. What if somebody on the right had said that about the
what in the world? Now remember, this is a follow-up to Christian nationalism we had yesterday. The day before.
They're on a roll this
yesterday.
week. They're on a roll this week. To Barry in Alabama. Barry, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello. You hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir. We do.
Yeah. Food for thought. If the Second Amendment was never put in there by the thinkers, our forefathers, would the Civil War ever occur, and would the slavery end?
I'm say that again. So you're saying, well, now you're talking about nation against nation, a civil war, which it was misnamed. It actually wasn't. It was an attempt at independence that was denied. I don't think I didn't follow what he's saying. Is he saying if people didn't have guns, you could have never ended slavery? I mean, I guess that's what he's saying.
I think that's what he was trying to say. I don't know that's the direct comparison there.
Now, I will say if Sonny wants them removed off the planet, that means Ukrainians can't have them either while they're fighting against Russia. But because if they're going off the planet, then we don't have them for anything.
Yeah. In that clip, she also said that Republicans are not for gun safety too. She threw that in there in the beginning.
Yeah, well, I'm glad she can read everybody's mind.
We're for gun safety. We're not for getting rid of everything off the planet, which you just said you want to do, and that's why we're not willing to start down the yellow brick road with you.
Yeah.
Also, Trump got let's just say
bump stocks are illegal now.
They are. Also, 74 million people voted Republican in 2020, and that's according to Wikipedia, so that's probably off by a good 10 million.
Eddie in Mississippi. Eddie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, my thought is let's forget about gun control and let's focus on music control from the rap society and all these video games we got. To me, that's what's putting all these thoughts in these kids' heads.
Well, we talked about that. If you're going to really do something, you got to be comprehensive. Bubba gave a whole list of all the things that need to be addressed. I agree with him completely. We got to somehow get to the root of the problem is what kind of evil is rising up in this society that keeps producing these wicked people. And until we're ready, to have that conversation, we're all just jumping up and down, being emotional, trying to get votes. That's all we're doing.
Comprehensive. We address that. We address TV, movies, video games. We have to address the breakdown of the family. There is a common denominator in almost all these shootings, and no one will talk about it.
No. When I was growing up, my dad could have had an AR-15 on his gun rack. He had plenty of other guns on his gun rack in our den with nothing that kept me from accessing them. And I didn't touch them, and I never took them with me without him because he said that it's not to be done. And I didn't do it.
Rick,
he policed me and made sure that what he said was going to happen. He and my mother policed me, knew what I was doing, and if I was doing something wrong, they corrected it. Okay, and they didn't even have social media for me to take pictures of myself with weapons for them to see. They just knew it because they were good parents.
Mm-hmm. I've talked about it on the show before. I'm going to say it one more time. I had my first gun when I was 8 years old. We did not have a gun safe. We did not have a gun lock. My dad put it in the closet and said, if you touch it, I will tear your A up.
Right.
And guess what? I didn't touch it.
Nope. And we were taught how to be safe
Period.
with them, but we were taught to be safe with them, but could only use them under their supervision until we reached a certain age.
That's right.
And when we were in high
And
school,
I'm still careful with it today. I get a little scared when I pick that particular gun up.
And when we were in high school, we had enough weapons that we could overthrow a small country.
Oh, we could have held Santa Ana off for 2 or 3 hours.
All out in the parking lot.
In the parking lot looking at it.
Yeah,
a lot of times with teachers or school administrators taking part in the looking process.
And these naive people that run schools now, they just think if you won't let kids have guns out in the parking lot, then everything will be okay. No, we had guns out in the parking lot. That wasn't forbidden. We just all were raised in a way that we didn't do that kind of crap.
Never even crossed anybody's mind.
Right. I mean, that's just we've done things wrong that are much bigger than people's access to guns. There's a lot of things we've done wrong, and this is the stew that we've made. And you need to look at everything that's floating around in there and start taking some of it out if you want it to taste different. And I mean, it's just we are as Greg said it best. Now he could have used another example, another word, but he said it best. We got a shortage of a lot of things, but we do not have a shortage on stupidity right now.
No, we got a bumper crop.
We got so much over it that we're having a clearance sale.
Yep,
it's unbelievable. Let's go to Lauren in Alabama. Lauren, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, monkey grass.
Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. What's on your mind?
With the gun control and stuff, I grew up in Alabama, all around guns and everything. These AR-15s and everything, they're for pleasure. And I get that. And I just don't see why people are so offended if we put all these regulations on everything. It seems, I don't know, it seems logical to me.
Well, they're not really about pleasure. They're also about being able to protect yourself against people who are criminal or, sadly, the Second Amendment, a government who has them. It's about defending yourself. It's not just for out having fun with them. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
No matter if it was Trump or whoever, just any president.
Well, I think that's a Trump thing. He goes, national champion means the best. I'm the best. I need to be there.
Now, when I couldn't get in the stadium because of all the security, I'm not loving it.
Right. Oh, can you imagine for Secret Service what a nightmare?
Yeah, I started seeing
Now,
people.
public address announcer tonight here in Atlanta, Mr. John Magrino.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, as we honor our nation, please rise and welcome members of the ROTC units from the University of Georgia and the University of Alabama, joined by our President, Donald J. Trump.
We got a mix. There's a mix.
I would think fans of both schools, overwhelming Trump fans.
Yeah.
Families of players, anti.
Well, there was two things. All right, so the announcement, there's one reaction, and then all of a sudden they see him, and then there's another reaction coming up right here, there.
That's when they put him on the big screen.
I can't tell what that is.
If I could have seen Cliff Sims playing the drums, it'd have been awesome.
Cliff Sims, I think, was disguised as one of the Marines there with the white hat on. He was right at the end of the flag.
I was very concerned for you, Speedy. Very concerned. Because at one point it looked like they were confused and didn't know where to go.
Well, there was the ROTC.
Yeah, the ROTC looked a little confused, and they were uncomfortably talking to Trump about it. I'm not sure where we're supposed to stand.
Right.
And I thought, I hope Speedy is going ahead and getting his snacks ready for the game right now.
Right.
But
he went off scripts, what he did.
Yeah.
They weren't planned for that.
No. And Zach Brown did a good national anthem, the choir with it, and all that was great.
Yeah,
and,
that was pretty cool. But again, I go back, and I'm sitting here looking at him. I don't think – I mean, Trump, he would sing some, he would hum, and then he'd look around, and then he would sing a little bit. I don't think it said he didn't know the national anthem.
He's taking the moment.
I think he's just kind of, I don't know.
Are you required to know the national anthem to be president?
I don't know, but I don't think. I guess what I'm saying
I
is.
just wondered, are you required? I mean, let's check them all.
Listen, I'm just glad.
Unless you're going to stand out there and act like you're singing it. Now, then you need to.
Hey,
I think he was doing like I do in church,
glad he
just
was,
sing a few lines and then hum a few lines.
I'm glad he was just standing for it.
Yeah,
you know?
right. Well, that's true.
That's such a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. It really, really was. So that went on. I don't understand the halftime show. And I'm not talking about the style of music because people have different music and they like different music. And I understand hip hop and rap, and this is a popular artist. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't understand how you have a halftime show for a game that's not at the game. People kept when you go download your email from being gone. I think I had there were thousands of them, and it takes a while. And I kept getting this email of people saying, "I know you're on vacation, but please tell me you've seen this video." The Antifa bunch. I call they're very much anarchist type deal. They're not really revolutionists; they're anarchists, which is a completely different thing.
Oh yeah, they just want free.
They just want chaos,
mass confusion.
Now, Speedy, I don't know what country this takes
signature
place
is
in.
that? Mass confusion.
Yeah, I don't know what country this is in.
It's actually in Portland.
Is it in Portland, Oregon?
Yeah.
Is it in our country?
Oh, yeah.
At one time, I didn't know if it was in our country.
Oh, no, yeah.
So there's
that's still debatable, Rick.
Well, that's true. Well, there's some Christians that are out openly, around Christmas time and everything, and they're openly, worshiping, and they're kind of having a march, talking about their faith. And this Antifa person decides that he's going to really let the Christians have it. And
it's actually called March for Jesus in Portland, organized by Patriot Prayer in Portland.
Yeah, and and the Antifa guy's really going to let the Christians have it, and they're going to come do a protest against their march, and it goes really, really bad for this.
You want
guy.
to pick it up with them marching, and you see the signs of everybody marching, and we'll stay with it.
Yeah, and I definitely want to hear his comments about the march. There's a little boy with Trust Jesus on his.
You saw that flag, right?
There's
With the cross on it? That's a known white supremacist symbol. So them going around pushing their Christianity on people who aren't even necessarily Christian, their obsession with their holiday, their obsession with freedom of speech marks that they want to hurt people.
All of you guys coming down here. This is new for this march for Patriot Prayer.
And so the Patriot Prayer guy's talking. Now, Antifa's going to go over there, and they've got some guys.
Because they are more obsessed with their rights than they are the basic decencies that people deserve. These people have a disdain for human rights.
This day ain't a dead day. This ain't no funeral. This is a party for our Lord and Christ Jesus Christ.
Communism will win.
Communism will win.
That will happen. It will win because we must go down to a single-class society. Now, after capitalism, in its late stages as it is right now, we will move down to a one-class system called communism.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. So we've been talking a lot of Rick and Bubba history. 28 years now we've been at this. 28 years. So we got the tubers out here watching today, and thank them for that. Thank you for the sausage balls. Just got those. It's donut day. I mean, it's a Friday extravaganza here. So anyway, we got to do a couple of shout outs here. One of them has a little comedy to it, but it's Ryan Greenwood worked for our show. I don't remember how many years, but a number of years. Y'all remember Ryan, and he's got daughters that play.
The founder of the Sniff Diet. Right?
That's right. Mm-hmm. They have. He has two daughters that play Division I college softball, and they're both very good. And Ryan was a great baseball player, and of course he was stellar on the Rick and Bubba softball team, from the left side of the plate. And so he has now lives in Louisville, and because both of his daughters play for Louisville, and Carmen Greenwood, who is graduating and has graduated and has ended her softball career at Louisville, transferred from Auburn to Louisville to play with her sister. And I saw an article about her, which is a great article, and said, and part of that was also to make it easier on her family to be able to come to one softball game and see both girls play.
Right.
Well, she has just been named an All-American.
I know.
I mean,
what an honor.
So
what an honor.
She has. We're showing some of her highlights.
That's the best of the best.
And look, watch her
It
bat.
is.
Looks like Ryan, doesn't she?
Yeah,
I mean, when she's
her
got
swing,
her swing
looks exactly like Ryan.
and it is a beautiful swing too.
And it's the first Louisville softball All-American since 2013.
Yeah. So she has had an incredible season, and she's fought through, believe it or not, even with her incredible numbers. Watch her gun this person at home. But the and the catches she's making, and and I think she's batting 400 and something. I mean,
and Rick on the Rick and Bubba NIL team.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Yes,
right.
she's one of our NIL contracts.
Forgot all about that.
So anyway, congratulations to the Greenwood family and to Carmen Greenwood. And she's doing a lot of stuff as well for the kingdom, and is very outspoken about her faith. And boy, you talk about playing hard. Had to deal with a lot of injuries and got through those. And transferring, that's hard to do when you've been in another program for 3 years. And boy, when she got to Louisville, she made an impact. And those that follow Louisville softball, the article I saw said if you're going to tell the story of Louisville softball, you have to include Carmen Greenwood going forward. So
quite an honor.
So congratulations on making All-American.
And Rick, that is a big deal.
All-American.
I mean, that is huge.
Hey, that's an elite group.
It is.
And watch this right, rip.
Whoop. Rip.
And so,
yiggity. I mean, deep center.
Yeah, right there. And it's so, and boy, works hard at it too.
Yeah.
I know some of you out there are thinking, well, wow, but hey, a lot of work. Yeah, extreme amount of work.
Yeah, and her and Cassidy started Team Greenwood there in Louisville, giving back the little backpack deal they got going on, and they do a lot in that area. They're on Twitter at Go Team Greenwood. It's a great follow. You can follow what they're doing, but making a big difference up there.
So congratulations to All-American Carmen Greenwood.
Good job.
Way to go, Carmen.
So another shout out, even closer to home. So that Brooks Big Love Burgess, has been rocking the campus station there at Mississippi State. Okay, and he just graduated, and as a matter of fact, we're going to look for apartments this weekend. He's moving to Atlanta. Got a job with a marketing company over in Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta.
And so you go into going to be living in Tucker, Georgia, which I've been researching that. What a great little community that is.
Yep.
Right outside of Atlanta. So excited about that. So yesterday, somebody sent me something, and it led to a little joke on Dad and you too, Bubba, at home. WMSV 91.1 FM. Received the Power of Radio Award yesterday, and they recognized the staff this year that is an award-winning staff, and they list Brooks Big Love Burgess and his air shift. So all of those that worked, they just received a national honor as the number 2 best radio show of college radio stations in the country. And so they're recognizing the staff on the award, and my wife looks over at me and says, so Brooks has won a radio award, but you and Bubba still haven't. And I was like, oh, my
God. So true.
Oh, man. What? And I said, we named our 14-year CD 14 years and still no awards.
We thought that might give somebody a hint, didn't we?
Yeah. So that became the running joke yesterday. Big Love has a radio honor and has been given a radio award, but you and I, and none of us on the show have.
Wow.
So congratulations to WMSV. Brooks, he's still working there this week. He's going to work until he starts his new job in Atlanta on the 20th. So congratulations to all those students and
that's a really cool award to get, by the way.
It really is, and so looks like the radio show Brooks Bops really brought it home. So anyway,
have we ever heard of air check?
Oh yeah,
I have.
Man.
I actually went on the TuneIn app, I believe, and looked it up when we were talking about it, and listened to him.
You need to show me where to get a link to that.
If you go to TuneIn and simply search that radio station,
yeah, it's there.
It comes up, and we have actually.
Now, is theirs up running most days?
Yeah, TuneIn actually gets theirs up and running, I think. Okay. But the we like he was with us at the beach one year when he had started working there.
Yeah,
and so he had to leave and go back because he was actually working. And so we all at the beach brought the app up and started listening to him. And he gave us a shout out and everything down at the beach. So,
that's great.
So anyway, so congratulations and well done, son. That's
what's his style? Is he?
He's.
Is he the booming voice guy? Is he more the talk to you like he's your friend?
There
guy?
You go. He's that guy. Yeah. And from the people who listened to him there, and when we went over for graduation, there was somebody
kind of the ham style.
The person who was taking care of us at lunch. said she listened to him. She was talking about whatever, and she said, "Oh, I actually listened to you," and she said that. She said, "I just feel like that you're like everybody's friend." And of course, now he does his research on the entertainment business and tries to give you like his mama, try to give you a little tidbit to go with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, he does an entertainment segment or something too, So anyway, he had a blast there. I actually, I was, and maybe it's maybe I'm one of the reasons on this because we kind of have a pretty straightforward policy at the Burgess house about post graduation, and so when he was offered a job, he took it. And I said, well, I'm kind of interested. You didn't really even try to find. Of course, it's hard to find a job in radio these days to actually come in and do something that would be on air. It's very, very hard to do. And he was like, well, I don't know, that opportunity might open itself, but I like doing marketing and public relations too. So that's what he's going to start out doing. And he said, but I don't know if an opportunity like that presents itself, or maybe with all the podcast opportunities you got out there now and all that.
You can you can be worldwide in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
And he probably didn't take too much time to kick the tires on too many things because of our policy.
What policy is that?
Our policy is that when you walk across that stage and get that diploma, either way, because Brody, young Broderick, went a different way. He just decided that he wanted to go start working. But my deal is there is no scenario where adult children come back home and live at our house. That doesn't exist. So now we'll help you now, and all this kind of stuff. So once we've fulfilled our obligation to you, then you got to get out on your own. And so with him, his lease ran out in Starkville in July, and I said, well, by July, that furniture is moving to where you're going to be working, or it's going to stay here and you have a job in Starkville. But let me tell you where it's not going. It ain't coming back home. And so you need to find a job. And just like with Brody, when he said, I don't feel like college is my thing, I said, man, that's great. It apparently wasn't mine either. But I said, but
waited it out.
There is no scenario that you leave college, come home, and sit on the couch. If you're going to leave college, you can leave college when you're independently on your own and you can live on your own. And he did that. So, same thing with Blake, same thing with Brandy. It's like there's none of this. I don't have any plan. I haven't gone out and gotten a job, and I'm just coming home and we see what happens. So that's kind of the way I operate. If I don't have deadlines, sometimes. It's good to put a deadline down. If not, it just kind of keeps going on and on. And in all fairness to them, I really have never had that issue. They've all had, they're flawed people just like their daddy is, but they have great work ethic. They've always had great work ethics. As far as working, I'm fortunate. I've never had any issue with kids that won't work.
Yeah.
So that, but still, I mean, it's a whole new world when you go out there and you got to pay your own bills.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It is.
But it's good. It's good
it
to go.
It can be scary, but it's also freeing too.
Yeah, and we have a game plans that we start trying to teach them that before they ever have to do it, and so that usually helps. But he's a go-getter, so he'll do fine. And congratulations. That's funny.
Yeah.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Democratic and anarchist communism will be the ideology of the future. I'm right over here.
All right, now watch this.
Come and get me if you want.
And the guy just got hit by a truck after dogging the Christians and saying we're all going to become communists. And then
Buddy, he got jacked up.
Yeah, wanted a godless society.
He didn't get run over. He got knocked up in the air.
So his buddies went over there, and he said he's going to go across the street so he could protest right at him and got hit by a truck.
I bet he's glad there's a capitalistic hospital nearby.
Yeah, we got to go back to that. You mind?
No,
Rick.
So he says
I did not laugh at that. I am shocked it was caught on video.
Good night.
There's another angle.
Yeah.
And a different. I don't know where I found it the other day, just clicking, but basically, see, it skips to here.
Oh my gosh, y'all! The statement before he gets hit, you can come get me if you want.
Yes.
I know you said that, but I think it's worth hearing again. Please listen, everybody.
The ideology of the future. I'm right over here. You can come and get me if you want.
Oh snap!
Hey, listen, all the guys doing the marches, you're just like, oh man.
Of the future. future. I'm right over here. You can come and get me if you want.
y'all.
I tell you, he knew a lot. He wanted a godless society, but even in his godless society, you got to look left, right, and left again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just because one lane stopped, both didn't.
But what had happened?
Hey, that's going to leave a mark.
The guys doing the march actually went up to him. I
Yeah.
mean, they weren't going to fight him, but they went up to him to debate him, and those guys started backing up. And you know when you got that look on your face when you kind of anyway. So that guy moved across the road, the one with the speaker.
Yeah.
And this guy was going to run over there with him. And while he's across the road, telling everybody to come over and get him, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then his
Oh,
buddy.
yeah.
But there's another view that they actually come up to him and engage him, and then they're basically trying to get away from him, even though they're not threatening him.
Right.
Oh my goodness, y'all. I guess I'll be on related links the next half hour.
Look, every now and then God shows his great sense of humor.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah,
he gave him a wake up call. At least he didn't run over him.
Yeah, and I know I think the guy lives, but I mean he tries to get up and can't get up.
Yeah,
and so his legs
Yeah,
may be broke.
I'm gonna say that hip might be broke.
Yeah, legs be broke. Yeah, here comes the medical team. now you hear them singing out.
Now that may have been before.
I know, but it's great editing.
I know.
It makes it look like
It goes back to that.
and it goes back to him laying there, and it goes back to him singing Hallelujah.
Of course, some of them over there in that parade came over to make sure he was okay.
Yeah,
I saw some of them run
They
over.
did. It did. But there was a moment, though, when
the editor was having a little fun.
Yes, he
with that.
was.
Yeah.
But there was a moment after. Now, first of all, saying things like the cross is a racist symbol. and,
Greg, that was the Christian flag they were carrying.
Yeah, right.
He said it was a race,
Ooh,
white
wow, he
supremacy.
gets it
Right,
good.
white supremacy. I think he's. I don't think I've ever seen that one. But,
Well, oh yeah,
He's
that's
in the
that's
air.
one of their normal lines. So,
yeah. And then and we're all going to be in a godless communist society, and then he decides to step out in the street and gets nailed by a truck.
Yeah. I bet he's glad
I'm
there's
gonna
a capitalistic hospital nearby.
Right. We also found out that when you hit your brakes, you don't stop immediately. You hear the
No.
brakes squeaking, but he can't get stop in time.
But
Good night.
he went airborne, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 feet maybe.
At
And all
least.
set when he quit rolling.
Bubba, I believe that falls under. That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah,
You know, don't
exactly.
you think?
Ooh, that hurt.
That may leave a limp, Rick.
Democratic and anarchist communism will be the ideology of the future. I'm right over here. You can come and get me if you want.
See, he'd got left over by himself, and his buddies were away from him. He was trying to get over there with him.
Yeah.
Bubba, did we want to talk about at all or no what you and I may do today? Or it looks like we're going
Well,
to.
Rick,
do we want to talk about that?
Can I talk about this gator footage and video of them frozen in the pond, which I think is amazing. I never knew.
Wait
this.
a minute. So your response to me talking about you and me hunting this afternoon, where there'll be bodies of water, is let's do an alligator story about how they survive in ice.
Yeah, I mean
that's what you want to tell me right before we go.
Well, the footage of this is just amazing, and it's a story in the Charlotte Observer about alligators being frozen in the swamp. You know, we had this big Arctic cold blast, and we've had 10 degrees for several days in a lot of places. And look, Rick, look at the alligator with his snout above the water.
Please look
frozen
at that,
in there.
Greg. Have you seen this?
Now, what the wildlife people are saying is this is something they have seen.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us. RBU again this weekend, Rick and Bubba University. Mike Pereira is our guest. Enjoy that this weekend. Mayday himself. So you'll find out why I'm calling him that if you listen to the podcast or watch it this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. GoodRx.com/Bubba. Did you know, Bill Bubba Bussy, that the prescriptions that your doctor may prescribe to you might be cholesterol, might be blood pressure, it might be all of it, and whatever it may be. There's various things out there people have to have. Did you know that if you filled that prescription maybe a few more miles down the road, it might have saved you $100? Wow. You know, a lot of times that GoodRx.com/Bubba, and doctors are recommending this now because we all need savings wherever we can get it right now. That a lot of times, even with you being insured and having a copay, that the price they get you is better than the copay. So make a move now. It's simple, smart. On the prescriptions, just check out goodrx.com/Bubba, and you can save up to 80%. I mean, you realize it's not insurance, but it can be used instead of insurance. And we're talking about savings up to 80%. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. They'll show you all the pharmacies around you, and all the big ones are represented. And they'll say, hey, oh, by the way, this prescription right here, if you just went up the road a few miles, you could get it for this. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. Let the savings begin. Or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, happy Donut Day again.
It is Happy Donut Day.
And
we don't really study a lot of these days because they pile on top of each other. There's something every
it
day.
Can get a little corny.
But the donut, I think, deserves a little credit.
Well, coming right off Bubba Day too.
Yeah, that's big. How many donuts do you think that the U.S. eats per year?
Wow.
In the U.S., how many do you think per year?
What are we
round figure?
Are we at 338? Are we 338 million of us?
That ballpark.
So
say 350.
All right, 350 million people. I would say that we will eat in a year 1.8 million donuts.
Rick.
1.8? You don't even think everybody in the country is going to eat one?
No, probably not.
Yeah, but
we had a number earlier.
Rick, I mean,
think about me and Greg, how much we will skew
30
that.
million.
Rick, I can't tell
Rick,
you how
you're
far
not
off
even.
you are.
You're not even.
100
I'm gonna
million.
say it's close to $1 billion.
You're not even close.
I'm not.
2 billion. 10 billion.
10 billion a year.
Good gracious.
Well,
Back to my investment.
billion
Well, Speedy
a
had a
year.
fact earlier. Was it 94%?
Greg, don't get ahead of me
No,
here.
I'm sorry.
Get ahead of me, Mickey Dean. Hang on.
Well,
I thought I'd said that first.
The number of people.
we're actually Mickey Dean in this case.
The number of people who say they enjoy donuts, which means they like them.
Mm-hmm.
They enjoy donuts. 96% of the American public. You can't get 96% of the Americans to agree on anything right now other than donuts. I guarantee you.
It's like we're repeating everything I said at that investment meeting.
Yep.
I said every bit of this.
Yeah.
Remember I said no matter what the mood, no matter what the economy, no matter what's happening, I bet you people still ate donuts during the pandemic like they didn't. They were willing to risk their life for one.
Like mad? What are you talking about?
So Captain Hanson Gregory?
Yeah.
Is that who we're credited?
He's credited. It's actually on his tombstone, as a matter of fact.
There it is. The inventor of the donut.
You got it on your tombstone.
1832 to 1921.
Why is he recognized by the National, does that say Bakers Association?
Yeah, Bakers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm like you when I first looked at it the first
I
time.
thought it was bankers.
I thought it said bankers.
I thought it said
too.
bankers.
And I thought, what's banking got to do with donuts?
Why are they chiming in?
Get another donut. Why aren't y'all eating a donut during this segment?
And Bob, of course, that explains the idiom "banker's dozen."
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You go.
A lot of people know that.
Yeah.
But Rick, apparently
him.
he and Speedy, you had the story on this, how he actually came up with it, right?
Yeah, it's the one you got, but
It's
it
a little-
basically
it's a little drug
chronicles that he is
So convoluted, isn't it?
Yeah,
It is.
it is. Bottom line is he got together some stuff and cooked a blob of the sailor's sustenance in an iconic in some type of ring shape.
Well, what did he cook?
You tried to take off sustenance.
Sustenance.
No, we don't need to be cooking sailor's sustenance. I mean, I don't know what that even is, and I don't want to know.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, it was called an oily cake.
It really was.
Yeah, it was a
really
ring
Because
shape.
the middle wouldn't get done.
Now, what was the only cake made out of, sweetie?
It was a sailor's sustenance,
Okay.
and it was a ring-shaped, deep-fried delicacy, and that we know and love today as the donut.
So what you're saying,
The
Greg,
middle wouldn't get done.
The
He
middle-
found out a way to like a cookie cutter type thing to make the
hole
hole in
in
the
it.
middle. Now the whole
Right.
thing was done.
because they couldn't get the middle. It would be just awful. And people were like, look, we're deep frying this thing, and it's grabbing a lot of oil.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot. The middle's
They
not
couldn't
getting
get the
what it
middle
needs.
done, so he took it out.
He took
That's
it out.
it.
And there you go.
And it was sailor sustenance.
It's almost like you butterfly a steak to
Right.
get it all
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
Some
exactly.
people like to do that.
And at that time, he's just a teenage galley boy. I mean, on this thing. Good
night. Speaking of Pride
I
Month,
still got to know what sailor's sustenance is. What are you
he
talking
put that and Galley Boy in the
What are
same
you
thing.
talking about? What do you mean? And I wish
I've
you'd
done
stop
that.
saying it.
Trying to read the story and you're just grabbing words.
Just words.
You see why I volleyed that over?
Well, we did the story earlier this morning,
And it was confusing then.
and we
Yeah, it
didn't
was.
we didn't read that
I
line.
know, 'cause I
But
tried
for
to
some
get off
reason
of
I
it.
did today.
I don't even. Did you just look down, and happen to see that line? And just
No, I
start
mean
reading it?
it's just in the story that
The way
Bubba was
I-
looking at.
The way I took it, they had this thing that they cooked and ate, and he cut the middle out of it because it was
That's
never
basically
done.
it.
If
He
I
said
was
no.
a better way to cook
Yeah.
it. If I was you, Speedy, and I know it was random, I would have tried this line right here.
Well, in the kickoff hour, we did the whole story and a whole segment on it. And I
Yeah.
didn't even.
I
I don't
would-
know why I decided to do it.
I
now.
would
love when you stepped out on
I
something.
would have said, Rick, the problem was it turned out to be a big blob of dough. I like that better than sailor's sustenance.
The middle part.
A big blob of dough.
Well, I wish you would have taken it then.
The center would have remained
Just
greasy
say it one more
and
time.
partially cooked.
Well, it was called oily cake.
So
That
it
tells you a lot.
yeah.
So he cut a hole in it to take that out of the equation.
Yeah.
I like big blob of dough better than sailor's
I
sustenance.
wonder if they had donut holes back then, or if they just threw that out.
Oh, they threw it out. It wasn't done.
Yeah.
They didn't say, hey, throw it in there and cook
Well,
it again.
what it
Yeah,
is, if you
why
look at
not?
it, they had a blob. It was not done in the middle. They took the middle out so it would cook better, and then they cooked the middle once they had it out. So then you had donuts and the holes.
Yeah, I don't know when the donut hole showed up.
Look, that's that you got to watch out.
Easy.
Calling that a donut hole is kind of like calling boneless wings wings.
That's true.
You know, it's really.
Speedy, just say it one more time.
No.
Like he was serious about it, too.
Well, I was trying to read it.
Hey, that's sailor's sustenance.
I couldn't tell what he was doing. If he was wanting me to do that, or he was just too lazy to
All right, wait a
read
minute.
it.
Let's listen back because you struggled just a little.
And do you realize what he's saying? Do y'all know why we celebrate National Donut Day on the first Friday? of
Why?
June?
Because of sailors?
No. It's when the Salvation Army members fed deep fried rings of fried dough to American soldiers in Europe during World War I.
Oh, I think we talked about that one time.
We did this morning, buddy.
No, I mean, did we?
I think Captain Gregory would have got a laugh out of that today.
But I personally want to thank you because during the commercial break, Speedy was desperately trying to get Speedy to Bubba to read the article, and he wouldn't do it. And I'm like, why would he not read the article?
I know.
Well, now I know. So thank you.
I waited
Thank
through
you,
it this
sir.
morning. It had a lot of traps.
It
in
did. And how about this?
I'll
gotta
go
tell
for
you-
expert input if I see too
I
many
got
traps.
to tell you, I stepped over the traps this morning, and for some reason I stepped in it.
Well, you avoided sustenance. This morning.
Well, you know what happened? You ever watched the movie and say, don't try it again?
Yeah. But no, hey, Rick, you know what happened? I had read the story so much, I kind of got relaxed with it. And I'm like, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Let me have the floor, man. I can explain this to you. What he had there was sailor's sustenance.
There's a big blob of it.
I don't think that should go together.
No, I still like big thing of dough.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Multiple times that the alligators apparently know the water is about to freeze and become solid, so they put their snout up above it so they can get air, and then they allow themselves to be frozen in the water under it.
Please look at that. Because you wonder if I'm an animal that needs water, but I need to get up and get air, and everything freezes. How am I getting up and getting air? And they'll lock
Yeah,
in.
but I'm froze now.
Yeah, but they don't care about that. They can breathe.
Well, they can somehow hibernate to survive the winter and wait till the ice thaws out. But they have to have air, even hibernating, so they get their snout up above the ice so they get just a little bit of air in there, and that's how they survive. Is that not wild?
That's crazy.
That's crazy right there.
Come on.
You know what?
So there's another one doing it.
I don't like that at all. How does a cold-blooded
You don't like
animal
that at
stay in
all.
water that cold?
Well, I mean,
He
how
did.
does a cold-blooded animal survive? Just cold air in general. I
Well, they
mean,
normally hibernate, don't they?
Right. Well, that's what they say.
But, I
These
mean,
gators are putting themselves into a
Hibernation
form
mode,
of
just,
hibernation,
just
but,
in the water.
but they get their nose up above.
Don't look like that one made it.
And Rick, I don't know how cold the water gets, but they talk about Eskimos, and when you build an igloo, it pretty much never gets below 32 inside the igloo, no matter how cold it is outside, because the ice is such a good insulator. So
Do we still have
I don't know.
igloos?
Yeah, the Eskimos.
Well, if you're an Eskimo, you build
is there
one.
any Eskimo that says I'm anti the housing? I'm going back to the ice Eskimo.
Well,
I'm going back to igloo.
They've fixed it up. I mean,
I've
they
watched,
do they do 2 levels now.
Yeah.
Igloo fixer upper.
I've watched what is it, Alaskan State Troopers or something. They deal
I
with
love those
Eskimos every
shows.
now and then.
I love those
They
shows.
live in like shanty towns. Well, I haven't seen that.
Greg, that's not always true.
No, I'm just saying a lot of them are bad to drink too. Greg, I'm just saying from the show. That's all I saw on the show. Get a little rowdy.
Not one igloo.
I haven't seen an igloo yet.
I haven't either. I think the igloo's outdated.
I kind of like to go in an igloo.
Now we build them in the yard for fun.
I don't do
play in
igloos.
them.
I don't do igloos.
How about this is a good time if you got your gator numbers are a little high or you don't know what they are, you can go out and count the snouts up above the frozen pond.
Yeah, really.
I mean, that's one way to figure out how many you got.
How about this? Bring some duct tape with you and get rid of some of them.
Okay.
Go ahead and mark them.
No,
All
grabbing
right.
air? I don't think so. That's one way to go.
I think we've let the alligator population get
it's
way
completely
out of hand.
Completely.
You can't
out
even
of control.
drive on the interstate in Florida without hitting one knocking in front.
They shouldn't be
front out of
alligators. They
alignment.
shouldn't be alligators in Birmingham, Alabama.
We got them.
I know.
We got 'em.
That's what I'm saying. We shouldn't have them. I'm thumbs down on it.
I'm anti.
And I'm not talking about Florida fans.
No.
How about the old gator?
That's right. So
Y'all go stomp through the water today. Great job.
yeah, boy. Then the water's warmed up a little bit today. We're going to be in a little warmer situation.
Yeah.
My wife, you know, it's so
Things
funny
moving
because
around.
my wife tries to figure out what our deal is with hunting. Like the time I killed the biggest buck I've ever killed, and she says, "Why are you still going? You're never going to see that deer again in your lifetime. I mean, what's the odds you ever get?"
Yeah, you never know.
Aren't you done? I said, "No, it ain't about that." And so today she goes, "So let me get this right. We have flu in the house. We're all on Tamiflu. And we're trying to make sure nobody else gets sick. And your answer to that is go sit outside today for hours on end." And I said, "Yeah, but I'll be well insulated."
Rick, did you tell her it's warmed up a little bit?
I said, "It's warmed up a little bit, and I won't be around all these germs."
I think you getting out and being isolated is
I
more
think it'll be
important than
healthy.
anything.
Absolutely.
Think it's helping the
and you
family,
tell
you
that to
getting
me,
out.
and you tell that to me when you're driving us home, and I'm shaking.
And a little cold air,
Right.
kill germs sometimes.
It's funny. We've actually even talked about it. All right, if I go down,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Who's driving today?
I'm driving usually, unless I get where I can no longer drive.
Yeah, Rick has to drive.
Whenever
there was a debate if we'd take two vehicles or not.
Can't
'Cause
nobody
I'll go
get-
to sleep if I don't drive. If I'm driving, I'm fine.
Well, you used to ask me.
You think you could put one of them fake steering wheels over there like you do for a little kid?
Well,
so I can turn the wheel and keep me awake.
Well, another thing is this. I don't mind if you sleep too. We're going to a location that I go to more than him. And I, hey, now where is it? Now where we get off on here? I'd rather just be the guy driving.
I know where that turn is.
I'd just rather be driving.
I do remember him asking if I was okay driving back from Titans games, and before I could answer him, he was snoring again.
Right.
Yeah, well, I can carry on the conversation and snore.
Are you okay?
He'll check on you every now and then. Yeah.
When I wake up.
Rick and Bubba.
Go to Denise in the great state of Tennessee. Denise, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm great, but listen, I have just a small complaint.
Okay.
Okay, you all are not talking to that weatherman enough.
James Spann?
James, oh, good gravy, y'all. Does he not have the sexiest voice in America?
Oh, so James Spann turns it up a little bit when you're
He
listening?
makes my bugs bite.
Oh, makes the bugs bite.
Denise,
I
do
can't wait
you
to tell him that.
do you get to see him on TV any, or
no,
is it just here
I
on the
don't,
show?
because, see, we live in a cabin in the woods, and I don't even have internet up here.
That
So
explains
what
it.
I have is my phone, and I have my radio. So I don't know what he looks like, but it don't matter, honey. All he has to do is talk.
Well, Denise, I'll tell you this: you could not stand a tornado warning here in town.
Oh boy!
When he slips that jacket off and it's suspenders only in front of that Mac computer, he's rolling around.
Denise, it's one thing to hear him talk about a cold front, but that's nothing.
Yeah.
Well, let me
When
tell you,
he
I got
screams,
in so
take
much
cover.
trouble because I told my husband, I said, he was talking, I said, hush, hush, the weather is on. And he goes, when did you start caring about the weather?
So there's something about the way James talks makes those bugs bite.
Honey, I'm telling you, those bugs are biting.
Well, Denise, I
cut
hate,
this out for James.
I hate to say this, but James does have a great voice, and I'm sure it moves many. But could it also be that what you described, that you live in a cabin in the woods with no internet and no
That's
TV?
true, Rick.
I mean,
Yeah, that could be a true story. I'm a very lonely, cabin-ridden housewife.
well, look, we're going to pass it.
There's a lot of deer and turkey and coons.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us today. Excited about a lot of things coming up. June 18th, headed up to beautiful Shelbyville, Tennessee. Be there, First Baptist Church, Shelbyville. Got a men's event going on.
and those tickets are still available. And ladies, good idea if your husband or the dads on your list live up and around that area and would like to give them a great gift to come out there on Saturday night. Still be back with you on Sunday for Father's Day. You can get that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. There's an option to be there for dinner. If you don't want that, you also can have a ticket that just gets you to the event. And looking forward to that coming up on June the 18th. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. And there's Bubba.
Hey, Bubba. Hey. Glad to be here.
And you're out there. So a couple things. I didn't see this, Bubba. I know you said we can talk about. May have an Elon Musk update, which we'll do. But I didn't. I'm looking at the different videos left. Did you see the update on the moose chasing the grizzly from yesterday?
No, I did not.
Adler, really? Oh wow. Looks like the grizzly wasn't as defeated as we thought he was.
Did he turn on the moose?
No, worse. And I mean,
yeah, this video is a little bit rough. So you remember we saw that video and we were like, why is this moose chasing this bear? What's going on? It just so happens that the bear was pretty successful in its earlier attempt.
Took out the calf.
Yeah, it was.
Basically,
this gets rough, so I'll cut away. But
why are you showing?
That's a big bear there.
That's the same bear.
So those are the two calves laying down in front of the moose.
Yeah,
and that's why she charged him, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
she was a little late on
she's down a family member.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Look how slowly this bear's walking towards these moose cubs, and the moose is like, "Are you slowly coming for my?" And then
I don't think they're called cubs
or whatever.
They're not called
moose
calves.
What the heck? Get up!
Oh no!
no!
That's all she wrote there, fellas.
Yeah. So when you see the moose chasing the bear, remember the moose
I
was
thought you were gonna cut away.
Did you hear me?
I forgot to.
When the moose was chasing the bear, you see we didn't know
Is this
yesterday.
The same moose and bear?
Yes,
it
same
is,
moose
Greg.
and bear.
That
Same
bear
moose
looks
and
bigger.
They were
than the
behind the
other one.
house.
They were,
No,
but
it
they were
is.
on this.
I don't see the house should be right there.
It looked like they were shooting off the
Different
deck,
bear.
the deck or the balcony they were on yesterday.
That's a bigger bear.
It's the same bear.
Nah,
It's the same
not. It's
bear.
not
Here,
the same.
and then I'll show us the video again from yesterday.
It's not the same.
By the way,
it is, Greg.
what we saw yesterday, I'm afraid when the moose was chasing the grizzly, the moose was down 1-0.
God, that was sad. Why don't you chase it before he gets it?
I know. Do some chasing.
Yeah. Like, do your little thing.
Circle of life, guys.
Do your little thing.
Can I tell you this? I'm back to you. I don't know why these calves had not been taught. This is bad. We got to go.
Is it because it was walking so slowly towards it? It was like, oh,
why didn't
it's cool.
Why didn't the full-grown mama moose
Yeah.
That was probably what
tell them
they
to get
were
up and
waiting on.
move?
Yeah, like
That's what I was asking.
I don't know if they do that.
Hey, y'all move slowly.
Well, you would have thought she would have charged,
Yeah, you would have thought.
like she charged after she was down 1-0.
If it had been opposite, if it had been bear cubs and it had been a moose approaching them, the mama bear would have charged probably.
See, that's
That's
the same
not the
place.
same.
It is the same.
It's the
place.
same bank. It's the
not
same bank.
place. Okay, then why don't you
Look
see
at
that
look at the
building?
view right here.
It's
right
the same
That's
bank.
where it is. Where it started. Right
Younger
there, Greg.
bear.
It's the same bank.
Nope.
You ain't gonna kill both of them. That's what she said. So
Yeah.
they had moved on down, Greg, to the right.
Not it.
This is when the moose finally
Look
realized
how little
what
that
happened.
bear is. That's a
a
cub.
big. That's a
because
big
it's
A
next
bear.
to the
That's
moose.
a cub they're chasing.
Same bear.
It's a big A bear, Greg.
Smaller bear.
Nah. Look,
Look,
somebody,
guys.
hey, they got you, buddy.
Guys,
They got you, Greg. You're the one that got.
They got you, pal.
how about this? For all we know, maybe this female moose decided she didn't want that baby.
Said, hey, that one's a little greedy, maybe.
It's expensive. I just want. I mean,
Here we go.
I don't want to take this on.
I don't show this again. This is hard.
That's
Okay,
enough.
I
I
won't
don't
show
want
it
to
again.
Not
watch
the same bear.
I'll cut away. It's clearly the
it's
same
really
bear.
not.
Same bank.
I just want.
This is nothing compared to what I see on National Geographic all the time.
And look how slowly it's coming at it.
Oh, Rick,
Oh, no.
And I'm gonna cut away. I gotta cut
Rick,
away.
I used to sell that trials
Oh,
of
I'm
life
still watching.
video. That used to be one
Nature's
of my
rough,
PI
y'all.
things. It was rough.
Yeah, they show some rough
If
stuff.
that moose would have just charged a little bit, I think the bear would have stopped.
I think you're
How would it have
right.
done?
I mean, just a couple. Boom, boom.
I think you're
Huh?
right.
What is?
Yeah, just. Out here.
Well, he's got her talking funny.
Is he now doing the voice?
See, that's a different movie.
He has a
Clearly
moose.
the
voice.
same.
Greg, Speedy has a moose.
Greg,
voice.
this is that soft part of your heart
So
none of us understand.
So I don't do anything when it's walking up and then snatches
Greg,
one
it's
of
an
mine. But then I
animal.
wait till we move to another spot, and now I'm gonna do something.
Greg, it's an animal.
It's a stupid
Well,
animal.
y'all got it telling them other ones what to do.
That was great. That was Speedy. I didn't say
Speedy,
that.
don't look at me.
What do you mean?
Greg,
What
if you're upset about the fallen creation, the circle of life, you got to take it up.
I'm
Take that
fine with it. I just don't like trying to be.
Do you
duped
want us to
with
get rid of it?
videos.
You want to, let's turn our AR-15s in.
I don't want Adler to dupe us with the video because he thought he had a storyline.
Greg, it's
See,
a
I wish
stupid
I could have
animal.
shot the bear with an AR-15.
Right. I bet
Because it wouldn't have harmed.
Right.
It
See,
wouldn't
everybody
phase
on
it.
that deck wasn't allowed to have one. They'd be a moose alive today if they
That's
did.
right.
So there you go.
Hey, do you know who sent me the link, Greg?
Who?
Philip Webb. So argue with that. Okay?
Well, I go back to my earlier argument.
Greg, and really, this is a weird promotion for the bear run.
It's somehow tied to it. I can promise you that.
Sure. Elon Musk. Hey!
Good morning.
Money talk.
Hey, Donna. What's going on with Musk?
Well, we have a leaked email, Rick, that says it's from Elon, and he says that Tesla is going to pause hiring worldwide and expect job cuts of about 10% of their workforce because of the economy. You would think that if you are the largest share of electric cars in the world, you would be building more now. You would think, wouldn't you? But see, it doesn't work that way.
And plus, everything else costs so much you can't buy an electric car. Even if
That's
you want
part of it.
That's part of it, Gregory.
That's again, they don't get it. The whole economy. So
Different
I mean,
bear.
you can even see, and Biden had one interview where he said, "Well, there's a cost to changing over our energy from this dirty stuff to the clean stuff, and this is just part of the price we pay to do this." Almost saying that it was okay, to do that.
Like it's a good thing.
Yeah, it was a good thing. So, but here we see, the number one battery car maker in the world, freezing hiring and making cuts. So, I don't see that, again, I don't see that as a good. The thing is, when the economy is moving forward, everybody wins.
Yeah.
And when
No doubt.
they try
Now you sound like
to
John
get
F. Kennedy.
involved and deal with something they obviously have no expertise in because they're not doing a good job with it.
Money.
You see what happens.
Well, the
It's
way
negative.
the way
negative.
this administration does business, they'll probably give everybody a new electric car.
They'll try to.
And then pay for it with tax dollars.
And act like the cars are free.
But here's the problem. With the interest rates going up, that means payment on our national debt is going to go up, and they have less money to do even what they did with last year.
Greg, you're all over this.
Duh.
The electric car has because the far left and their offspring, unfortunately, because they've learned it from generationally. I heard it described one time when someone says the left, they've got a lot of feelings and a lot of emotions, but they have the view of the economy like a little child that doesn't know where ponies come from.
Yeah.
They just want one. They don't know how much they cost. They don't know what the upkeep is. The electric car is the pony. They want us all to get in electric cars tomorrow. They have no idea what that costs. They have no idea how that would work. They don't know what it would require. And that's why the president says stupid things like, well, this is the transition to that. Look, we can transition to it, but let's at least transition wisely. The wisdom is what's missing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And because it's a childlike view and it's just a soundbite thing, but I don't know how in the world I'm going to do it. We need to get rid of these cars like my hairy legs. And you're like, well, how are we going to do that? Well, we've got to. We're going
2032.
We got to save the world. And right, but how? I mean, it's a process. I mean,
you ain't there yet.
And still, I have heard no one address the fact that you still got to pump oil to make plastic that is the main component in battery cars.
Why is nobody talking about that? We got to have oil.
You're still going to be pumping oil.
We still got to have oil. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. Talk about whatever you want to at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your time to run the show. Coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Stuff running around, but They don't sound like old James, I'm telling
Well,
you.
did you say so? You don't have any internet? I was going to tell you to there because we got some YouTube videos you need to go
I don't
watch.
have internet. I did when we lived down in town, but we moved up here, and man, I really do love it. I understand where y'all are coming from about the woods and the quiet.
Love it. Yeah.
It's just it's off of a dirt road, and
I love it.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty isolated. But I like it. I got my shotgun. I got my 38. I'm good to go. I'm not worried.
How about this? Somebody make a note. When James is on next time, we get him to say something special to Denise.
Oh, gosh. Please do.
Done.
Denise, maybe you should get with your husband there and teach him some weather terms.
Let's say he's not here right now.
Yeah. Either that or buy him some
but when he
suspenders.
returns.
That ain't nothing a green screen can't solve. Well,
yeah, I'm telling you.
Just get him to say
Well,
get him to say cold front over and over.
Yeah. Well, look, let me tell you something. How about this? Have him come in tonight and say, "Do we have our severe weather plan?"
Oh, wow.
Well, I'm just trying to help.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. I thank y'all for talking
Thank
to
you,
me.
Denise.
And please do try to talk to James about me, would you?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
You can count on.
We definitely will.
Okay.
We definitely will.
I tell you what, and I'm with you. I'm with you, Bub. It's one thing to hear him do the 7-day forecast, maybe a cold front here or there, but it's where he really
when he
shines.
takes that jacket off and says, "Listen up, folks.
Yeah.
Take cover at so and so crossroads."
I don't think Denise could take him in tornado weather.
No, because he's up there for hours on end.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
And when he starts talking about the radar rig,
I know, and he drops
different
it.
colors.
He drops it about half an octave.
Yeah.
A little passion in there.
He starts talking about vortexes and all that.
Don't even start that. No, that's not even right.
Then one of the things that it kind of gets to me is when he's talking about the debris cloud. That's I really listen to that.
Oh yeah,
I mean that's interesting
all
stuff.
All right, what is he doing? He's up to something. I think he's. All right,
We're gonna try to get a hold of him.
Okay. Well, how about Susan? Susan and Destin.
Susan,
welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I just had to call because I heard someone talking about my crush, James Spann.
You too?
Yeah, and I just wanted you to know it's not because she's stuck up in the woods.
So you're down there in Destin. You got plenty to do. All right. So you're telling me that even in Destin, Florida, James, you have a crush on him as well? Oh, we lost her.
You got him though.
Okay. James.
Hello.
James.
James, I don't know if you've been tuned in the last segment, but we've had a James Spann love fest break out here.
James, have you had to deal with this before? I
blame Godspeed for this.
Denise called from Tennessee, and then Susan has called from Destin to agree with Denise in Tennessee that they find you to be quite sexy.
That's somewhat disturbing in many ways. I don't know.
And James, it's just your
time to
voice.
be.
They've never seen you, James, and they're dreaming about you in various states.
Oh, good. That's the beauty of radio. It's just fantastic. It's a mental picture. I have no idea what I look like. That's marvelous.
Do you mind saying hello to Denise?
No.
Yes, I say, hey, Denise in Tennessee, thank you for you. I appreciate it, and you might want to be aware of a low-pressure front coming in.
Rick.
Well, is that a good weather term to use here?
I don't know if you
Have
noticed.
we
James
lost
didn't say
James?
anything.
Yeah.
No, I think he's thinking about what Rick just said.
Or whatever weather, any kind of
just
weather.
say hey to Denise.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with all this.
Yeah, well, just
James, I'm sorry. We have just absolutely called you out of the blue here, but
James, we had to. I mean, these women were saying that James, the term that was used, his voice makes was it the bugs bite or something?
Bugs bite or crawl or
something like
makes
that.
her bugs bite.
Yeah, makes her bugs bite.
Yeah,
That's
makes her
what she
bugs
said.
bite. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I'm just some hillbilly from South Alabama. I got nothing on you guys, but that's very kind of them to say that. I'm deeply moved and my heart is warm.
There you go. Yeah. I mean,
James, I told him, see, they don't get to see you do. I mean, you do weather on the radio all across the country, but we get to see you in your TV role. And I told Denise, I said, when you take your jacket off and you got those suspenders on and you're rolling that Mac computer around on that little cart you got and you tell some crossroads that none of us have ever heard of to take cover, I mean, it don't get any better than that.
The one that got me when you said, now this little place right here, now they used to do pizza, now it's a meat and three. Right here at this crossroads.
Get under that table.
Right. Get under that right there. You know where it is. It used to be this, now it's that. But anyway.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. All right, phone calls coming in. 866 We Be Big. Come on. And let's chat with you. Rick in Alabaster, thanks for your patience. Listening to the program on 104.7 WZZK, the legend. Rick, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Green Acres, good morning.
Thanks for the call, Ricky. Mac. All right, go ahead.
Econ 101. In a supply and demand economy, you cannot force demand.
Thank you. And the
That's
government is the king of it. And do they not learn? That's what I don't get, Rick. So if I tried that at one time or another administration tried it and it was a disaster, why would I keep doing it?
They actually have tried it several years ago. You look at the first car makers to make electric cars, and they had to stop production because they weren't selling.
Right. You remember all the green stuff under the Obama administration? We were going to create this green economy, but there, like you said, the government tried to create demand, and it didn't work.
And we just poured taxpayers' dollars, that's mine and your money, into companies that ended up going bankrupt, and no one can account for the millions and millions of dollars they poured into it.
Daniel in Jacksonville, Alabama.
Long gone.
Bubba's hometown. Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday y'all showed part of the media of the moose on bear hate crime.
Yep.
But now today you see why it happened.
Yeah. I was asking the guys in the break, why are we never pulling for the bear? He's got to have food. What's our big agenda against the bear?
I don't know. For some reason, I always pull for the animal that has the little ones. I don't know why,
Well,
but
I wasn't pulling for either one of them. I just don't like to watch it.
Yeah, I don't really want to see it. I know what happened.
That was me.
Yeah. Well, it's like sausage. We all love sausage. Nobody wants to see it being made.
No. Look, you know what's kind of cool, though? You know that's part of the fallen creation.
Yep.
It is.
Yep.
That ain't going to happen in the new world.
That's right. All going
New heaven, new earth, all that's over. That's part of the fall right there.
That is.
So 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Dan. Dan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
I would like to see the Vipers gone, though. That's the one I'm kind of...
Maybe that's a surprise coming up.
National Donut Day.
Well, and happy Donut Day to you, sir.
You guys are talking about the electric vehicles and the need for still need petroleum to make the plastic. The big thing is the power. According to AAA, there are 270 million cars in the U.S., and the average driver drives 13,500 miles a year. If you take the average of the top 10 selling electric vehicles in the United States, that works out to 4,000 kilowatt hours per year needed to charge the vehicle.
Yeah.
So if we could take our liberal magic wand, and tomorrow morning we wake up and 100 million, let's just use 100 million 100 million internal combustion engines were replaced with electric vehicles, you're talking about an enormous amount of power.
Oh, yeah.
The average nuclear power plant puts out 138,000 megawatt hours per day. So if you do all the conversions and work out the math, you need 8 brand new nuclear plants just to create the power for 100 million electric cars.
Yeah, it's so short-sighted.
And they're going the opposite when it comes to generating power.
Yeah.
We story the other day,
capacity,
Michigan is going to have rolling blackouts because they got so much green way of that they're. Dan,
you're exactly right. The whole
they can't
country,
meet the demand.
The whole country is going to turn into California. We're going to have rolling blackouts to keep the cars on the road. I mean, it's so poorly thought through.
I hate to bring this up, but if we are in, God forbid, ever another world war, all the enemy has to do is take out the power grid, and we are paralyzed. See, you can't take out every gas station in the country. No way.
The wise,
you can't take out every refinery.
No, the wise thing to do is to offer the electric car as a supplemental vehicle that some people like and not everybody's driving.
If it fits your
if
world.
it fits what you want to do. But if the goal, which it is from the current administration, they've said this and the left, is that we all drive electric cars, it's not sustainable right now. And it may not ever be. And then your problem, Bubba, I don't think we want to put ourselves in that situation, do we?
No, I mean, the hybrids have been pretty successful.
Yeah.
Why? Because you have both.
Right.
Well,
and on this power thing, I'm all for, look, if you want to have windmills and solar panels, all that's great. Don't tear down the one that burns coal and natural gas and all that, because you might need to why can't we be flexible? Why can't we, if the wind's blowing, use your windmills? If the water's running, use the hydro. Hydro's such a small part, though, even in our state. And hey, buddy, we'll dam up a river in a minute.
Back to this.
And that's good. I like the way we do it. But it's 4, 5, 6% tops. But have it so you can go either way. Look, okay, wind's not blowing, solar panels are iced over. Fire up the coal. Fire up the nuke.
We don't need to leave all of this. And a perfect example, just what you said. We had a situation that was presented to us on a national level that the national sales team correctly turned down, and we agree. We had one client saying, I will buy every avail that y'all have on the network. I'm just one client. I have a bunch of different products, but you would be beholden to me. And of course, the logic was, well, no. Then if you get in a bind, we lose it all. We lose it all.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that. We got to have some variety on where the income comes from, because if it's all in your basket and your basket goes back, and if we had done it, look, we struggled in the pandemic like everybody. We would have struggled even more, because remember how many of those clients couldn't operate? They would have come in and said, hey, we got to back off right now. We didn't see the pandemic coming, and we'd have been sitting with nothing.
You got to have a diversity of sources, a diversity of income, a diversity of ways to draw on it. Look, even at a radio station, okay, we have multiple transmitters. Mm-hmm. If you're really on top of it, you have a third transmitter at a completely different site in case the whole mountain gets hit with a meteor. You still got somewhere to go. You got multiple paths to the tower site just from the radio side. So, aside from popping, you always have backup.
Yes, Brandy in Alabama.
I just went ahead and got to it so you could.
Yeah, no, thanks, buddy. I was ready. Brandy, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yes. Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I wanted to ask you guys about the James Spann photo yesterday he posted.
Oh boy.
It would be a woman.
That's surprising to me.
I didn't see that one.
You didn't see it?
Out of the loop.
Oh, Bubba. Oh, it was in the team Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we had a bunch of fun yesterday.
Are you just acting like you didn't see it, which is probably the way to go?
I had date night last night. I wasn't worried about the phone.
Well, that makes this even more ironic.
Yeah. It does.
The cloud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
You remember. Yeah.
That reminded me.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, cloud.
Was Spann posting that as a funny, or was he?
Or did he think, hey, look at these short clouds?
Or did he just not look at the cloud all that well before he put it out? We need to go to break, so you can go ahead and chew it what you got there.
Gluten-free pumpkin seed and maple.
Hams is enjoying that donut.
That ain't a donut, buddy.
No.
You ain't going to see me eat one of those.
Yeah. It's just air. I don't know why everybody's so mad at it.
I know. It's just a little puffy cloud.
It's just a little cloud.
My wife has a theory on the James Spann.
Okay,
photo.
Interesting.
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Yeah. And we'll gingerly walk around it. But that's interesting.
I almost want to call him and ask him what he meant by it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It just collects by, doesn't it?
It really does.
It's scary. I don't know that we should start moving it around because it's wigging me out how quick it gets here every week.
Yeah.
We do have a number of things that we need to look at. I'm looking at these headlines and I'm thinking, my goodness, here we go. But is this Dolly Parton story?
That's true.
Okay.
Oh gosh,
Have fun with that one.
I didn't get to that one.
We called that one. That's a profit store.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we started talking about all this and we said, well, what about the old Dixie Stampede?
Mm-hmm.
And there it is.
You change the name.
Yep, that one. We'll look at that. I see we've got a wrestler trapped in a bathroom on a plane.
On the way to Monday Night Raw, I believe, right?
Well, that's not good. Lane Kiffin said that the backup quarterback that came in would have transferred if he'd not got to play against Georgia. So we've got all sorts of little things to ponder today that we'll unpack just a little bit.
and also your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get those done for you as well. Now, as far as those of you that are new to the program, Wheel of Meat Wednesday means there is a wheel. It does have cuts of meat on it, thus the name, and also other prizes and potential pitfalls. So if you just started the year as a new Rick and Bubba affiliate, or you woke up one day or you were rolling through your day and discovered, what is this on my radio? Who are these people? Because this is that time when things change. Bubba and I were talking about that in his office a minute ago. You go off on your Christmas break with the show you got. You come back and there's a new one.
Yeah,
I mean, so this is when. So we may be that new show for you, and if we are, you'll pick it up as we move along. Now you're gonna have a reaction to begin with, like what in the world has happened, and how did this bunch end up with a radio show? And that's a legitimate concern.
Sure,
and it's also,
and we probably need to do a better job because we do have a lot of new affiliates and new listeners coming online all the time.
Yep.
And we probably need to explain things a little bit better than we do.
Yeah, could you imagine stumbling up on this with no explanation and no handbook?
Yeah, well, you would immediately think I have had a bad reaction to Tamiflu.
Right. You know what this is? This is a box arriving on your porch and no instructions on how to put it together.
We have had a lot of sickness around us. I know your house has been ravaged with it, Rick,
sick
and
house.
mine
sick house.
to some degree. We were more on the early edge of this. But it always reminds me of, I think it was it 98? We call it the February of Death, where everybody was sick.
I thought about that.
The whole month.
It feels like this.
We were down to like a half a person doing a show.
Yeah.
Just to keep the transmitter on at one time.
It was really, really bad. And it feels like that again. Watching our house right now, because what's happened at our house is my wife always says that anytime sickness comes to the house, that I brought it in, never got fully sick, passed it on, and then moved on with my life.
Right.
She always thinks that I'm the one, because you the one out there gripping
Typhoid, Rick.
You're in there gripping and grinning all the time. And if I ever hear that you feel a little bit bad, that means everybody else is going to be real sick. You'll come in, drop it off, and move on. And I got to be devastated to go get in a bed and say I can't move. And the number of times that has happened is very few. Mm-hmm. So usually I'll just keep on rolling and treat the symptoms and. Because last time I checked, when's the last time anybody went to the doctor and they can do anything for you?
Yeah.
Other than tell you it's viral and good luck. So you treat the symptoms, you let it run.
Yeah.
But so the flu actually came in our house. We finally had a flu test that came back positive. So that kid.
How did they test him? They do the nose swab thing.
Have you ever seen how far they put that up in your nose?
Oh yeah, taking your brain.
Boy, it'll go. They take your brain looking for that stuff. So
make those eyes water.
Because Sherry, when Sherry was sick and was talking like Demi Moore. They deemed her no flu. They deemed me no flu.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had one got the flu, and so he's been quarantined. And
our high school has been ravaged. Where our kids go.
Did you see that email yesterday?
Oh yeah, they're not even counting absences anymore. It's so bad.
Well, here's what.
You know why? Somebody came back.
Yeah.
Who was afraid they were going to miss something.
Well, I'll tell you what it was tied to exactly.
And brought in the flu and gave it to a bunch of other people.
Here's what it was tied to, and they've removed this because so many people are sick. In our school, if you want to exempt an exam, you have to have an A average, and you cannot have been absent more than 5 times. Well, people were saying, I'm going to have to end up taking an exam because I'm sick and I'm not missing too many days of school. So people were coming back trying to stay under that requirement in the spring so they can exempt their final if they got the grades. And finally, the principal said, "Hey, we're waiving that off. Stop coming to school if you're still sick. We're never going to get rid of it if you keep coming."
We appreciate the effort, but killing us.
We're going to waive that. Okay, so because of special circumstances. So please don't come up here because you think that's the deal.
5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com. Go there right now. It's time, folks. We've been talking about it again today. Inflation running away. Highest gas prices. Write this down. History. So be sure you take that to the polls at the midterm elections coming up in November. If you're enjoying this is fun and games, and we can just keep doing what we're doing, but I'm going to go ahead and pull for a little bit of a change here or something to at least slow it down. Labor shortages, we got all kinds of things going on. So Wells Fargo recently commented that the worst is yet to come. I hope they're wrong, but if they're right with our economy, you need to prepare. Now, I will say this. I'm looking at the Biden administration. I don't see that they're doing a whole lot to try to combat this, so that's not good news. So maybe investing in physical gold and precious metals is a great strategy against what's coming. Here's an opportunity. Smart investors are buying gold and precious metals for a couple of reasons. One, gold can be a great hedge during a recession. Two, the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So why don't you join those that are moving that way and let your retirement, be diversified? Bubba just talked about diversifying, and he's right. You don't want 2008 to hit you again. So, and don't look for any answers to come out of Washington. So why don't you go now to LearBubba.com, or you can call them 1-800-707-4575. By the way, to show you how important this is, they'll let you have an opportunity at $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins that you purchase. So go to LearBubba.com. You can go to RickandBubba.com, find them under the sponsors too. So a woman called, and there was some laughter yesterday, certainly sophomore, involving James Spann.
Borderline locker room.
Yeah. How about the James Spann will post a picture at the drop of a hat. Okay,
Rick, he posts so many every day.
I
don't know how he ever eats.
Right, I don't either.
No,
when you get his schedule makes me feel tired.
Yeah.
So it was some sort of cloud formation that Spann put on his site. Then we get to Helmsley's theory, and the clouds. They create all kinds of things. You look into clouds and you say, I see a dog. I see, whatever. Okay. In this particular case, I see a man's face. And in this particular case, the clouds seem to form something that was phallic in nature.
Okay. Or a rocket.
Well, so the question then is, did Spann do this on purpose? Did someone, pull one on Spann, knowing that he may put a picture up without completely looking at it? It seems kind of obvious. I don't know. No way will we read the comments under the picture. But Helmsley,
Helms is wanting to share some.
Helmsley, I understand you had an experience with this yesterday.
Well, I'm not a big social media guy, but my wife loves James Spann. Loves her.
Well, who doesn't?
Loves her some James Spann. Matter of fact, I think it's one of the few men she would leave me for.
Okay.
For just getting that out there.
Didn't know you can go that far with it.
Well, it's a fun show. We have a good time here.
Sure we do.
She said, "Hey, have you seen what James posted?" And I said, "No." She goes, "It's hilarious." She goes, and I think he actually meant to do this because he didn't put a description with it. He simply put the photo out there on his Facebook page. And if you'll go back and look, because she follows him, you look at his other photos, and he puts a little description with it. Mm-hmm. This one he did not. Mm-hmm. And so evidently now Speedy has had a text conversation with him that kind of verifies that point.
Okay.
Again, I'm not speaking for James Spann, but this was my wife's theory. Now, I got to tell you, it's wow, what a cloud. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Wow, what a cloud.
Mm-hmm. Wow, what a cloud. And the comments, seriously, are hilarious.
Yeah.
Can't read them here on the show.
Right.
But if you got some time today, filter through those. Pretty funny.
Right. If Blue Origin could just
Here
launched
we go.
about the same time.
There it was.
Yeah. I was trying to get Blue Origin out. And I couldn't. Greg beat me to it.
Yeah, I will say this.
They'd have had a launch right at that moment.
I will say this.
Do we have to leave it up so long on our TV?
Yeah. Wow.
I need people
You can't say anything.
You can't say right
really
now.
Can't.
Let me tell you, with this picture, anything you say is going to be.
Yeah, there's nothing good.
There's not a win here.
Really surprised, Greg, you didn't jump in on our comments yesterday. That was very unlike you.
I saw him late.
Yeah.
The newness had wore off of it.
Yeah.
The
best
newness,
one. The newness had worn off of it.
Another. Just hush. Everybody hush.
The best one. Oh, sorry. Okay.
No. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I thought I was going to say the best comment, but probably shouldn't. Yeah. I've heard the song "It's Raining Men," but that's ridiculous.
I'll tell you this. That was.
Funny.
Let me tell you. You need to get props for that comment. When you put, I've heard of the song "Raining Men," but this is ridiculous. That was a great line. Man, it was. And so the fact that today it was not mentioned by anyone and a woman brought it up.
I know.
Yeah. How about that?
We weren't going to bring it up. We don't think this type of stuff is funny, frankly.
No, everybody just stop talking.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody. That's it.
Okay, there it is. Spann's had a picture. Maybe he didn't think it through. Maybe he did.
Yeah.
It's these are beautiful clouds. And
what do they qualify under? I know you got different types of clouds.
Oh boy,
kind of goes back to our comments yesterday that you didn't jump in on.
Right.
See, I'm trying to get your attention in text because the guys will give, even they'll give a little charity. But I thought this is something right here that Greg Burgess will jump all over.
Bubba, Greg was behind the wall.
I just put my phone down and walk off when I'm home.
You're not reading.
And then when I see them, they've already happened most of the time.
They call it a rising cloud.
You go back in there.
Oh boy!
What in the world?
He stepped out for that.
He did. Something about the way he was standing when he told us that comment.
His hand up.
And he had the headset on.
Right. Yeah, that added.
I mean, I've heard of being excited about rain, but this is over the top.
It's just.
See, I'm sitting here with a bunch of good ones.
No, you're not. Here, take your mic down.
Oh, there was.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something.
I told y'all one in the break was a good
You did.
one. I'm not
You
gonna
did.
say it again.
You did. Oh, I held back in the text.
Honestly, I really think Adler's comment may be one of the best.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jimmy in Pell City. Hey, Jimmy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fired up.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my opinion on the electric car ordeal.
Okay, you go right ahead, buddy. You have the floor.
I don't feel like they are going to do anything about the gas prices because they're going to be targeting younger generations of Americans.
Oh yeah.
You have people that are, high school age, going to work at a restaurant or something, low paying wage, and then they spend half their paycheck or more filling up their gas tank. It's not really, feasible for them to keep buying gas when the government's dangling an electric car over their forehead. You know what I mean?
Well, the price of the electric car is still pretty high. I mean, you're not talking about an entry level vehicle in most cases.
Goodness, yeah.
But look, I think the whole approach is wrong. If you want to sell Americans on electric cars, you got to make them cool.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make it something they want, and you got to make it at least in a price range most of them can get
affordable.
Look, take the iPhone for example. The last one would tear up $1,000, right? Wasn't it pretty close to that?
Yeah.
But people got to have them, so they make it a priority. So, the cool factor of the Teslas are just off the chart. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
So supply and cost is really what's holding them back, and it's just going to take time. Everybody. I mean, if you're going to get an electric car, you may not just drop what you got today. You may go, well, the next time I get one, I'm going to take a hard look at it.
It goes back to this, and I don't know because I've certainly riding in one is fun, but I wonder about really having one. Is it one of those things? I have my list of things that look fun but aren't.
Right.
And by the way, don't ever go to one of these flat beaches and see people riding bikes, and you go, man, that looks fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Paddle boats, by the way, they're not fun.
No,
they look
are
fun.
not fun.
They look fun, but they're not fun. So I don't. Do you get to the point where look, I struggle, and this is going to upset Bubba. I struggle the times that I've driven a diesel vehicle with the fact that diesel's not available at every convenience stop.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that I've got to find a charger and they're not readily available everywhere.
You got to kind of plan your trip, and the cars help you with that. They have a lot of that built in, but it's popping up more and more places.
But that'll change when it becomes the norm. But
last time I was at Buc-ee's or before, they didn't have any to speak of, and last time I was there, it looked like they had 25 Tesla ones set up.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's getting that way. And you know what? For the consumer, good for you. You got a choice.
Mm-hmm.
I think anytime the consumer has a choice.
Yeah, but to remove all combustion engines, and not be
arbitrarily, it's crazy.
Yeah, and not be thinking through the impact of everybody's in an electric car now, and now you got to prepare for that. We're not there.
Well, no, Rick, they're not. It's just a sales pitch to buy votes.
Right. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're I mean it's I got, like I said, we got a team right now, 25 players. Yesterday at practice we had 11. I mean it's devastating.
I don't know what it is, but every time it happened this morning when the intern showed up and then left, it's happening now. Every time this is brought up, I go through this 5-minute spell of thinking I'm coming down.
I know.
Yeah.
I get like this heat on the back of my ears, and it runs down my neck, and I start sweating a little bit, and then I'm fine.
I had a moment yesterday I didn't tell you about.
Really?
And it had nothing to do with being sick, but for a minute, the Tamiflu had me feeling weird. For a minute,
Oh, really?
For a minute, I knew what Bubba was talking about. I'm here. I know I'm here. I even know where I am, but my feet don't feel like they're touching Mother Earth.
Rick, I'm telling you, that was the weirdest. If getting high that's what it's like, I don't ever want to do it. It was awful.
No, getting high is how you feel when you eat pizza.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good. Yeah, okay, I got that.
17 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll be back. We got much to do, and we hope you'll be part of it. Don't forget that website. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go ahead. Look, we might as well lower our heads and just lean right into it. As we have now become, revisionist of history, we now not only want to revise our history, we don't want to be exposed to it at all. And we're going to go, and we're afraid of now. The big thing we're afraid of, words. We do not like certain words, and certain words must be eradicated from our society. And one of those words, as we've talked about, is the word Dixie. It is as we look at this, it appears that once again we've got ourselves. And you remember, and what I love is when we got a profit star for this one. Yeah. Now Dolly Parton and what's it called, Dollywood? They are announcing that because now the Dixie Stampede at one time wasn't Dolly's; it was its own thing.
Yeah, she bought it,
and then she bought it, and it's one of these things where you go into, you have dinner, and there's a show,
a horse show, a bunch of tricks.
Yeah, you get to smell horse manure while you're eating.
Nothing better than that. That's more offensive than the word Dixie.
Right, and so now Dolly Parton's organization wants us to know that they will remove the evil name Dixie Stampede. It will now be Dolly Parton's Stampede.
Doesn't sound near as good.
Which really, now that could get that right there.
Well, there's a visual.
Now I was about to say, now you may have problems with Harvey Weinstein.
I always thought that the whole Dolly Parton entertainment enterprise in Tennessee was misnamed anyway. Dollywood just doesn't really fit it. It should have been Dolly Hills.
Mm-hmm. Can I get a rim shot over here?
You are.
Well, I'm just saying.
How about this? I'm not going to call it Dolly Stampede. It's the Dixie Stampede. That's what it's always been.
Good enough for everybody. See, this is what I don't understand. So let me get this straight.
No, who cares?
We have,
Greg,
we have persevered through having that thing called Dixie Stampede. How long? But right now we've decided we can't go on.
Do we
Tonight,
have to stop it?
Rip down the letters.
We can get. Let me ask you this: when the Dixie Stampede name gets changed to Dolly Parton Stampede, I'd like to know how many of you who don't have a job right now will magically have one. I'd like to know how many of you who are trying to find a way to get out of a bad situation you're in suddenly will be out of it. I want some of you that think you've been overlooked at a job because of your skin color. Magically, that will be changed. What does
I think people will start treating each other better.
What will this? This is a bunch of feel-good-ism that does not accomplish anything. And by the way, I still want someone to clarify for me that the word Dixie is a word that shouldn't be used.
Yeah, I'll give you some of the stuff. The flag you just hate. I'll give you all that.
No, I understand that.
I'll give you all that
because people have actually taken that flag and they've used it for things that if you want to get upset about that flag having a bad name, you got to be upset with the people who gave it a bad name.
Yeah. Can I ask something? The song Dixie Was that actually written by an African American man? I've heard that.
No,
several
it's
times.
gone back and forth. I remember one time we even tried to say today's the day we get to the bottom of it, and the history of that song is so convoluted. Just when you think you have it, you look at another story and it will contradict it. The last I saw about it, it was somebody who put it in one of these vaudeville shows, and it was supposed to be top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today, and hope you're doing well. Yeah, beast of burden. I walk for mine. Hey, all I want. All right, so stories we get back. Greg, this is going to upset you a little bit. It looks like Fitzpatrick is finally going to retire.
The beard. Fitzmagic.
Fitzmagic is out. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he has been a journeyman, to say the least. All over the NFL for 17 years.
Didn't he play at Harvard? Is that where he came from?
That I don't know.
I think so. Am I wrong about
Sounds
that?
like it's an Ivy League deal.
You know, you read this, and he's 39. You think, well, yeah, that's been a long career. But now with, with everything that Super Tom has done,
Right.
You think, well, he's still young. Why is he getting out now?
You know,
How about that beard he totes?
But doesn't Fitzpatrick feel older to you than Tom Brady?
He does.
I mean, it feels older, doesn't it?
He does.
And we're talking quarterbacks. They don't deserve to be in the same conversation. I mean, come on.
What? Well, as far as skill,
Well, I mean, age-wise, though.
Well,
he's just a babe.
But you love Fitzmagic, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Look at him. Any quarterback, he strapped a chin strap across that beard like that. I can't help but like him.
What all teams did he quarterback?
Oh,
we have the list.
Gosh, that should be a trivia
Rams, Bengals, Bills, Titans, Texans, Jets, Buccaneers,
Unreal.
Dolphins, and Washington football team.
Wow. I'd have just liked to have been his real estate agent.
Wow.
You know it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He could have made a living
That's
buying
right.
and selling every city.
He has took a tour of the league.
He has. And so he will step down. Also a player that seems like he's played forever.
Is he saying this is his last year, or he's dropping out now, not going to play this year?
Is he done? I think he's done.
Yeah, I think he's done.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play this year. Fitzy down.
Did y'all mention his age, you said?
39.
39.
That's a babe now.
And I saw the.
Not really.
Did we do the Pittsburgh Steelers defensive lineman? He's retiring at 29.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if you can.
Well,
You know,
NFL
if you can get out there with your health.
Yeah, he went through. His brother got killed, and he said he's just got a lot of other things that he's dealing with, so he's retiring.
NFL not for long.
No.
After 8 years.
What is the average? 6 years? Didn't I hear
According
that?
to what
Or is that
position-
a-
Boy, if you're
is
a
that
running back, it's
back
about 3
6?
years.
Yeah, running back about 3 years. Which makes the Frank Gore story also good. He's retiring after 16 seasons.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And he was a dependable player.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just hard work and just
Frank.
Yeah.
Now, he signed a one-day contract with the 49ers so he could retire on the team that drafted him.
Yeah, there you go. So Frank, it will be out too. He played for the Colts. I know that because I know I got a Colts fan in the family.
Oh, he played for a bunch of teams
He really
too,
did.
didn't he?
Yeah, he did. We didn't mention yesterday. Marion Barber actually died. At what 38, something like
38,
that.
39, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, was his a car wreck?
No, that was actually a young player from corner. He was like 24 years old.
Wow. Yeah, Marion Barber, I think, had health issues.
Yeah, he was
Heart
in his
or
late
something.
30s.
Yeah. What's that, Adler?
The league average across the whole NFL is 3.3 years.
Wow.
Good night.
That's really not for long.
Man. So
I
these
wonder what
two
he studied at
these
Harvard.
two walking out at 17 and 16 years, that's getting it done. You think they were good with their money?
I don't know.
Frank probably made more
I bet
money
so.
than Fitzy, but I mean, that's
He went to Harvard. He's got to be
He's
pretty
an Ivy
smart.
League guy, so
Yeah.
he probably
He wasn't spending it on haircuts.
No.
Yeah.
Very
Shaving
frugal.
products.
yeah.
he and Speedy get along on that front.
Yeah. Speaking of professional sports, look, let me tell you, I'm really, really loving DeSantis in Florida. That he will not let people get away with stuff, and he doesn't mind using his position to get you back. And so DeSantis, he was watching the Tampa Bay Rays, and you know we've got this thing now where all these different coaches are going to lecture us on guns. You know, I saw where the Giants manager says he's not going to come out for the national anthem anymore. He won't explain what it is about America that he now says he won't stand for, because the Second Amendment was there all the years he went out and stood.
Sure.
And those of you that make these kind of statements, this is not my country anymore, and I'm ashamed of my country, See, we also have things we're ashamed of about the country, but I bet we wouldn't agree on what that is.
Right.
Your definition, you need to explain what you mean by that, and we may or may not agree with you. But anyway, so the Tampa Bay Rays, they have been, the team's been tweeting pleas for donations to pro-gun control groups. And how about DeSantis says there's a lot of things you guys are tweeting out that he thinks is bad for America, and even some of the things against him. So he says, here's an idea. There'll be no Florida state funding for your new practice facility. You'll have to fund that on your own.
Wow.
Yeah, ask Disney if he's serious about it.
Yeah, yeah. So what he took the big veto stamp out and said, veto on tax-funded practice facility.
Now, he didn't say directly that he was doing it because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that story actually came from Clay Travis and his website. DeSantis has not commented on it officially.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is? He may simply be doing it to say, I don't think my constituents really want to fund your practice facility. And if you want to fund it, you have to fund it some other way.
So I guess the governor in Florida has line item veto. So he went into their budget and took that out.
Looks like that, yeah.
Now, he did say that it was done in the name of fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, and you know what he needs to do? Just keep saying that. So when the left jumps up and down and says, well, see, he's just trying to – because you know how they are about mean tweets. They just lose their mind.
Right.
But yet they, of course, can tweet mean things, and we all just say they're expressing themselves. But or that's what they're expecting us to say, and I would agree with that. But that would also be the case when someone else tweets, not just y'all.
Well,
but,
it's a bigger discussion about tax dollars and sports teams and all that kind of stuff. And I know people have different feelings on it, but these teams also generate a lot of tax dollars for the area they're in. So many times it's a good investment. And we've seen cities that didn't go in and partner with the pro team, and the team left. And we've seen some go in and help build places. So it's all about the numbers when you break it down, but and different ones, I guess, are would look at it differently. But a lot of times, the only way they can build it is to have a public-private partnership, and then share in the profits of that too.
Well, it goes back though, really, what this is about. No matter how everybody may spend it, and they can find their own way to spend it, but deep down, I just kind of get that sense that Malcolm Street Sr., the man who gave me my first paying job in radio, once told me, try not to offend the alligator till you get across the river.
Right.
And so I don't know what everybody's going to officially say they're doing, but that's resonating inside my mind right now.
Let me ask you this: if I'm a sports team, I'm a baseball team in this particular situation, why am I on social media advocating for gun control groups and raising money for gun control groups? I mean, to me, that's a failure of the organization. Look, my policy is we're not getting into politics. We're here to play baseball, and we're pro-baseball, and the only thing even close to politics we're going to get to is legislation that supports baseball.
Yeah, and let's show the people of Florida, where our team is located, how valuable we are to them.
Yeah, and, again, keep in mind, I think sports is the great get away from issues of the day, and when you lose that, you muddy the water, you get into stuff like this. Then you got politicians dealing with your project, so, I think you'd be wise just to stay out of that one.
Yeah, people want to go to a baseball game and not be concerned whether the manager of their team's going to come out for the national anthem or not. I think they want to know what kind of lineups he got out there for us to win today.
What's his record?
Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Be kind of almost like a white trash Christmas kind of thing, and that it was almost done with a tongue-in-cheek comedy deal of life in Dixie and the South. But if you listen to it, there's nothing in it that is inherently racist. It doesn't talk about anything other than
cotton, which cotton is now considered racist.
Well, like you said about your mother, God love her.
She picked cotton.
Yeah, and my mother-in-law, to hear her talk about picking cotton, good gosh.
What, big old toe sack?
Yeah, and so I
think
cotton.
My mom
cotton
made
is not
me.
Racist.
I think she made me pick corn just so I'd get a taste of it.
Bubba, cotton is not racist.
No, it's actually
slavery is evil.
Right.
The Jim Brown, all laws and all that.
Yeah,
what was that? Am I saying it wrong?
Jim Crow.
Jim Crow. My gosh,
Jim
I'm thinking
Brown.
Sorry, Jim.
Jim Brown
Jim
is
Crow.
the running back.
Hey, Jim
that
Crow.
wears African hats.
Right. Segregation, water fountains, bathrooms, all that terrible. Horrible.
Shouldn't have happened.
But cotton in and of itself is not racist, and the word or the song Dixie isn't racist. It just isn't.
There's something funny to me about seeing Foghorn Leghorn whoop out a banjo and sing it. I cartoon-wise, I don't know why, but it always has been.
So
bands playing it sounds pretty cool because we grew up with a band that played that as a fight
well,
song.
That's you can kiss that goodbye.
Well, they still give you a little dose of it. I don't know if you've noticed.
I have just one little, and then they can't stop. But
they'll be in the middle. So
but I go
right on.
But I go back to this again. If you're someone from the African American community and you want to maximize your potential in a country that allows that, and you say, you know what, we're moving forward, and it's obvious there's been incredible change. Praise the Lord for that. And of course it's not over. There needs to be more. But if I reported to you today, say, hey, good news, I changed the name of Dixie Stampede to Dolly Parton Stampede. How you like them apples? I mean, do you go, hey, man, thank you. Golly, thank you so much.
I don't know that you feel an immediate impact from that any more than you did Confederate statues being pulled down last month. Right. I don't know that it really helps you. But
has there ever been one person that's even said, hey, I went to Gatlinburg and I drove past the Dixie Stampede and I didn't like it. I didn't like seeing that.
It hit me right in the face.
It didn't. First of all, you'd have to have African American people in Gatlinburg,
right,
and Pigeon Forge, and I've only seen 3,
right,
and all 3 of them were white people,
right.
But I'm just saying,
when you first brought that up years ago, now every time I go, if I see a couple that happens to be mixed race, they will holler at me and go, hey, we're them.
Well, just like
thanks, Rick.
Just like, but let me tell you this, just like certain types of entertainment, certain things, whatever. Is there anything that is more white than Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg?
And watching taffy being made through the big glass window?
From a cultural standpoint.
No, not really.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We love me, it's got me yearning.
Love you, Will and Meade.
Whoa, come on, give it a try.
That wonderful Will and Meade. Wow, what a wheel. And it's ready to spin. Bubba, we have plugged it in, but know that it is completely safe.
Absolutely, Rick. We have checked all the fire and electrical codes, national, state, and county, and we're meeting all those codes today with our temporary drop.
Well, it's brought to you by our friends at Stockyards.com and 1-800-Flowers.com. Stockyards got the meat on the wheel. So does Dreamland, because there's pork on the wheel as well, so you can enjoy that if you're a Gentile. Also, Moultrie has got some stuff on the wheel there. We got a camera package. We got a feeder package. The old Rick and Bubba Show's got some stuff on the wheel. And there are some things that you won't win at all. They're called the pitfalls, and you got them out there. You could become Pippet from the movie Jaws, and Jaws eat you. Henry the Horse, you can land on that. It'll be fun for all, but there's no prizes tied to that, except for the prize of Henry or Hank the Hound, whichever one comes out of the hall. We got that up there. You got the one where you can't have nothing. That means you don't win a thing.
Nope.
So let's begin. Greg, you spinning today? Yeah. All right, Greg is spinning the wheel. Speedy's got the mic for us to hear the wheel. Yeah, I know. Well, he always has a great dispensation. Let's go with Cody out of Montgomery, Alabama. Cody, how are you today?
Road-tide.
So what do you?
I want to wheel.
Come on. Oh, elbow spin. Oh, we had never had an elbow spin. All right, let's see what happens for Cody. That hurt, by the way?
It caught you on the way. Oh, it was a loser, Greg.
Cody, elbow spun Pippet. So there we go. So no winner on the elbow spin. Greg was no good.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kaylee. Kaylee out of Gadsden, Alabama, Z93, where it all began 24 years ago.
I wish the golden ticket people were here so one of them could spin it.
Me too. All right, let's go, Kaylee. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
It's a nose spin. Nose spin. Greg, you can't spin with your nose?
Greg, don't put your nose during flu season up there.
Somebody put some antibacterial on that thing. All right, here we go. You okay, Greg?
Adler!
Henry the Horse!
We don't know, Rick.
Or Hank the
landed on Adler, and we never know.
So here it comes. Oh, it's Henry. Oh,
Henry's sick.
Oh, he's coughing. Henry, you okay, buddy?
Oh, God. Boys. Oh, man. It's flu season. I don't know if you guys knew that.
We did, yeah.
So remember, kids, if you feel like you're getting the sniffles, just be sure to clean the inside of your nostrils with your parents' toothbrush. Oh,
Henry!
And you know what?
Are you sure that ain't the hound?
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Won't
back down.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for joining us. The little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Greg with a shout out. Gregory, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, I got to wish my son-in-law, Riley Jones, 29 today.
Riley Jones.
29.
Riley.
He's a good boy.
Greg's favorite son-in-law.
That's right. He's my only son-in-law, but yeah, he's my favorite.
He's your favorite. Hey.
He's good. Rick, you know Riley is a good man.
Riley is a good man. He's perfect for coming into our family.
Oh,
perfect.
yeah, he's quiet.
Perfect, because we really, the floors can only have so many people on it.
Yeah, there's too many
Gordon.
loud Burgesses. We don't need any more loud people.
Burgesses should never marry other loud people.
Yeah.
So Riley is he doesn't have a whole lot to say. When he says something, it's usually profound.
Yeah.
You're
right.
Yeah, and you know what we're basically saying is he doesn't get involved in the conversations unless we invite him in.
That's right.
He has no problem. He's not a Budinsky.
No, he'll sit and listen.
Yeah, he will.
But
he's a deep thinker. Deep thought.
And then when he cracks a joke, you're like, okay, that's
funny.
Yeah.
Got a great dry wit. Loves a good one.
Yeah, he likes a good one.
Yeah. So happy
that's
birthday.
Pistol Pace's daddy.
That's Pistol Pace Jones' daddy. And every time I see him, he goes, "Yeah, I think you'll grow."
A little man.
Of course, as big as Riley is, he probably will.
Yeah. His whole family's tall.
Yeah, that's a tall bunch right there.
It is.
So happy birthday, Riley. And a great addition to the family. We love having you in the family. So we also have a video that we didn't get to yesterday. You would think we saw the title of this, and I saw it late in the show, and then I forgot about it. But, all of us love a little grilling, and it's the grilling time of year.
We love grilling. We love four-wheelers.
But
we just don't like when they meet each other.
No, you don't.
Talking about grilling and four-wheelers?
Yeah, if you want to mess up a cookout, let somebody on the four-wheeler that doesn't know what they're doing.
Get out of control.
Greg takes the grill out. Takes the grill out.
Is this when you panic and you hit it wide open and you can't let off?
Look, we got now. See, and that looks like a serious griller too. He looks like he means business.
I bet you the last thing he's thinking right now is that four-wheeler's about to come
I wouldn't
right
be
through
thinking
here.
that. I wouldn't be thinking that at all. All right, so somebody new to the four-wheeler. You can tell. Greg.
Oh my gosh!
Look at the grill.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, just let off the gas. Just let off the gas.
That's way too much.
That is better than I thought it was going to be.
Please look at her getting off that thing.
Oh my goodness!
This is one of those things where she panics and grips and she's pushing her thumb.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And I guarantee you what she said before she got on it was, I know how to do this.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got this.
Yeah, I got it. Look, right here's where she's in trouble. Right there's where we got trouble. Greg. I think she clips the griller. He didn't get out of the way quick.
I think it's his right ankle.
He didn't want to leave the
If
grill,
we slow
right?
it down, I think it's his right ankle. She popped it.
He waited to the last minute to leave the grill.
Well, he's trying to protect the grill to his credit. Look, Greg, he's checking the ribs right now, too. Greg, you're too late. Get out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of there.
Yeah, that ankle's good as gone.
Y'all.
Clip the heel.
Greg, what a bip are you right now?
Crashed into the house, too.
So instead of squeezing the brake, she pushed the gas.
Yeah.
Did you see the guy go over and cut it off?
The typical panic.
Greg, I think that's the classic Arctic cat.
Yeah.
Oh, no. The Arctic cat.
Nobody cares about the food on the grill. It's just laying there.
No, look right there. He just checked it too, Speedy.
He was about to flip him.
Oh, that's right. That ankle looks even worse the second time.
I'm gonna tell you, the thing's got some pop to it because
wow.
she got on the gas. It did a wheelie right out the gate.
Well,
the
she
Arctic
panicked.
cat don't play.
Like you said, Bubba, just whatever made you pop a wheelie, take your thumb off of it.
If she just take her hands off. Just let go, it'd be all right.
We've
She's
had
holding
car
on.
accidents same way. People stomp the gas and panic and can't let it out.
You know, if somebody hits a golf ball onto you, you scream 4, right? So you know to duck. If you're at a baseball game, it's heads up, and for some reason nobody looks up. They all look down.
What breaks my heart?
What do you scream to the griller here if this is coming? What I mean.
Did he think
Four-wheeler?
He had faith that she was going to be able to stop it because he hangs in there way too long, and he's
Save
looking
the
at it.
I mean, you see her coming, you think surely she's going to find the brake.
Yeah,
look, y'all. He just looked at him too, and he stays on too long.
She's running with it at one time. Did you see that? Does it look like she's off of it trying to run with it?
Yeah. If she just let go, it would have been over.
Go.
He just checked it, dude. He just checked that girl.
Let go.
There's only one scenario that happens. She has to be squeezing the throttle on the handle.
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that ankle's not good, y'all.
No,
he's hurting right there.
hurting bad.
Yeah.
Do we have an update on him, Adler?
I think he's about in the same shape as my ankle, and it's not good.
Was the food unsavable?
Yeah, I think he lost the food. His hand is on the lid as she's coming at him.
Are you going to have video Monday of a different angle, just like you did of the moose?
It's a different grill and everything.
It's going to be a bunch of white people. I'm going to claim it's the same grill.
Thank you, Adler. Oh no.
Let me tell you what I love about this guy.
Uh-huh.
He was trying to protect the food.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
He did not want that to happen.
He thought if he stayed close, he somehow could protect it.
I know.
He tried
He
so
thinks
hard to
that
protect
she's gonna
that food.
stop
He
because
does,
he's got the lid up.
Because he's looking right at her.
That's the griller you want.
If you could do me a favor now, don't focus on the grill. Focus on others.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Focus on the people
where-
underneath the deck,
Oh,
and then
boy.
focus on those out in the grass.
Where
Focus
did
on the
this happen
kids.
at? Where
The
is it
kids
at?
by the
Do we know?
pool, too.
Yeah.
Adler, where does it say where they're from?
I tried to do some research. I could not find out where it happened. It just went viral, so I think this happened over Memorial Day weekend.
Oh my goodness.
Those
This
kids
is
are
not
like,
good.
and y'all wouldn't let me ride it.
My ankle's hurting right now.
I love the fact the guy that cut the four-wheeler off didn't put his beard down to do it.
Well,
Look, you see right here, they go, well, how's everybody feel about pizza?
You know the guy who's
We ain't got no food.
You know, I wouldn't give up the beer. He's like, enough damage has been done.
Yeah. Watch him walk over. Look, he's got it in his left hand.
Look, there's
He's got
one guy clearing the area. Look, the guy in the white shirt.
Yeah, he's uncomfortable.
leaving.
I
He's
felt
walking
that way.
away from him.
I felt that way before.
And there's one girl hopping who's videoing her when she first starts.
There are people that flee on any type of this, anything like this. They just
I
run
wanna
away.
flee
You would have
right
saw
now.
me jumping that fence back there.
Yeah,
Look at the girl with the black shirt on. She's jumping up and down.
Oh yeah.
And then the guy in the white shirt, he's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm leaving."
Look, he just
he feels the need to get out of there.
I've been that guy before. He just needs to go.
Is that?
Or do you think he's the guy that said, "Here, you can ride it"? Nothing to it.
Yeah, right.
You know how.
You ever ridden one of these? I think it's not that complicated.
It's like riding a bike.
Figure it out.
What is it in that panic mode that you can't simply just take your foot or your hand off the accelerator?
It happens.
Just
It
stop
happens. It's
accelerating.
Rick, somebody said when the deal with the ATV happened, scream Dawson. That's what you don't scream 4 heads up.
Dawson! Dawson!
Now, don't forget when she first gouges it, she pops a wheelie.
I know.
There's so many things in this.
I know this is not as important. Do you think the food was savable?
No,
not to feed everybody.
It's dumped on the ground, Rick. See, the lid is open.
It's got
and
ashes
it's dumped
on it, too.
it's covered in ashes, and it's now on the concrete.
She's lucky she didn't clip this deck here.
Yeah.
The whole thing comes down.
Yeah, if she'd have hit that
Or hit her head.
if she'd have hit that post, the whole deck comes down.
Yes, absolutely.
Look, kid and play there on the left. He hadn't moved. He's like a statue.
He's like, hey, Mom, why wouldn't you let me ride it? Look what you did.
Yeah. he's not moving at all. Does he move the entire time?
The hairdo doesn't move either.
He's got it like he likes it.
Well,
he does.
Yeah, well, look, let's face it. In the world he's in, he's probably stoned out of his mind.
Sure he is. He's like, wow, man.
He wants to make sure everybody saw the same thing he did.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah.
Y'all.
He's actually sitting down and gets up.
Well, that really bothers me.
Oh, I'm popping a wheelie and I'm still in it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
You just broke Daddy's ankle. Oh, that's awful. I'd like to know what her connection is to. What if it was somebody's friend they brought?
Yeah, and they told him they knew how to ride a four-wheeler.
That's it.
I've had that happen before, too, don't I? Just because they say they know how to ride, that don't mean they know how to ride.
Have it first and hit it wide open.
I've never had anybody tell me they didn't know how to ride something. And that's not possible. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks.
Great.
So glad you're listening. What do you say to Greg?
Wow, what a wheel.
Oh, Gregory. Oh, probably the hardest spin of the day right there.
Yeah, he got into that one. He's loose now.
He is right there. Watch out.
Put his back into it.
All right.
What way to put your back into it,
It looked like
Greg.
it even scared him a little bit. He moved away from it. You afraid he'll come off there? Well, let's see what happens. There in Panama City, Cam standing by. Yeah. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. Smell it. Congratulations to you, Cam. You got you some beautiful, how about this, 24 red roses from 1-800-Flowers.com. So we'll put you on hold, and you can enjoy those flowers. And as you look at them. I feel good. Bubba, I am not familiar with the WWE much at all. I know what it is, but I don't know any of the current characters, and certainly don't watch it. But I do know it's big business, and they were doing a Monday Night Raw in Miami, Florida, and Heath Slater, I know fans of WWE know who this is, said he found himself in a very awkward position the day before New Year's Eve. I guess the story just now coming out. And said that he was trying to get to Miami, Florida for a Monday Night Raw. And at some point in the flight, he said, I got up to use the restroom, and I got trapped in the restroom and could not get out. The door lock stuck, and a team of crew members on the flight had to break out the restroom by unhinging the bathroom door, saying they could not. It wasn't just a little mistake that they said, hey, do this and you'll be out. They couldn't get him out. They had to forcibly unlatch the lock with a screwdriver.
Couldn't he just break out? I mean, when they do their performances, they throw doors and jump through things.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Well, that little door on the airplane it's like a little accordion door.
You know why we have this video, Bubba? This won't surprise you at all. Fellow WWE wrestler Chris Axel, who was traveling with Slater, documented the whole ordeal for all of us to have forever.
So he's raising on him.
Yeah, absolutely. He had some commentary that goes with it too, but I'm not sure we can play it.
Better not.
Yeah, he could tear that door to pieces. He's just trying to be nice.
He just trying. Well, Greg, you know why he can? He's Heath Slater with WWE.
That's right.
He can bust himself right out of there.
Yeah.
So how about look, guys? I'm gonna tell you something. I know. I completely understand. I do. How it works when we're dealing with airplanes and restaurants. I get it. You need to manage the seats. And you want to have the most seats and the square footage that you can muster, thus give me the opportunity to make the most money. Mm-hmm. But we've got to give ourselves more room in these bathrooms.
Rick,
it's tough in there.
Rick, look, after that last stunt I pulled going to the White House, I think I can go anywhere.
I'll give you that.
Look, it is ridiculous. I mean, you go in that bathroom, and if you're a man, you put your head against the wall, which is slanting down at an angle, by the way.
Right, yeah.
And you bow your legs out to brace yourself in there, and
it's a
that
mess.
frees your hands up. And I mean, it's just tiny. It's like I've been in closets bigger than that, you know? I mean, it's ridiculous.
And to what happened here, I've noticed the way that door has to be folded and the way the lock works. I never get in and out of it smoothly.
No.
There's always a little bit of a moment where I think I'm trapped.
Hey,
it doesn't operate good.
Have you know how a normal American airliner looks, but you've seen these luxury airliners like the Arab Emirates are flying now, where you almost have an apartment in there.
Yeah,
I wonder what their bathroom looks like. I mean, you got like your own recliner. You're in your own room. It almost looks like the old railroad car setup. But boy, they got it dolled up.
Just like they like it. I bet they're proud of that seat.
Oh yeah.
But the thing about it, think about, because we all know this, and we've talked about it on the show a lot in different scenarios. You know, the thing you have to, when you go through the process before you declare that you're hurt, that one. You know that he went, all right, trying to get out.
Yeah.
All right, hey, Greg,
Help.
look, Greg, hey, this is on me. I'm doing something wrong, and you try all the different scenarios, and you don't want to say you're stuck because somebody's going to point out that what you're doing, you just didn't do one simple thing that you didn't notice.
Right.
So there's a lot of time you keep going, this is on me.
Yeah, you piddle with it.
You piddle with it. Then eventually you have to say, okay, I'm stuck in here.
I can't get out.
I don't think I can get out.
That's
And in the first one, don't you usually start the first one hoping there's someone outside the door? Hey, man, I think I'm stuck in here. I think I can't get the door open.
Help me out, pal.
And then there's nobody waiting. Hey, I think I'm stuck in here. And you hope you can get that seat that guy drew the diagram. In Bubba's show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. And hello to the tubers watching outside today, tailgating in the lot of the No Name Studio. All right. So as we work our way back, so I know we were discussing this, and it was something that we're still learning about the building. We're still learning things here, and so we're learning about Taco Tuesday. I found that out, and I will give young Scruggs props. He did text on Tuesday. The tacos are here. We were already gone this Tuesday, so I was not here for the long haul on Tuesday. But I appreciated that heads up. So the latest thing that we've been told is that there is almost like this mini store that is here in the building. And according to everyone else, now, Bubba, I haven't been there. I've just been told where it was. According to the rest of the team, it's really easy to find on the second floor.
It is.
Now, first of all, second floor, we not crazy about that because that means 2 flights of steps. But
or the elevator.
No, and which makes this story even weird. I think you could actually see it from once you get off the elevator.
Oh, really?
I think you would probably see it from inside the elevator.
Yeah, see, I've never been on the elevator.
But I haven't either.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
So I
just
can't
know where the elevator is. You have to pass it to go to
okay.
Yeah.
And then, Bubba, you said you looked for it yesterday and could not find it.
Yeah, I made a special trip up there between the show and the podcast while I was out doing a little walk, and I couldn't find it. I looked all over the place. I thought they're scamming me. They didn't even up.
I have no comment on this because I haven't found it.
Right.
But I mean,
nice.
because I haven't gone up there to look. But according to the rest of the team, they're saying that there was no way you couldn't have found it.
Well, there was a way I couldn't
because you really did find it.
Yeah.
And you've told them where you went, and their faces are like, Rick.
It's really
There's a couple of professional offices up there, glassed fronts, that kind of thing. But there's a door with a keypad that doesn't have any glass on it, and there's a one of these multi-office places, where they lease out basically an office in a bigger office, and they supply a lot of the common need type things. You see those all the time. There's one of those up there. That's where Dooley's office is. And but I didn't see anything.
What should Bubba have done at Dooley's?
So when you came out of the, I don't know where Dooley's office is. When you come out of the elevator, you're telling me you actually took a left and walked down that little hall?
Yeah.
Then how you missed it, I have no idea. Because it's not like it's behind a wall that you can't see and you've missed a little sign. It is a glass window and door that you just walk in.
Yeah.
And there's snacks, and they're putting sandwiches, and they're putting drinks, and
you think I could have sniffed that out, Rick? You know what
shocked.
I mean?
I don't even know what to say.
It's called Avenue. Evidently, this is some kind of concept that people are doing in office buildings now.
Not familiar with it.
But it's really good.
Sure.
I mean, the whole thing, you check out like you would a self-checkout. There's nobody manning the store. There's cameras everywhere, and you go in and help yourself, scan it, and leave.
Would you like to go find it now?
We can in a minute. We went to the bathroom in the break, and I said, Speedy, show me where it is. And he was trying to show me. And Speedy admitted he gave bad info a minute ago after looking at it again.
Well, he actually had, until now, he hasn't been up there. Greg and I were up there yesterday looking together. And Speedy was leaving. Y'all were doing the podcast.
So Speedy's never found it either.
And we said, hey, Speedy, there is a store up here. Now, don't be up here stealing stuff.
Okay, that's good.
And so we talked a little bit, and then he left, and Greg and I, we went in to kind of check things out.
See,
there's sandwiches coming, I think.
They ain't got them yet, but they're coming.
See, I don't journey to the second floor unless they're cleaning the first floor restroom.
And it's on the opposite side of where you go to the restroom.
Okay. When you say opposite side.
So when you come up the steps and you kind of, so if you come up the steps and you kind of walk straight really to go to the bathroom.
Right.
You're going to take a left.
Understood. I'm not going into that.
Go back across to where you'd be crossing over the summit door below you. You can see the main.
So that's where the
store.
elevator is.
Correct.
If you get on the elevator, if you get off the elevator, turn right, you're there. If you get off the elevator, if that's the way you want to go.
Did you do that?
You step off and turn.
You went the other way?
It looks like it's right up against an office.
Could he
So
see
you
it
admitted
from the
if
elevator?
you'd have turned that way, you probably would
Can't
have
see
seen
it
it.
from
Yeah,
the
I
elevator?
don't remember
Close.
seeing a hall they're talking about.
Did you hear what he
It's
said?
real close.
I said, "Can you see it from the elevator?" And he said, "No, but it's close." That's how
If
close
you take
you
a
were.
step out in the hall, you can.
I went the other way
He
because I
went
didn't
the-
think there
he
was
went
anything
completely
to
the
go.
other way.
Okay, that's what it was.
Okay.
You went back left.
Oh, you just went the wrong way.
No, you nearly fell in it.
Yeah, you nearly fell in it. All right, so you have videoed it for Bubba, so I didn't have to go up there. Okay, good.
Greg is the host, and
Okay.
he is
I
going
love
to.
this. All right, let's watch Bubba
He
so
is
you
going to
learn
get
it.
you out of the elevator and tell you how to get there, Bubba. On the second floor, Adler's getting that together in a
Okay.
second. He'll give us a thumbs
We've
up. when it's
discovered
ready.
what Bubba did yesterday.
Yeah, so here's what the deal is. Now we don't have to go up those steps. All right, Here we go. All right, let's see.
No, I'm
That's a
looking
good,
good.
that's a good
Audio,
look
you
to
got
start
How you
with.
like that look?
Audio too.
You got to be very confused.
By the way, I saw that.
awesome.
I saw that same look when I told him Penny didn't have the sausage balls here.
Oh no!
All right, here we go.
All right. Thought you're coming off the elevator. You go right here.
See, it looks like it's
Bubba.
right in there.
Oh yes.
Oh, Bubba, you were nearly all over it.
Now they're gonna put. They haven't stocked this yet. It's gonna be like yogurt sandwiches and stuff like that. But you come right over here to this right here. You scan it. Hit how you want to pay. Beep. I bought one of these yesterday, by the way. Really good. Not good for you, but really good.
That's your buddy, isn't it? Did you see how if you'd have just turned the other way, you were there?
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay.
But
you
he
had
walked
to
all
not.
over the
You had
place
to not.
Let me see it
again
again.
to see that.
All right, so I don't even know where the elevator is.
All right, so if
See, that trucking company's all I see.
All right,
coming out
stop.
of the
Right.
elevator.
Go back. I'm sorry, Adler.
So-
to his right, the camera's left. If you came up the steps and not the elevator, you're going to come up to his right.
Yeah,
Okay,
you'll just be
and
walking
walk.
across.
and
I know
walk,
where it is.
And
I
walk
got you.
down the hall.
Yeah,
But if you come out of the elevator, turn right.
Right.
Can that be our new picture on the
That looks
website
good,
for Greg?
Wow, it's been a tough day, y'all.
How about every time we do some update like we've been doing today, we just show that picture? All right, so that what's messed you up, Bubba. You saw that door and you didn't go down there.
I never knew that hall existed.
Well, see, then you didn't look everywhere.
How they gonna
Yeah,
keep
you
us?
said you
How
walked
they
the
gonna,
hall.
how they gonna keep people from stealing them sandwiches?
There's
Well, you
cameras
got,
everywhere.
There's cameras.
Okay.
And plus, they figured we're grown and we're not a bunch of thieves.
I wouldn't figure on that.
That's true. It's bad. You're backing up, bro.
I'm not talking about us.
You
I'm
think
talking about- there's a lot of
people would flush in the bathroom too? wouldn't
You would.
Wow, that's good.
So there's nobody there to.
No, nobody managed the
Adler.
store.
Sounds like it's the free store to me, gentlemen.
No.
Adler come back. They got all kinds of good stuff up there for
We
you to
had,
get.
and it's free.
Yeah, we had a guy stop us yesterday, and I don't know why he felt like he needed
Yeah,
to
what
tell
was
us
that
this. I don't know if it was one of those things like, oh, these guys look like trouble,
Mm-hmm.
because he went on and on about how many cameras were in there.
Yeah, well, I would too.
And security checks and those type of things.
Guys,
So,
if the Rick and Bubba show came to my building, that's exactly what I would
look,
tell
never had spoke to the man before, and he stopped Greg and I in
Oh,
the
he
hall
did.
and made sure that he told us that.
Yeah.
Hey,
And I thought, wow, okay, so you think we're going to steal something? Hey, we're not Speedy, okay?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Speedy said
What?
the deal. He's like Adler. He thought it was a free store.
Oh, he did. Boy, Speedy lit up like a little bald lot.
Calling me a thief.
Well, no, free like they
no,
don't have
we're
to pay
just-
for it. Not
yeah.
stealing.
You were
Yeah.
just mistaken.
No, I know you wouldn't steal it. But if you saw a freebie, buddy, you'd walk him steps.
He goes, you got to pay. It's like that time. Remember when we were at the golf tournament and we thought that food was free and we made our plate and we looked at the prices.
You took out of there.
Oh, I set my plate down and left.
Put it
You
down.
left Speedy and I in there just
see the price?
holding plates.
Did you see the price of that burger?
Yeah, but it didn't scare me as much as you made
Boy,
it out to
scared
be.
me.
You dropped it and went, didn't you?
Like a booger bear.
Bubba, are you willing to journey to that place?
Yeah, I can probably work.
Oh, you can ride the elevator, right? And you're practically in it when you step off the elevator.
Yeah,
Go right.
I just
or
it looked like there was nowhere to go right.
Or if you want to get your cardio in, take the steps.
Well, you know,
and eat a candy bar on the way back.
You'll never get those words back.
You have to decide cardio versus any cartilage left. You know, you got to measure your steps carefully.
How do you measure your heart against your steps?
Well, it's better to get your cardio in something not weight related. You know, like swimming or cycling.
You doing a lot
or
of that?
something like that. Not enough.
Have you seen that thing where they do it where it doesn't put any weight on you?
Yeah, I like that. Where you're in the hoist.
Yeah.
Rick and
Hoist me.
Bubba.
on that he's sitting next to the toilet.
I have it in my office. I look at it.
You talk about possibly one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Do you want me to go get it? I can hold it up.
Possibly.
All 5 pages
I didn't say
of
it was. I said possibly. It would be in my top 10
Yeah.
of things that made me laugh so very hard.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Rick pulled a good one yesterday, Speedy, and I hate you were not there to see it. We were, should we go into all that yet? I was trying to.
You want to come back?
It was an elevator. Well, I'll just tell you this part. It was an elevator.
Yeah.
And it was only a 2-floor deal.
Right.
You had a basement, and you had a main, you had an upstairs it goes to. Well, 3 floors, I guess. So the basement one, something is wrong with the door, and you can't get it to come open. Okay, even when it should come open. So I'm in the basement, and I'm trying to load my equipment on it to go upstairs, and I holler up and say the door won't open. And Rick knows exactly what I'm talking about, and he starts screaming, "Bubba's stuck in the elevator."
That's so good.
And people start running everywhere. I hear feet just around.
I didn't realize there would be such a response.
So they believed you?
Oh, yes, 100%.
Right. Well, you're convincing.
Yeah, it was. Well, what's so bad? And we do this stuff to each other so much, I didn't even really make it. I did it just so calmly.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you got to hit the door with your butt twice, lean on it, push the button, spin around, then use both hands to open the lock. I don't know what's up with that.
It's a system, huh?
It's a bit,
I mean, it's good night.
Yeah.
So was it a muffled? I'm stuck. I can't get out, or the door?
I said I can't get the door open on the elevator.
Yeah, and what I
which
told
I
him
wasn't
was
going to lug that box up the stairs. Nobody wanted that.
I told him
How
that.
big a box was? Just an
Big.
afternoon.
And it
huh?
had a roll on it.
What were you carrying?
You would have thought the Stones were in town.
Rick, you told him to kind of pull back a little bit on what he's taking.
I did pack light yesterday.
In his world, he has.
I
but
packed
it's still
real light.
We still got a long way.
Rick, he's got a box it needs an elevator for, and that's packing light.
Well, it's got wheels on it.
Yeah, you just roll it in the elevator and push up, and then it goes up, and it's up there when you get up there.
It is.
You can't go up the steps with it.
It's not. It's cumbersome.
It's not conducive to steps.
But what's in it? Why do you have to have that?
Pants.
Pants.
I guess he's saying
undershirt.
All his clothes.
Shirt, coat, backpack, boots.
Okay.
I just got it all in one. I don't have to hold boots. I don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
I got a gun case and I got a rolling box.
You know, one thing I thought
it's a
about
little box.
when I looked at it, because I do hate the thing with boots too. But here's the problem: I can get the boots when I got to, but they get muddy.
Yeah.
Well, mine wasn't muddy.
Oh, mine were very muddy. How did you get in? I mean, I walked through mud like crazy yesterday.
I wiped mine off when I got back on that brush. Yeah, brush out.
Yeah.
Those things work good.
Yeah.
Oh, the old boot brush. I kind of like.
Plus, if there's a little mud on it, having that on your jacket kind of helps to knock the scent down.
Yeah. I was in a lot of mud because I'd forgotten how much it rained before we went.
It's an amazingly muddy place.
It really is.
There's a lot of mud.
The Trump new tax thing is changing. You're seeing it. No matter whether you like Trump or not, no matter what your political affiliation is, it is factual that companies are responding to that.
You're about to see a financial earthquake in this country that we have not seen since President Reagan was in office.
Yeah, and you're seeing there are going to be points where these have just been straight up bonuses to employees. You see they're going to be hiring more employees, and then you see, like I say, that would be the second phase of it, and I heard some of them talking about it. We made the first thing we see the money, we'll give that as bonus. Then we're going to take also the savings and start reinvesting it back into the company,
right.
Meaning new jobs, meaning more plants, that kind of thing. So that's just factual. It really doesn't matter what your political affiliation is or isn't. That is happening.
Yes.
And
you're going to see a lot of repatriation of money, I think, that's going to create a boom in capital available for these growing businesses to have, and it's going to be good for everybody. Also, a note: it won't be near as big as a Toyota Mazda plant, but the Kimber.
You just said Toyota Mazda again.
Yeah.
Isn't this new one Toyota Mazda?
Yes,
yeah, I'm saying what I'm about to tell you won't be as big as that, but also in the news. Also in the news, Kimber. If you're familiar with their handguns, they're going to be moving a plant from New York to Alabama.
And why would they move from New York to Alabama?
Well, because the business environment is better here,
Correct.
And you have a workforce that is capable of doing what they need to do.
Bubba, you said you saw a list now, the top 10 most dangerous jobs in America as we finish 2016.
Yeah, this comes from the Department of Labor and their statistics department, and I just thought it was interesting. Number 10 is grounds and maintenance workers.
Really?
I thought that was a little high for them, didn't you?
Wow, the 10 most dangerous, because of the equipment, I guess?
A lot of equipment.
So.
Yeah. A lot of equipment.
A lot of these have to do with the equipment they deal with, if you look at it. Number 9 is first-line supervisors of construction, trades, and extraction workers. I guess that could be anything from a high-rise construction to a minor.
Yeah, I mean, boy, you take the wrong step there.
Number 8.
A lot of issues. I thought it would be higher. That would be higher.
Yeah. Number 8 is farmers, ranchers, and other agricultural managers.
We are back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today as we unpack another one. Phone calls coming up now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. And if you want to join us, make the move right now, and we'll take your questions, your comments. You're directing the show now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, so handle with care. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Mike Pereira is our guest. Hear our conversation with him. And is it possible that Bubba suggested a rule change that Pereira is considering? And we talked about the Jeff Fisher rule and a lot of other things, too. So we have fun with Mike Pereira, our new friend, this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Also excited to have buyraycon.com/Bubba back with us. I was trying to do just a little bit better on Wednesday of this week, and I looked and I saw one of the guys there working out, and I noticed the buds in the ear. Unfortunately, I didn't see them quick enough because I got fished on Greg because I made a big deal out of seeing him, but he couldn't hear me.
He couldn't hear a word you said.
And the reason why he couldn't hear me is he was using the noise isolation setup on the Raycon earbuds. But eventually when he saw me motioning to him, I said, those are Raycons, aren't they? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, and he said, man, I'll tell you one thing. I can shake my head around, work out as hard as I want to, get on this rower, and they won't fall out. And that's one of the things. They fit snug. They fit comfortably. There's the noise isolation mode, or you can do the awareness mode. Sometimes you need to be able to hear the room. Yep. Maybe somebody's calling you. Maybe you got your kids, all this kind of thing, and you need to hear what's going on. You can do either one. Traffic's another one, Greg. So anyway, if you want to get yours now, they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. They also fit much more discreetly, and they look great. They feel great. The gel tips are so comfortable in your ears, and we'll get you an additional 15% off right now. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Also got an email this week already of somebody else who's gotten them, and they love them. Why don't you join the hype by going to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it under the sponsors button as well. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG to Ted in Pinson, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Ted, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, guys, short call. I just wanted to inform Greg that it's pronounced Publix and not public.
So, Greg,
when have I said Publix? I don't. Oh, I did do a commercial, did I? Yeah. Nah, you're just hearing it wrong.
And instead of saying public, no, I'm not. No, you said it. You said public.
How do you know it's not Publix competitor? Public.
Yeah. Did you know what store I was referring to though? That's what I thought.
Yeah, or is it the cut down version where you quickly check out called Public?
Well, evidently you care more than they do because they approved the commercial.
That's good. Keep them coming.
We continue. Let's go to Earl. Earl, welcome to Earl.
What's going on, fellas? Good morning. Good morning. Hey, y'all remember back when Jim Jones killed everybody using Kool-Aid?
Yes.
And but we still had Kool-Aid Bible school. Nobody pulled a Kool-Aid off a shelf. I mean, it ain't the instrument; it's the person behind it.
That's a great analogy. Yeah. I thought that when you first started, I thought, where's this guy going? But you're right.
You know what? You brought it home.
Kool-Aid is readily available, and I remember even after this incident, still, like you said, being served Kool-Aid everywhere I went. Mm-hmm. You ever drink Kool-Aid anymore?
I don't. Boy, I did when I was a kid.
Not as much as I would like to. I did have some pretty good lemonade the other day. I forgot how good lemonade was.
Yeah, what is this new thing with you and lemonade?
Well, it was good. At the wedding, it was real good.
Right, yeah.
I hadn't had it.
Do you know at Tyler's wedding, he said he forgot how good lemonade was, and now he's drinking it again?
Yeah, it was good. It was real good. I went back 2 or 3 times.
But I haven't. I can't.
Got it floating in it.
Can't remember the last time I drank Kool-Aid.
I don't know. When we were kids, I remember there'd be a picture of it. Yeah.
And what flavor did you like best?
Red. Let's go to Dallas, Birmingham. Dallas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I don't know if y'all are familiar with using Snapchat filters, but I'm sure Adler can show y'all. But during that last segment with Greg's really surprised face, I used Snapchat filter, took a picture of him, and he looks very surprised. If you got an email from,
we're showing it now.
Oh, that's funny. Actually, looks better.
We're looking at it right now.
You know, the filters and the way they can do that now is amazing.
It really is.
Wow.
That's wild. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Tommy, Pell City. Tommy, go ahead.
I tell you what, that lady that was saying we need to just dismantle the Republican Party?
Yes.
I tell you, if I'm a kid or a psycho, do you think I'd give a rip what party you belong to? I'm coming to shoot you up, lady. I don't care what party you're on. I'm like, give me a break. Please, guy, come take care of this crazy world.
Yeah, well, and all in due time, my friend. Let's go to Joe in Mississippi. Joe, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wanting to comment about on these shootings and everything, and look at the concept. Well, if Americans and people in general quit romancing the concepts, these shooters have fan clubs. That itself is part of the problem.
Well, it's interesting, and I remember, who was it, Greg? Who was the actor talking about romanticizing this? Was it Bruce Willis? Before he had the issues he has now, where they owned it. They said, "Look, I don't have anything to say to this. I've got a movie coming out this weekend where we shoot up the whole place." I mean, does Hollywood take some responsibility for romanticizing guns and shooting the place up and violence? And it's kind of funny when you hear them getting distraught about the environment where these things take place. I think there's been a lot of things. You mentioned the video games, Bubba, movies, all that kind of desensitize us to human life and mass killings and guns. And
it's crazy. Think if you're a normal person, you can probably go through all of that and you're not affected to action.
Right.
But there are some people that just can't deal with it, and all of it adds up. I mean, it's a chain. If you break that chain anywhere, I think you help. But until we address the whole issue, it's just not going. You're not going to get any results.
Back to the stew.
And there's crazy people that in this world that even though it normally ends really bad for the shooter, they got issues and they crave that attention that shooter got.
And a lot of them want to go into the history books.
Yeah,
they want to be immortalized.
Their mind is in such a place that, and that's scary.
Yeah, the crux of the problem, spiritual, family, but the mental issue. Mental illness is an issue, and if you look, I mean, that's what we got to deal with. A lot of it is just.
They don't see past.
No, they don't. They don't see reality the way others do.
Justin in Tennessee. Justin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Doing great.
Good. Hey, on the ATV crashing into the grill there, the best part of the video happens about 2 seconds after the guy reaches up and turns the ATV off. Somebody in the crowd yells, "We got to get that grill up."
Well, I didn't see that part.
In all fairness, I think I mumbled that into the microphone.
Take another listen to it, because, like I say, that's what got me down. We got to get that grill up.
Listen, I'll tell you, it could be on the ground. There could be ashes on it. I could wash that off and eat.
No question.
I can find a part to eat.
No question.
Smelling good too.
Do we have it, Adler? Was it one of us?
I thought there was some cussing out after the incident, so that's why I kept killing it after the big crash. So
he says it's right after they cut the motor off, and you did have that. It might have been one of us, but I mean,
you might ought to scream it before we try.
Because that's what my heart said. So I may have just uttered it in the mic, and he thought it was on the video. I mean, I don't know. So take a listen to it and see if you hear that. Because I'm like you, Bub. I don't want to let him hear something else too. To the phones we go. Let's go to Brad in Mississippi. Brad, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're doing great.
So one thing that always is I'm a huge Second Amendment guy. Love the Second Amendment. Have guns myself. But I've always wondered, you can be 18 years old, which is a pretty hard time for most kids in high school. You can be 18 years old and buy an AR, but 21 to buy a pistol. That's not really made a lot of sense to me. I mean, these kids are exposed to all this stuff and they're going through so much mentally.
I'm sorry, your phone started getting unbearable. But the only counterpoint to that, and maybe we need to do both. You can't tell me on one hand I can go off to a foreign land where you're going to hand me something even more effective than an AR-15, and I'm going to start shooting at the enemies of our country or some place I'm trying to liberate, and I can do that at 18, 19, and 20, but I can't have an AR-15 at 18 at home. Yeah. Either we need to say you don't serve in the military to 21, then maybe there's some consistency, but you can't send a kid off and train him with all sorts of weapons and say you couldn't also train him to be responsible with it at home.
Yeah.
If he's so volatile, he can't handle being responsible one at home, we probably don't need him in the military either.
And guys, there's no consistency. There's crazy people that are way older than 18.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's really not going to eliminate the crazy.
But I understand what you're saying, but I want you to see the inconsistency there, too.
I think more now than ever, I think that people are really not mature or grown up, or we can declare them an adult till 21. I really think our age group and really the ones before us had to grow up a lot quicker than they do now.
Yeah, I don't know the word I'm looking for. I'm sure there is one, and I just can't think of it right now. But you're right, Bubba. The 18-year-old today is like the 15, 13-year-old.
Maybe even
or maybe 12-year-old when we were growing up. I mean, Sherry and I were discussing at home, and it's almost like we couldn't believe what we were saying. And some of this we've talked about on the show before. But, she grew up in a very popular lake community. So her whole life she was by a gigantic body of water. And she said, I was 6 years old going to play by the lake by myself or with my friends. There weren't a parent anywhere around. Nobody was worried that we were going to fall in the lake or whatever. There's no phone. I remember we were sent off to play by ourselves all day long, all over the neighborhood, all out in the woods. We were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could be very responsible. My goodness, I was hunting with my own hunting shotgun at 10. I mean, it's but now you think of the 18-year-old today, which may be to our caller's point, but if you're going to adjust for our lack of maturity and abilities to function, then you're going to have to adjust everywhere. You can't say he's mature enough for the military but not to have a gun. That just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next. And maybe the case is they're not.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that's not good.
Number 7, truck and sales drivers. I think that's just highway.
I'm out on that highway. Yeah. I'm out there too much. Everything up to this is equipment. Now we're out. Now we're in the vehicle and we're just out there.
Mm-hmm. Number 6, iron and steel workers. I think that's
a lot
obvious.
of fire.
Yeah, we've seen that. Number 5, and this has to do with equipment again, trash and recycling collectors.
I had to strange it. Well,
you remember when I first saw the robot arm get a trash can, and I was mesmerized.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Hey, follow it around.
Can I land there for just a minute?
It won't drink out of your hose pipe either.
May I land there for just a minute? Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting because, I don't want to. And this is just me trying to help. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm doing is trying to help as a consumer and a client. I'm very thankful for the people who do the incredible job of, our country's very good at getting rid of garbage. You know what I mean? You got garbage in your house. You ain't going to have it in there very long. Somebody carries it off, and it's great.
We bury it, plant pine trees on it. It's all good.
When we went to the robotic arm, and I certainly understand advancements in technology, and I'm for them, okay? There was a time when we had to get out of the truck all the time, and I know now we don't.
Yep.
Can I just say this? As a client of all, would it kill us to shut the top back on the can? Would it kill us? You know how it takes your can and slams it down, the top falls off and goes off on the other side. Sometimes it lands on it, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because, see, when it doesn't and then it rains, and
it washes it out.
Now the can's been filled up with some very nasty water. Would it kill us to say robotic arm dumps it back there? I look in my rear view, I see that the can did not land, the top shut on it. I'm going to hop out and shut it. Because, we're not getting it for free. We're paying for a service. Would that kill us,
Rick? I think a simple programming change, they could fix it so when it starts to set it back down, it tilts it forward for a second and then sets it.
Yeah,
okay,
something like that.
The only flaw I see in this is the cans almost always
are left with the top wide open, and then here comes the rain.
And I'm not too sure
You know what I mean?
they don't
Yeah.
use that so they can tell what cans they've already got. They don't get confused.
Well, it's bad to have the top laid open like that.
Because some fly open, some don't. Just how it lands.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Number 4.
I'm just a minor adjustment.
Just minor.
Number 4 on the list. This is the most dangerous jobs in America, according to the Labor Department. As of 2016, the last complete year we have the numbers for. And I thought this one would be higher, Rick, based on me watching them work. Number 4, roofers.
Yeah, roofers.
Rick, those guys,
unbelievable.
I don't know any of them that have on safety harnesses. I never see that. Do you? They walk around up there. They throw, and hey,
They run around
a
up
pack
there.
of shingles. You realize how heavy they
I know.
are?
Look, they move around on those roofs.
Like squirrels up there, huh?
They really do.
Unbelievable. Number 3, aircraft pilots and flight engineers.
That surprises me because there's not that many Gregs.
I know.
You would like to.
What,
you'd
does
like
something
to
else
see
kill
that
them?
number go further down.
But does something else kill them? How can they be sitting there at number 3?
I don't. I guess there may be a lot of little ones that we don't ever hear about. Maybe.
I mean, Bubba, you got it at number 3.
I know. That's where they got it.
I mean, and what do
Well,
we always hear? Oh gosh, planes don't hardly ever crash.
Now,
Why are they sitting up here at number 3?
Well, think about this. Number 2, fishers and related fishing workers.
Well, now you've seen those fishing shows.
Out on the water.
When they go out there after
Deadliest Catch.
Deadliest Catch. It's called
Wicked Tuna.
How about that? Wicked Tuna and Deadliest Catch are named that for a reason.
They do. I think the ones that do the snow crabs up there, the Deadliest Catch, that is considered one of the most dangerous jobs.
Well, that one, it looks like it's the perfect storm and everybody's about to fall overboard.
That's Deadliest Catch.
That's that time of year when them.
I've never seen
crabs.
y'all. I have,
crabs. That water's rough and it's cold and it's bad.
I have never seen Wicked Tuna.
Oh yeah, Wicked Tuna's right up there with Deadliest Catch.
Number 1, and I kind of understand this one. Loggers.
Oh yeah,
Number
a lot
1.
of things can
Number
hurt
1.
you out there.
How about number 1?
Think about it. All the everything they have, you can hurt you.
And it's have you seen loggers work lately? The
the
equipment they've
technology's
got.
incredible.
Oh yeah.
It's like Transformers, and they're so giant. Rick,
it's
they got those
unbelievable.
claws. They'll grab that tree and I mean, and throw that thing around like I throw a toothpick around.
It's unreal.
It's unreal.
There's a lot going on there, like Greg said.
It is.
I like to watch Axeman.
How about transportation accidents? 40% of the deaths, and it was 632 truck drivers, 116 farmers, 62 groundskeepers were killed.
Good night.
But surpassing
Driving.
falls, trips, and slips were workplace violence to become the second most common danger at work, including homicides at work, which was up 20%. But when some people think of homicides at work or workplace violence, they think of some disgruntled employee that's going to shoot the place up. They said it's actually from robberies or assaults that have gone bad from customers and resulting in deaths at work.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All righty, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we work our way back, a couple of things still on the table, and I'll see a few more of your phone calls we'll try to get to if we can. But don't forget RBU this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, did you feel like we took another step with Mike Pereira?
I really did. It was a great conversation. We talked a lot about the USFL, what's going on behind the scenes, the USFL, and talked about refereeing. And he talked about folks that wanted to be a referee. So,
you know,
a lot going on there. He's got a whole program, especially if you're a veteran, to move into refereeing.
Can I tell you what I liked about the way he approaches officiating now? Because I think it should. He tries, and I wish officials would listen. You know, he can't stand for an official to call a penalty that had nothing to do with the success of the play, either for the defense or the offense.
Yeah,
it had no bearing.
No bearing, yeah.
What he said, only call unfair advantage or unsafe to players.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody's holding on the other side of the field and they weren't even in the play, and it's the receiver and the cornerback on the other side of the field, and they're over there like a couple of chickens fighting, and the play goes, you know, they're on the right and the play goes to the left and it goes for a big gain and they're nowhere near it, don't call that. That had nothing to do with the play.
Yeah.
Now if you
the underlying thing was you want a fair and a competitive game, but don't be slowing the game down for no reason.
For no reason, or penalizing a team that executed well when what you saw didn't give them an unfair advantage. Now, if you've got the defensive end that's trying to contain and somebody jerks him down, by the jersey, well, then you got to call that because that play would not have been successful if that hadn't happened.
I thought it was funny.
You got to reason all that out.
I won't give you what he said, but he talked about the 3 stages of being a referee.
Yeah, I thought that was great. That was one of the. I thought that was one of the most eye-opening things he said.
I did too.
About starting out as an official. So anyway, that's coming up this weekend, and
I bet Helms would be a good referee.
Oh, he would.
I did the umpiring
what
as a kid. When you got the summer job or spring job when you were done playing, I always did the Little League umpiring.
Yeah.
And I liked getting that back there behind the plate.
I didn't do well. I actually did some umpiring, and I've never done football, but I did umpiring, baseball. I didn't do well. Instead of the coaches threatening me, I was threatening them.
I've never done football. I've umpired basketball or officiated basketball and umpired baseball. Believe it or not.
I thought I was pretty good behind the plate. I struggled in the field because I couldn't pay attention that long.
Yeah. You will get bored out there.
I didn't umpire, but I did do the official book.
Oh, great. Well done, buddy.
Worked for the city. You kept the game book.
Yeah.
But I hate it when they look at me and go, "Now, how many strikes?" I'm like,
I would.
And I'll go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, sometimes when we had scrimmages, I would umpire, but it would just be a laid-back deal where I would stand behind the pitcher's mound and call it. Yeah. And I found myself getting hung in stares and, thinking about other things. And everybody would look at me, and I'd be like, oh, crap, I didn't see it.
What if you drift off and you hear the ball hit the mid?
What was that? And I'm like, oh, no, I didn't see it.
What about a catch? Where was it?
Let me tell you something I did 100%, and I don't feel good about it. And you probably did it too, Ham. Speedy, likely, Bubba for sure. If the game was out of hand, and I'm thinking it's over. Okay.
Yeah.
You better swing the play, swing the bat. Because anything close, I'm calling because we're going to end this game.
You're one of those.
Get up there and swing the bat. Well, it's over. I mean, you're down by 15 runs. Yeah. I mean, what are we doing here?
We have had umpires look down at us and go.
The most
meaning it's big. It's a big
for
one
me,
now.
the most horrible part of it was forgetting the count. And you got the clicker, but you don't click it. If you don't click it, it doesn't matter. And so you would sometimes rely on the scoreboard, which meant a 12-year-old was up there running.
I know.
And is he really paying attention?
Been there.
And so, hey, we got two count. No, I think it's 3 and 2. And that's and you look down at your counter and you're like, I can't remember if I clicked it or not.
I know, I hated that.
That was awful.
And one time I called a strike too early, and the kid hit it and ripped it. Because I saw it was me perfect. I thought he was about to get rung up. I said, He's like, thanks for letting me know.
And I did, and I got advice from somebody that had been doing it a while, and he said, always be confident with your calls. So much so that they can't argue with you. For instance, if it's outside, hey, that's a little out. Go ahead and tell them, and that way they're like, wow, so he's confident about that. That was out. It must have been out. Yeah. Don't just say ball. Go ball, little out.
Right.
They would go, wow, okay.
When I was batting, I appreciated that.
Yeah.
A little low. I agree.
Yeah, because I tell you what umps don't like is for you to go, so what's wrong with it?
Yeah.
They don't care for that.
So you resolve that right off the
gate. Go ahead and tell them. Yeah, and my shining moment is when I was getting cussed real bad by some parents one time. And
because back in that day, they would actually cuss you.
And I turned around, and the guy gave me that, hey, man, that just comes with it. And I said, no, that's fine. You're right. I said, what I hate, though, is hearing your kids out here repeating all the stuff you're saying. That's the part that bothers me.
Ooh. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you hear about, ooh, ooh, ooh. Then everybody's looking at the guy like, hey,
keep it down, pal.
You won't say that in my face. Of course, ain't nothing between us but a fence and opportunity.
Sure.
See, it's not the same when it's just air. It is kind of hard to get to.
There's a fence. You got to
get up and move.
Ain't nothing between us but a really large fence that you can't hardly get over.
The gate's way down there.
And behind the plate, 40-foot high.
How big a fella are you?
Yeah.
What about when you pop off somebody, then he stands up out of his seat?
Sure.
Yo,
done that.
Like a lumberjack.
Oh, my gosh. You realize that really he could take the bleachers, pick them up, and hit you over the head with them.
Right. Yeah, I just need to hush. Play ball.
Oh.
Let's play ball.
You look so much smaller sitting down.
Play ball.
I turned around before I got a good look at you.
Oh, wow. You didn't sound that big.
Right. And now I'm a high school kid, and I'm scared to go to my car. It's top of the hour. If you're wrapping it up, have a good weekend. Lord willing, we'll talk to you on Monday. Thanks to all the tubers for coming out there today. Got it like they like it. And tailgating a little bit here in the parking lot.
and making all of our coworkers uncomfortable. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.